It's a computer sound.
Make sure it's muted.
That's muted. That's not muted, is it?
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Can people hear me?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me.
Hello, can you put the screen on?
Our video is not working. It's been stopped by the host.
Can we go and get?
No, it's the host. It'll be the
The host. They can hear us, I hope. We need to ask them.
Good morning, sir. This is the appellant team. Our video has been stopped by the host.
Okay.
You've now been let in.
I can see you now. Can I just before we start, actually, and I just check that we now have all of the three main parties here. I think so. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, good morning. Time is now 10 o'clock, and I will open the inquiry. I will check again now. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you. Can everyone please switch off their mobile phones or please set them to silent? My name is Mike Warden, and I'm a Chartered Town Planner, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. This inquiry is into appeal by Cooper Estates Strategic Land Limited against the refusal of planning permission for an outline application, development of a care community use within use class 2 of up to 108 units of accommodation for older persons in need of personal and nursing care, associated communal facilities and services to meet residents' day-to-day needs, and associated facilities for staff, car parking for residents, visitors and staff of the community, associated landscape in and the outdoor amenity areas and associated infrastructure. And the appeal site is at land at Sandown Park, Royal Tunbridge Wells, Kent. The inquiry is to be run on a hybrid format, so this week's sessions will be held virtually on Zoom, and I hope that the technology will work for us. And next week they will be held in person in Tunbridge Wells. However, on Tuesday, 28th of June, there will be limited access to the town hall, and so members of the public will need to rely upon the live streaming option that council are providing for that day only. I shall give details of the programme and the arrangements later in my opening. Just in relation to the virtual format, the council is hosting this event, so if you experience any technical difficulties, please contact the council. And I understand there is a particular person in the council who is has responsibility for looking after this today. If you wish to get my attention to raise that you would normally do in a meeting, put your hand up, please use the hand raise function. As inspectors, we've normally been using Microsoft Teams for inquiries, so and that's one that I'm certainly most familiar with in terms of its use for inquiries. So I'm sure the Zoom platform will work equally as well. But if anybody experiences any difficulties at all, then please say. If I drop out, which is not uncommon because of might be some broadband issues, then I would ask the council please just to stop the inquiry and then contact my case officer if I don't come back fairly soon into the meeting, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you. I shall now take the names of those who wish to speak, and I will start, please, for the appellant. Mr. Jones, I think.
Good morning, sir. Hopefully we'll be emailed to you a list of appearances by Provision, which should come through to you and also to the other principal parties. But I'll just introduce myself, sir. So my name is Gregory Jones, Queen's Counsel, Francis Taylor Building, and I'm instructed by Provision. To my left in this room is Catherine Miles, the Director of Provision. I won't read out all their qualifications and experience, so unless you wish me to do so, they'll be on the note that's circulated. Miss Miles will be dealing with planning, and in no particular order, sir, we will be calling to give evidence, whether by round table or examination, cross-examination. Jessamy Venables, Director of Carterwood, who will give particular evidence on need for elderly care. Mark Gibbons, Director of Indigo Landscape Architects Limited, who will give evidence principally on landscape and related matters. Andrew Blacker, and again, you'll have his technical qualifications, a director from WSP. He will give evidence on highways and transport, although obviously that's not a reason for refusal. Mr. Phil Brophy, Associate Director of Barrel Tree Consultancy, will be giving evidence on trees, arboricultural matters. Mr. Edward Hawkins, again, you will have his qualifications. An Associate Director of RPS will be giving evidence on heritage matters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Thank you. And for the council, please.
So good morning. My name is Emmeline Lambert, Counsel, instructed by Head of Legal Services for Mid Kent.
Thank you.
And sir, I'll be calling the following witnesses. And again, a list of appearances will be sent to you with qualifications. So I don't read those out now. Debbie Salter on heritage. Jeff Mashburn, trees. Tanya Kirk, landscape and greenbelt. Nick Ireland on need. and Antonia James on planning. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Lambert. Thank you. And for the Rule 6 party, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Noemi Bird of Council. I'm instructed by Mr. Ted Hood on behalf of the Friends of Sandown Park, which is the Rule 6 party in this appeal. And speaking in this afternoon's Highway Safety Roundtable will be Mr. Shorrock, Mr. Rob Shorrock and Mr. Martin Alderman. Mr. Simon Hicks, who is the estate manager from Skinner's Kent Academy and supports the objection, but speaks on the Academy's behalf, will also be participating in the Highway Safety Roundtable. And in the Heritage Roundtable tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Ted Hood will participate on heritage matters.
Thank you very much, Ms Bird. Thank you. Can I assume that the order of witnesses that they will be called in is the same as we have corresponded about in the programme? There's no change to that. I think I've had comments from all parties that the most recent version of the programme was acceptable.
Yes, it's acceptable from the council, sir.
Thank you. Mr Jones and Ms Bird?
Yes, we've agreed to it, sir, yes.
Thank you.
As have we, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, I've had notification from a number of local residents who wish to speak. I'll invite them to do so later this morning after the opening submissions. Some residents will also be speaking at the Highways Round Table session this afternoon. And the list has increased in the last 48 hours. So I need to confirm this list, please, for the people who wish to speak. And in the order which they've been given to me, so no order of priority, it's just my list here. I have Councillor Paul Barrington King.
I can confirm, sir.
Thank you. I have Bob Hughes. Is Mr. Hughes here?
I don't believe he's logged in yet, sir, but I understand he will be speaking in the interested parties session.
Thank you. Stuart Forder.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forder. Guy Eve. Mr. Eve here. I can see him. I think you're on mute, Mr. Eve. Thank you, Mr. Eve. You just unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Sorry.
I can hear you, Mr. Eve. Yes, you're here. Thank you. Mr. John Pomeroy. Not here. Justin Lewis. Not here. I can school register this. Stephanie McMahon.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much, McMahon. Is it Mrs. McMahon or Ms. McMahon?
Mrs.
Mrs. Thank you. Now, I've also got Les Adey, who wishes to speak, but I know he's not available today, so I will give him an opportunity to speak at another time, which is convenient to the inquiry, if he so wishes. Councillor Pound. Here. Councillor Rogers. Councillor Goodship. Councillor Blackhouse.
I'm here, thank you. Did that come through okay?
Yes, I've got you. Thank you very much, Mr. Councillor Blackhouse. Thank you. Imelda Eve.
She is here, but I think I will speak on her behalf as well, if that's okay.
Okay. And Helen Firth.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And is it Miss Firth, Mrs. Firth?
Mrs.
Mrs. Thank you very much, Mrs. Firth. I also have Zoe Baker, Martin Alderman, and Simon Hicks, who've asked to speak at the Highways Roundtable session, and two of those people have already been mentioned by Miss Bird. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this inquiry? Just to be clear, and I will make this clear when we move into the right appropriate session, I'm not going to hear repeated evidence. So if you're going to say the same as the last person, then I will stop you. So I'm not going to hear repeated evidence. But is there anyone else who would like to speak at this inquiry?
Yes, please. I did actually register my request to speak at the inquiry.
Yes, I think you're speaking, Mr. Showick. Yes.
Yes, that's right.
You're speaking through the Rule 6 party, aren't you? So you've already been listed by Miss Bird.
Yes, I am, but also as an independent. So also as an independent person of interest.
Okay, so you wish to speak at the interested persons?
Correct.
Session. Okay.
Yes, hi, my name's Martin Alderman. I'd also like to speak as an interested party sometime this morning, please, as well.
Okay. Just to again remind you, I'm not hearing repeated evidence. So, I'll hear what you've got to say, but I'm not going to hear it again.
It's understood.
Okay, when you do speak, I will need to know who you are, your name and address, who you're representing, and any qualifications that you wish to have recorded. All those who do speak will, I assume, be happy to answer any questions on your evidence. That is our normal procedure. So we will proceed on that basis. Since we are on a virtual platform this week, I would ask if the council could ensure that there is an attendance list that is taken. I think it should be fairly simple on this virtual platform, and if that could be forwarded to my case officer, please, so that we could, so I know who is here each day effectively.
So that's, sorry, this is Emmeline Lambert. That's fine. At the moment, there are a number of people in the lobby who either don't have names attached to them or unusual names, I think is the most generous way I can put it. And Mr. Taylor, who's hosting this for the council, is going to let them in. But through you, please, could there be a request that their actual names are added so that we know that they are persons of interest, and also so that the council can keep an accurate list?
Indeed, thank you, Ms. Lambert. Now I can see that there is Dad here.
I'm terribly sorry. I don't know how to. My IT skills. This is because we use this every weekend ever since the pandemic for a family. Use Zoom for a family get together from often right across the globe, and I had this continual problem when I get onto a Zoom meeting that I turn up as Dad. I'm actually John Pomeroy, but I don't know how, if somebody perhaps whose IT skills are better than mine will show me how to become not Dad, but John Pomeroy. But I'm Dad for the family, obviously, and that's why it keeps appearing as Dad.
Thank you.
Do apologise.
I wondered, Mr. Pomeroy, whether someone from the council might be able to assist you outside of this inquiry, outside of this session. Well done. That's good. You've just turned up as John Pomeroy. That's excellent. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Well done. Well
Thank
done.
you.
See, as my family keep reminding me, I did a research degree without a computer. How do you do that? They said.
Thank you. Right, notification letters. I've received notification letters, please, of the council's of the appeal and of the date and time of the inquiry and the list of those to whom notification was sent. I have copies of all the representations made in response to the appeal notification and the original planning application consultation and the appeal notification, and I will take all these into account in reaching my decision. I'm now going to ask about various documents. For the benefit of the members of the public present, all documents that will be referred to this inquiry are available or should be available in the inquiry library, which is hosted online by the council on the planning pages of the council's website. As we progress through the inquiry, any new documents or evidence which I accept will be put on that website too. So I ask the parties to work together to please keep this library up to date, as it is a resource which we will rely upon for the effectiveness of the inquiry. I know that I and other inspectors find such online libraries very helpful. I'm sure others must do too. I will need the council to update the library each day with the addition of the inquiry documents as a new category. So, for example, the opening submissions today will go on as inquiry document 1, inquiry document 2, etc. I'm sure the council is familiar with that, but I'm grateful if they could keep that up to date. I have received proofs of evidence and summaries from the appellant, the council, and the Rule 6 party, which are the Friends of Sandown Park. I have read these proofs, so expect them to be largely taken as read. I also have received a number of rebuttals, and I've read those as well. And there is also, as Mr. Jones referred to, highways evidence as well. I have received various statements of common ground, which are helpful to me. These help to keep the focus on the areas of disagreement. This inquiry is essentially around those matters which remain in dispute. I have also received a list of suggested conditions, which we'll come on to in due course. Can the parties please update me on the section 1 of 6, please? I know I've seen various bits of correspondence that have updated case officer on where it is at. I understand that it's almost complete. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's engrossed and ready to go.
Yeah, I'll forward a copy over to the Inspectorate shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lambert, is that your understanding as well?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have received a still compliance statement. Thank you. I understand the council wish to submit some other evidence relating to 2 sites, and that this evidence are documents that are already produced for the local plan examination. Is this correct? Could you please update me on that, please?
So yes, they relate specifically to matters raised in the rebuttals of the appellant in relation to particular sites, in particular the cinema site and Woodsgate Corner. And these are the matter statements that have been prepared and sent to PINS already. So they do contain some very up-to-date, relevant information about the progress and deliverability of those sites. In our submission, they are relevant and will assist you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Are you aware of this from the council?
As of yesterday evening, and we'll in due course we'll have some submissions about that bit. But so then certainly they're not documents that are all in the public domain, because although I think Ms. Lambert may be right in saying they've been sent to PINS, certainly in respect to the cinema site, although it's matter 11 dated the 10th of June, and one wonders why it couldn't have been provided before rebuttals, but that's something we'll come on to in due course. It is not in the public domain. We had not seen it until yesterday evening, and it's not, as far as we understand, currently before the examination in public as a public document. So we don't believe that there is a good reason for the delay. If it was prepared on the 10th of June, that was before rebuttals. It's already been sent to you, sir, but we, as a matter of fairness, we've got to have an opportunity to look at it, and if we need to put in any further evidence, put it in, because that's my initial response. So as I said, we only got it yesterday evening.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I haven't got the documents. All I've been notified is that the council wished to submit them to me, and I wanted to raise them here in this inquiry before I decided whether I should accept them as evidence for this inquiry. Ms. Lambert, are you able to help us here, please?
Mr. Jones is right. They're not publicly available at the moment, but my instructions are that they will be published imminently. In relation to the timing of them being sent, they're sent in response to the rebuttal, not a rebuttal, but in response to the rebuttal. So whilst they may have been available before the rebuttals, they are sent in response to the rebuttal. And also, of course, until the policy team finalise those documents and until they're sent to PINS, the planning team don't become aware of them either. And so that's relevant to the timing also.
Thank you. And which session will they be relevant to?
So I'll have to check that.
Thank you. I just wonder whether if you and Mr. Jones could just have a discussion, or your team have a discussion at an appropriate time today during a break, so that his team is happy with them, and if you're both happy with them, then I'm happy to accept them as evidence if you're in agreement.
Yes, of course. And just for the record, of course, we would expect the appellant's team to have time in order to have a look at them because they're not publicly available yet. We understand that, and also understand the point being made that if there's anything that needs to go in response, then there will be.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, is that acceptable to you?
So yeah, I mean, I'll come back to you after I've spoken with Miss Lambert and we've seen. But yes, I'm happy for us to progress. Now, I wouldn't want to hold up the hearing now, and we can deal with it. It's not going to arise today, which is on transport and highways. So I think it's sensible that we have a chat outside the inquiry and see how we deal with it, particularly in the light of what may be happening in the EIP. Of course, for our clients, we're the same team that's appearing at the EIP, which has been postponed, but there's another advocacy team for the council. So we'll just have to liaise via them and Miss Lambert to find out how it's progressing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you. Just to check, Miss Bird, are you happy with the discussion which has just taken place?
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you. There was one other point I just wanted to raise in relation to people speaking, and I understand again this has come in this morning that I understand the council may wish to make a statement on behalf of a resident who can't be here. Is that correct? Can Ms. Lambert, are you able to help me with that one, please?
I'm just checking, but my understanding was it's that we were notified that Stephanie Moan, who I think has been introduced to the inquiry, would be speaking on behalf of Charlotte Raleigh.
Okay.
So it's not that the council is speaking on behalf of anyone, but we were hoping to relay the message to you on behalf of them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Inspector, sorry, Mr. Inspector, one other point. I hope you've got this recorded. There is another person who wants to speak as an interested party but cannot attend today. And my understanding was that Antonia had suggested that we could find a slot for that person next week when they get back from leave.
Mr. Adey, is that correct?
No, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Hughes. Is that Bob Hughes?
Bob Hughes, yeah.
Okay. So he's not available this week?
No, he's away on holiday.
Okay. I'm happy to hear from him, but we are tight for time next week. We've got more time this week. Next week we are tight for time, and so I'll do my best to fit him in. I expect that all interested persons will make only a short statement, and I'm happy to see where we might be able to fit him in next week.
Okay, if you think it's going to be very difficult, what I can do, because I've got his statement, I can text him. He's in a part of the UK where apparently there's not very good communication, but I could text him and find out if he's comfortable that if I could read his statement to you sometime this week, if that would be convenient.
We could do that way. We could do it that way, or we could agree effectively a 10-minute, 5-minute slot before we start one of the sessions next week.
That'd be good. I think it'd be preferable if he delivers his statement. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Okay. Just be aware that the later in the inquiry it is given, we may have covered evidence in relation to that particular matter as we progress, but we can proceed on that basis.
I don't think it is. I think the points that he wishes to raise is on a specific issue, which I think is unlikely to be covered by anybody else before then.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Right, we do have a fair number of people here from who are interested persons who may not be familiar with the inquiry process. So I will just explain to the inquiry what is happening in terms of procedure. So I shall follow the procedure which is set out in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules. I will explain this now. I have produced a programme in consultation with the 3 main parties. We've had to work around constraints such as the availability of space in the town hall and other commitments of witnesses. This week will mainly comprise of roundtable sessions. Next week, evidence will be presented more formally and witnesses will be the subject to cross-examination. And that will take place in the town hall. So when I've concluded my opening remarks, I will invite the appellant and the counsel and the Rule 6 party to each make a brief opening statement, which should be no longer than 10 minutes. This will help everyone to understand the main arguments. Then I will hear from those interested persons who said that they wish to speak. As I have said, those who give evidence will normally be expected to answer some questions on their evidence from the appellant's advocate. I may also have some questions. Then this afternoon, we shall move on to the Highways Roundtable session. This is a structured discussion led by me. Before we start that session this afternoon, I will set out some more details of how that will be conducted. Then tomorrow afternoon, we will have roundtable sessions on trees and on heritage before we move to landscape on Thursday. On Thursday afternoon, we shall discuss potential planning conditions agreed suggested by the council and the appellant. These are conditions that would be imposed should I decide that the appeal should be allowed. This is standard procedure. It does not indicate that I've made up my mind on the case and has not weakened the position of any party. We will not sit on Friday. Next week, I will hold a site visit on Monday afternoon, following a route which has been proposed by the council and the appellant. Whilst representatives of the main parties will be present, there will be no discussion of the case itself on site. The site visit is merely for me to see the site and the surrounding area. At the request of the Friends of Sandown Park, I will make a further visit during the week next week, specifically to look at the Blackhurst Lane Junction at morning peak hour. And this visit will be unaccompanied. We will then move into formal presentation of evidence in chief and cross-examination on Tuesday. We'll deal with Greenbelt issues. On Wednesday, we'll move on to housing need. And on a Thursday, we will deal with the planning balance. On Friday morning, we will have a roundtable session on the Section 106 agreement before we adjourn. Closing submissions will be made online. In my programme, my first programme, I think I did put Wednesday the 15th, and I just want to clarify, it was an error. I'm actually available for either Friday the 15th or Wednesday the 13th. So I just want to clarify from the main parties as to whether they actually understood it to be Friday the 15th or Wednesday the 13th.
So we understood it to be Friday the 15th, and actually we would be unavailable on Wednesday the 13th because we will be at the EIP session on that day.
Thank you. Ms. Lambert?
I diarised Friday the 15th.
Thank you. I hope Ms. Bird, you were the same.
I was the same, yes, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. This programme may change depending on how we progress during the inquiry. Next week in particular is quite tight, and I will be grateful to the advocates in helping us keep to the programme. Please be concise around, for example, the evidence in chief, remembering that I've read each witness's proof of evidence. I'm not inviting any applications for costs, but if anyone intends to make an application for an award of costs, then this should be done here before I close the inquiry. And just remind you that in addition, I have the power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not applications have been made by the parties. And if I were to do this, it would be follow a written process with a relevant party after the appeal decision is issued. Are there any comments on the running order, please?
So not from the council. Would you be content for the council to put the timetable on the core documents website so that everybody can access it easily?
I would. It may change.
May change. It will say indicative.
Indicative, yes. I think we're on version 3. I think was the version I sent out. I'm happy for that to go out to assist members of the public to know what the programme is. Okay, thank you. Thank you. In terms of working through each day, we will obviously fit round where we are, but I would be aiming for a break around at 1 o'clock each day. I think it's now been agreed that we will commence at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we'll take a mid-morning break. We will probably start around 2 o'clock in the afternoon if we finish at 1. And then we'll finish at by 5 each day with a mid-afternoon break. Now, if people wish to have breaks at any other time, and I'm particularly thinking about those giving evidence, then please let me know. Okay, thank you. In terms of plans, I just wish to make sure that the list of plans that which has been submitted that would appear on the plans condition should I allow the appeal is correct. And in the suggested conditions, there are a number of plans listed: site location plan, an illustrative site plan, land use plan, an illustrative site plan on survey plan, a site parameters plan, a tree protection plan, barrel plan. And then it says plans submitted with statement of case, which is a further revision of the illustrative master plan, revision M, and a further plan on the tree protection plan, which says new topo 2021. Now, according to the delegated report, version M of the illustrative site plan was not taken into account by the council when it's made its decision. So obviously we can't have a plans condition that says cannot refer to 2 versions of the same plan. We can come on to this when we look at the plans conditions at the appropriate time, but I'm just wanting to know whether your teams could have a look at this for me during the inquiry, but outside of our sitting time, as it were. I've tried to compare the two illustrative site plans, and there is a difference. It mainly seems to be around the ancient woodland, but there may be other differences that I've not spotted. So I'd be grateful if you could just have a look at that for me, please, as to which is the illustrative site plan that I should be taking into account, and on which, if the appeal was allowed, should go on to the plans condition. Similarly, the tree protection plan was not considered by the council when it made its decision, I assume. So again, that one needs to be resolved. I appreciate it. It might be me who is just getting confused by plans, so forgive me if that's the case. And then there is a document which I have, which lists the plans and drawings taken into account, and that has version K, or the illustrative master plan listed, but it also has other plans such as landscape master plan, which is not on the suggested plans condition. I just wonder whether it should be. I mean, you may not wish to be going to this now. You may not be able to help me now, but if you can, if you know the answer, that'd be good. If you don't, I'm very happy for you to come back to me at some point during the inquiry with the answers to those questions.
I can help you now, sir, on the illustrative site plan. It should be version M. So that was the version that was submitted with the statement of case. And the only difference is we've removed a strip of parking, bearing in mind it's an outline application and the layout is illustrative. We've moved a strip of parking that ran adjacent to the ancient woodland buffer, which is on the southeastern corner of the development. So it should be revision M. The tree protection plan. So actually this statement of common ground and the list of conditions was prepared prior to the rebuttals, and there is an updated tree protection plan in the rebuttal. So it would be that drawing reference number that we would ask to be conditioned. And the landscape master plan, again, it is based on an illustrative layout, but that's something that we haven't discussed, and I can discuss that with the council's planning officer offline. But we would be happy in principle for that to be conditioned.
Thank you, Ms. Miles. Ms. Lambert, are you able to? Does that accord with your understanding?
I have to take instructions, but may we have a reference to the tree protection plan, the updated tree protection plan? And then I can take instructions and come back to you later, sir.
The reference I have is 173353-02, New Topo 2021.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. Can I come back to you?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir, the reference, so it's the one in the rebuttals. So it's barrel plan reference 17353-8.
Right, okay.
And that came in with the rebuttal brief on the 13th of June. So it's slightly updated. If necessary, we can talk about the plan in the tree roundtable session.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I need to be clear, obviously, when we're hearing evidence, but also for the plans condition. Thank you. Thank you. So I will await you coming back to me on that. In terms of main issues, at the case management conference, the inspector, who wasn't me who conducted the case management conference, put forward that he considered the main issues would be what the main issues would be. They mainly come from the reasons for refusal, and these are set out in the case management conference note. At this stage, I say no reason to depart from them, and indeed the proofs of evidence and the inquiry programme are based around them. So the main issues are the extent to which the proposal is consistent with government policies for the green belt, including whether any harm by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm, including effect on the openness of the green belt and the purpose of including land within it, would clearly be outweighed by other considerations so as to amount to very special circumstances necessary to justify development. The effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, with particular regard to assessing of the high wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty. The effect of the proposed development on the special interest of nearby heritage assets, with particular regard to the Royal Tunbridge Wells Conservation Area and the setting of Pembury Grange, and the effect of the proposed development on existing trees and ancient woodland. The inquiry will also look at any benefits to be weighed in the overall planning balance, including the position regarding housing land supply, the need for specialist residential accommodation, and any implications of not proceeding with the scheme. The council and the appellant have both agreed with me that these are the main issues subject to the matters subject to other matters such as Section 106 being resolved, which it sounds like it is. I am aware that the Friends of Sandown Park and a number of residents have concerns about highways issues, and we will hear evidence on that this afternoon. Highways is potentially capable of being a main issue, but I will reserve my judgment on that until after this afternoon's session. Does anybody have any comments about these main issues? No, thank you. That concludes my opening remarks. Are there any queries about any procedural matter or any other matters before we commence? Mr. Jones, I think you might be. You're
Thank you, sir.
Likely to speak.
Yeah, I know. So there's a bit of a delay, and Miss Miles is organising the pressing the buttons because she's much more competent than me. The only thing is when we come on to opening on the case management note, it indicated openings up to 30 minutes. So you've just indicated 10 minutes. I've prepared in writing as well, as per your direction, the opening statement. I will try and get it into 10 minutes, but I just wanted to explain. There are bits I don't need to read out in any event, like the main issues, but I just thought I'd explain that that's why it is what it is. We were just working off of that, but I will endeavour to get it in the time period you've now indicated, sir.
Yes. I won't stop you, Mr. Jones. I'm sure that you'll do your best to, and yeah, I'm not. It's absolutely fine. If Ms. Lambert, do you have any comments on that?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, right. Thank you for everyone for bearing with me. I will. So, Mr. Jones, I think you said you. Well, let's proceed now with. Let's not take a break now unless we need to. Let's proceed with openings. And I will invite Mr. Jones to make his opening statement on behalf of the appellant.
Have you circulated it? Been circulated. So if we just if you 1 moment, Miss Miles is just about to circulate it electronically, and I'll just wait till she confirms that's done.
And it might take a moment for me to get it because it has to go through the case officer.
I can, and I hopefully so you've received the list of appearances. Previously.
If I haven't, I will certainly leave that with me, Mr. Jones. I will get hold of that. Thank you. I've not yet received the opening statement, though.
It's been transmitted, so it's just a question of coming through hopefully, have you copied it to me?
Well, I can't send it to the inspector, it has to go.
No, have you sent it to
I'll
me?
send it.
Should we just take a quick 5-minute break
Yes.
whilst that finds its way to me? It is now 10 to 11, so we'll recommence at 5 to 11, and hopefully all parties will have received that opening statement by then. Okay, thank you. We'll just adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I have received the opening submission from the appellant now. So, Mr. Jones, I'm ready to hear your submission when you're ready to start.
Thank you very much, sir. So, by way of introduction, sir, paragraph 1, we set out what the outline application is for. And could I just emphasize, this is an outline application, and it is for a community care with use class C2 of up to 108 units. And we set out the associated facilities, and that all matters are reserved save for means of access, which are set out, and I won't read in paragraph 1. The appeal proposal therefore seeks to establish the principle of the development of a C2 care community on the appeal site, along with the details of the means of access from Sandown Park. The applicant, the appellant, as you've already indicated, sir, is Cooper Estate Strategic Land, long historic Kent strategic land holders. They have a preemption agreement with Orderly Villages. Orderly Villages provide high quality retirement properties and care for older people. Orderly successfully manages 19 villages in the UK, including many in historic settings, including those in the Green Belt. We then, sir, have identified the main issues having regard to the reasons for refusal, and I won't read them out because they in terms echo what's in the case management note. There are 4, and the 4th is whether the development may result in harm to trees, and that includes, obviously, as you've seen in the evidence, consideration of whether sufficient buffer to identified ancient woodland. The council, for the record, agreed to withdraw the 5th reason for refusal, which was details about renewable energy as a matter that can be dealt with at reserved matters. As you've already noted, sir, Rule 6 Party, Friends of Sandown Park, has formed, and it raises concerns with regard to the impact of the proposal on the highway network. So you'll see and you'll hear later today, and you're already aware, the relevant Highways Authority, Kent County Council, National Highways have been fully consulted and involved in the application process. The application has not been refused on highway safety grounds, and it's agreed by all experts, and as we see, including, it appears, those instructed by the Friends of Sandown Park, that the residual cumulative impact of the development would not be severe in accordance with the NPPF. So the development plan comprises the same policies of the 2006 local plan, the core strategy of 2010, and the Tunbridge Wells site allocation DPD of 2016. The adopted development plan does not contain any policies that proactively seek to deliver accommodation for older people. Notwithstanding, so you'll have seen our best efforts. A list of policies relevant to the appeal has been agreed with the council. Then we say many of the policies cited by the council are either not compromised by the proposal, by what that we mean, the development complies with those policies, or will only become relevant at reserved matter stage. And so we say not relevant to the main issues of this appeal, and nor were they cited in the reasons for refusal. We point out the suggested planning conditions will assist in guiding future reserved matter submissions to ensure accordance with policy. And then we draw attention to the council's decision notice, which refers to various policies which we set out paragraph 11, but I don't read out at this moment. Turning then to paragraph 12, we say limited weight should be attributed to SAVE policy MG1 and EN23 of the local plan and core policies 2 and 14 of the core strategy. We do accept appropriate weight can be given to the SAVE policies which we list there and the local plan and core policies 4 and 8 of the core strategy. As you've already heard and are aware, the examination of the submission local plan is now underway, but there are significant objections to the plan. Although the examination has progressed beyond stage 1, the inspector has declined invitations not only from us, but from other residents groups to make a formal ruling that the council has discharged the duty to cooperate. But he has found that they can progress beyond, and so, as you'll see, so other matters of the plan are being examined. Overall, we say little weight can be attached to its policies, but nonetheless, the submission local plan does confirm that land must be released from the green belt, along with the allocation of major development within areas of outstanding natural beauty in order to meet identified needs for housing, including the needs of older people. Paragraph 14, very shortly, it's agreed with the council the proposed care community falls under use class 2, and so we give the reference that's clear in the description of development and also the provision of the section 106. The need then for older persons housing, it's critical to increase the provision of extra care at national level, and you'll have seen the references to PPG and the recent social care white paper, People at the Heart of Care. This is mirrored by the strategic direction of Kent County Council Adult Social Care, placing a much greater emphasis on extra care housing being an alternative to residential care. Older people, as you're aware, sir, are a protected category under the public sector equality duty, which requires public bodies to have due regard to the need to eliminate discrimination, advance equality of opportunity, and foster good relations between different people when carrying out their public duties and activities. A lack of suitable housing options results in too many people staying in hospital unnecessarily or moving to residential care prematurely instead of recovering in their own home. We make it clear extra care is not a care home. It is a person's own home in a specifically designed community. By moving at the right time, a variety of benefits can be realised by residents in terms of health and well-being, with resultant benefits to family, the NHS, local housing markets. Residents feel safe and supported living in extra care, particularly during the pandemic, where care villages provide a safe haven for those in need of care and support. So we also invite, in a matter we can discuss at a different stage, but during the hearing, to invite the inspector, some of your colleagues have done, either alone or accompanied, to visit an existing Audley Village extra care scheme, and we can make suitable arrangements. We do say that because there is, we find, misunderstanding in local authorities and elsewhere, not suggesting you, sir, but the differences between residential care and extra care. Your colleague Rachel Pipkin in the Edenbridge Golf Club case, which you will have seen, found KCC's assessment of need entirely lacking in clarity. We're not provided with any transparency in terms of the prevalence rate used for extra care need or the additional provision required to meet the needs of 30% of older people assumed to be moving from residential care to housing with care over the 10-year period from 2021. The existing prevalence of extra care housing in Tunbridge Wells Borough Council is 16 units per 1,000 older people aged over 75 years over both private and affordable tenure. This means that there is a supply to just 1.6% of this age cohort. While there's no specific methodology for assessing need, more recent appeal decisions have been based on a prevalence rate of 40 units per 1,000 for private extra care. This provision rate is to be preferred as it reflects the current critical need for additional supply to increase the level of extra care as an alternative to residential care, to include need for those aged 65 to 74, and to reflect the increase in need for extra care as a result of the pandemic. On this basis, you will have seen we say there is an unmet need for 337 private units in 2025, the earliest the appeal scheme can be made available, increasing to 408 private units by 2038, should both schemes currently with planning permission in Tunbridge Wells Borough Council's local authority area be developed. A lack of suitable supply means that elderly people will have little option but to remain in their existing homes at a time when they may require increasing levels of support and care, all of which, so as I'm sure you appreciate, can lead to anxiety, isolation, issues in respect of accessing consistent and reliable domiciliary care. Unless sites are specifically allocated for extra care provision, and you'll have seen the evidence, the developers of schemes are unable to compete for sites. There is a current identified need for additional extra care, and it is unlikely that all of the suggested pipeline schemes will come forward in the medium term to address this need. When older people have a housing and care need, they cannot afford to wait. That need is urgent, and by waiting, they may be left with no alternative but to move directly to residential care. Lifetime homes do not provide a similar level of support to older people who are in need of care. They are not therefore directly comparable. An additional provision will not address, and you'll hear further evidence on this, the need for housing with care. PPG advice is clear that the need to provide housing for older people is critical. It's the only housing need couched in such immediate terms. The Tunbridge Wells Borough Council Housing Needs Study indicated that around 19% of older people aged over 65 would consider extra care housing, over 8% to buy. Kent County Council advised that occupancy levels in their extra care schemes was at over 99% during the pandemic. The housing needs study suggests that over 33% of those aged over 65 who wanted to move were unable to do so. The population aged 65 is expected to grow by circa 40% in the Tunbridge Wells Borough Council area over the planned period between 2020 and 2038. And it's common ground, sir, between us and the council that the appeal scheme will help meet the existing identified need for housing with care. If the rapidly increasing requirement for additional provision is not adequately met, it will impact on elderly people's quality of life, health and well-being, and no doubt on their friends and family. Now, meeting that need, the Statement of Common Ground agrees there's an existing supply of 183 extra care units. It's been agreed that a further 161 EC units are, quote, in the pipeline. The submission of the local plan proposes sites for allocation for extra care. These sites are, and I'll just deal with them very quickly, Woodsgate Corner, Pembury, specialist housing for older people, either as extra care, approximately 80 units, and or residential care, approximately 120 units. I'll return to that in a moment. There's a strategic site at Paddock Wood for which the policies in the plan require provision of housing for older persons. And there's a strategic site at Toobley Village for which the policies in the plan require provision of housing for older persons. Those are all in the emerging plan to which there are substantial objections. The Woodsgate Corner site is owned by Tesco's and leased to Henley Group with an extant permission for a park and ride. Henley recently sought permission for a motor village. This was refused because it failed to achieve sustainable development and lacked exceptional circumstances, council said, to justify major development in an area of outstanding natural beauty. Nevertheless, the submission's local plan has preferred to allocate that site within an area of outstanding natural beauty to the appeal site outside of an area of outstanding natural beauty, although the appeal site is within 500 metres and on the existing urban edge of the borough's main town. In any event, this should be, that nay should be any event even, that should be if this site were to come forward as a dual alternate allocated site, there is of course no certainty that it would deliver extra care. It might deliver a care home. And we say it cannot therefore be relied upon for extra care when it's allocated as well for an alternate use. Alternate being alternate, not mixed. There are also significant unresolved objections for the two strategic site allocations to which I referred. Neither allocation is backed by a developer operator, but even if it were, it is widely accepted, and we give the reference in the footnote, I won't read it, that large-scale strategic sites can be slow to deliver, and the extra care operators can find it difficult to compete with sites with residential. And if successful, they're often in the latter phases of phase development. Therefore, these two allocations, notwithstanding the objections that are being pursued at the EIP, in any event, even if they do survive, they're unlikely to deliver any extra care units until the end of the plan period, and will do nothing to a short unmet need. Indeed, it was stated by the council, the LIP last week, that these sites are not expected to start until 2031 at the earliest, and will deliver housing but beyond the planned period. So it's quite possible that the extra care will be part of the later phases, because there is no fixed phasing as yet in the draft policy. The council has also introduced an additional site late in the day through the planning proof of evidence. This is one you've heard about and mentioned. So there's the former cinema site. You'll see it when we get to the council offices. If you've not seen it before, it'll be addressed by the appellant which has been addressed in our planning rebuttal. Has a long, complex history. It's been an extant and implemented permission for 108 units of C3 housing for over 65s. There's no explicit requirement for the occupants to be in receipt of extra care, no reference to extra care within the officer's report. And the Section 106 obliges the owner to pay education contributions, amongst others, which would not be expected in C2 extra care development. We don't think the site can be relied on to deliver extra care. And then, so you heard at the 11th hour yesterday, we say without any good reason for the delay, council sought to provide additional information which purports to address the appellant's concern regarding the delivery of the cinema site. by retirement villages for 165 extra care units. This is a matter we reserve the right, of course, to respond. I don't think it's objected to, if necessary, more fully. But even on its face value, it doesn't address the points we made, deal with it very quickly. The Statement of Common Ground at Appendix 1 of Matter 11 statement of the EIP confirms that standard permission for the 108 units is commercially unviable. It's therefore clear that extant permission cannot be relied on by the council to meet its extra care needs. So the question remains as to what weight should be attached to the council's pre-app discussions, its planning performance agreement with retirement villages for an alternative scheme. We say none, and we will make it clear that this site does not accord with the definition of deliverable in the MPPF. Whilst we acknowledge the site is an allocation, it's been vacant for 22 years. And as discussed in the planning rebuttal, there's a weak railway tunnel beneath it. And whilst the Statement of Common Ground at Appendix 1, Matter 11 states retirement village have appointed a technical team, that doesn't mean that's not sufficient to give confidence that concerns that have thwarted others will be overcome. And as I say, we will return to this in due course. Further, the weight to attach to the retirement village proposal would now be to, in effect, predetermine the outcome of their application, which may or may not be popular given the loss of the cinema that was previously proposed and the additional height of the proposed buildings and impact on adjacent heritage assets and townscapes. So we're a very early stage, actually, with the cinema site. So overall, there's a clear unmet need for older persons, extra care housing in the borough and wider catchment area. This need will not be met by the council's committee developments or proposed allocations. And this is against the critical need for such housing that exists in the borough. Then I deal with alleged harms. Heritage Pembury Grange. Grade 2 Pembury Grange building has been assessed in detail, and you've got the evidence with Historic England's guidance and relevant national and local policy. The setting of the building, so you'll see, has undergone fundamental change in both its extent and character in the 20th and 21st century. This has changed the extent to which parts of the building's former estate, including the site, now contribute to its significance. The low contribution of the site to the significance of the listed building has been identified by the appellant's heritage consultant objectively and reflects over 80 years of divergent use, ownership, demolition, built development, and other change in the vicinity of the building, not least the A21. Evidence demonstrates that the extent and character of the former estate is now understood primarily from documentary sources, not the actual experience of the building within the edge of a 20th century residential built area and its much reduced private grounds. In this case, documentary sources, whilst of course relevant to the assessment of setting, are outweighed, we say, by the actual physical experience and visual context of the building surroundings as they now exist. Whilst all cases are assessed on their facts, the courts have acknowledged the visual relationship is a factor which is most likely to be most visual and physical, most likely to be, and then you can delete the most physical and physical, to be most likely to be the most obvious factors in assessment of setting. Others, such as noise, of course, may be relevant, but the physical and physical relationship, we say, will be reinforced by your site visit. And you may have already gone to the site on public vantages before, I know not. In terms of the proposals as a physical change within the setting of the listed building, the provider orderly have extensive experience in delivering residential schemes, and the proposals will incorporate extensive landscaping, retention, enhancement, to respect the character and context of the site, and that will be brought forward by reserved matters. As a contribution to the site to the significance of the much altered listed building is low, the potential impacts of the proposed development are correspondingly limited to a negligible degree of less than substantial harm in the context of the scope provided for delivering an exceptionally high quality scheme. Whilst any less than substantial weight, and you can delete the stray bracket, whilst any less than substantial weight, can you just delete the word weight, harm, however small or negligible, must be given great weight, and there's various authority for that. Greater weight is given where the harm to the asset is greater and where the significance of the asset is greater. The conservation area, we say the site is not designated or formally noted for its landscape quality. The site is objectively a minor element of the wider setting of the Pembury Road character area of the Royal Tunbridge Wells Conservation Area. It's not an appreciable element, we say, of the way in which the character area is experienced. And you have the expert evidence, you'll go on site, you've got the landscape and visual appraisals. The contribution of the site to the significance of the conservation area is therefore considered by the appellant's heritage consultant to be neutral, so no harm. The proposed development demonstrably will not alter the experience of approaching or being within the conservation area. As such, no potential impacts are identified by the appellant's heritage consultant in respect to its significance. In terms of green belt, we explain why the council's Sheila has a disconnect from the council's green belt studies, and we will explain that whilst the development on the appeal site would represent a clear spatial infringement of the concept of openness, I mean, that's inevitable with inappropriate development, there would be very limited visual change. And as a consequence, the perceived harm to the essential character of openness would be small, very small. We address the relevant purposes of including land within the green belt and demonstrate the contribution of the site to its purpose is small, and the level of overarm harm would, as a consequence, also, we say, be small. Landscape and visual amenity. Visually, we demonstrate the site is extremely well contained, and whilst there will be effects on receptors using the track that runs between the two parts of the site, the effects on the wider visual amenity will be minimal. We show that there will be no effects on the adjacent high-wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty itself, and only minimal effects on its setting. We show that in landscape character terms, whilst there will clearly be effects on the site itself, the proposals would be entirely compatible with the surrounding character of surrounding landscape, and the impact will be limited. We also show the status and character of Sandown Park, the track and Blackhurst Lane, show that neither have any particular value or elevated status in any of the documentation reviewed. And then we explain why there will be no effect on the important landscape approach or conservation area found along Pembury Road. The trees, we believe there's very little real issue, and this is where we think the nature of the outline application has been lost. Actual tree impact via loss of existing trees is completely restricted to those identified as requiring removal for management reasons, irrespective of the development, T3, T7, T10, T30. This, as I said, is an outline scheme. Not only has it not been demonstrated by the council that no acceptable solution would be available at reserved matter stage, the appellant has gone further than required and is able to demonstrate an indicative layout that would be policy compliant, deliverable without the need of premature tree loss. Mr. Mashman's primary concern on specific trees are those relating to to proposed surfaces and below ground services. We give the references. However, importantly, as you will have noted, sir, in section 503, page 16 of the rebuttal, he correctly sets out in principle his acceptance that levels on the site would accommodate a custom design approach without adverse tree impact. And that's where we say there is a misunderstanding by the council as to the nature of an outline permission and the approach. Protected trees can continue to be protected by tree preservation order, and they can be extended to any new structural tree planting included within a reserve matters application. And then 45, we say it thus comes down to whether whether there is sufficient information to a working construction level which would provide comfort for a positive consultation response. Now, the question, however, is that given that Mr. Mashburn accepts that a solution in principle is available and that the application is outlined, we don't say that this is really capable of being a reason for refusal. We can also demonstrate, you'll see the case study evidence of a no-dig surface across the raising gradient, as well as case study of below ground utilities. Again, detail for progress scheme on these matters will be fully conditioned on a reserve matters application. An agreement on the ancient woodland buffer, that of standing advice 15 metres, should now be achievable based on the information to hand. And we give the plan reference. Even if one were to apply the unadopted emerging policy, there is no requirement for a 25-metre buffer to come into play on this site. The site's specifics, the visually definable edge of the woodland, and the fact the adjacent land is being managed for agricultural purposes means that a 15-metre buffer is sufficient to provide robust protection. Additionally, root protection areas of all trees within the woodland, including the noted veterans, are fully accounted for by the indicative scheme and can be suitably annexed by a construction exclusion zone. So such protective approaches can be secured by appropriately worded planning conditions. So coming to very special circumstances, it is clear that there is very little harm flowing from the proposal. Given the council's acceptance of an unmet housing need and a specific need for elderly persons accommodation, and that significant weight can be attributed to this in considering whether the proposal constitutes sustainable development, and that this provides substantial weight in favour of the scheme, we say planning permission should be granted when all material considerations and relevant planning policies are weighed in the balance. Paras 147, 148 of the framework requires substantial weight to be given to harm to the green belt. In this case, there are very special circumstances. We say clearly outweighs the harm to the green belt and other harm. Para 199 of the framework requires that when considering the impact of proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation, and more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. This is irrespective of whether any potential harm amounts to substantial total loss or less than substantial harm. It's agreed that harm is less than substantial harm in this case, and in line with para 202 of the framework, where a development proposal would lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. It's undeniable we're in the midst of a housing crisis. Common ground, we don't have a 5-year housing supply, current position 4.6. Moreover, PBG identifies the need for older persons housing is critical. Given the projected increase in the number of older persons households, elderly people are also a statutory protected group. Their need is simply not being met. And then we point to the common ground at para 9.27 that the appeal scheme of up to 108 units of extra care for old persons, and it would make a valuable contribution to meeting the council's 5-year housing supply, help meet the identified need for specialist housing for older persons, help reduce demand on local public services and health resources, has the potential to release larger homes and under-occupied by older persons and to have social benefits for future residents in terms of health and well-being. So in the midst of the wider housing crisis, allowing persons to right-size by freeing up larger under-occupied houses, therefore bringing more families back into circulation, is a significant, family housing back into circulation is a significant benefit. Residents will have already been living in, many of them in the community, moved and registered with their local GP. Commonly, residents moving into extra care, into a care community will simply downsize, selling their existing property, freeing up under-occupied family housing, but where they can still maintain their social connections and somewhere where they can still call home. There is significant evidence of health and well-being to older persons from living in such specialist care. Can help combat isolation, promote physical fitness, staying fit and healthy, socially connected is proven to be beneficial and desirable, particularly in reducing hospital admissions. Therefore, we say the proposal could lead to a reduction in pressure on the local NHS and a significant NHS benefit to the scheme. The C2 proposal will also, there will also be on-site staff available to support residents. The support can assist in determining whether an external doctor is needed to be called, thereby reducing unnecessary visits by GP to a patient at home. Furthermore, planned GP visits can be combined so that multiple patients can be seen by one GP on one trip. And something that can't be done unless you're part of a special clinic. In the Westmoreland provision, your colleague recognised, para 42, the provision of specialist housing more likely to be suited to the needs of older persons is likely to encourage them to move and will make a valuable contribution to overall housing needs, which should be weighed in the balance. And at the recent appeal decision, Alban, another of your colleagues, recognised that similar to Tunbridge Wells, a large proportion of those aged over 65 were owner-occupiers, and a considerable number of older households under-occupy their homes. The evidence base for the submission local plan suggests a significant proportion of future household growth will generate a need for family-sized homes. This benefits the local housing market as well as a contribution made in terms of the national housing crisis to freezing up family owning housing through allowing this appeal. So like the inspector in Albon, as discussed at para 94 and 95 of the decision, this proposal should be given significant weight. As recognised by your colleague in the Albon report, the secure community environment and sense of independence can reduce social isolation, encourage greater fitness and healthy lifestyles. And it's reasonable to survive these factors likely to result in lower numbers of visits to the GP, reduced hospital admissions and overall savings to the NHS. So your colleague went on to attach significant weight to those social benefits. And we say the same view can be reached in this case. There are also employment benefits, which we've set out, much needed jobs in connection with the operation of care to care community. And it's estimated between 50 and 60 jobs will be created on the site in a wide variety of occupations with staff on site 24 hours a day. While the proposal has its own facilities, it's also likely that development will generate some further spending and interaction with local shops and facilities by construction workers and staff, new resident population and visits to them. So we say significant weight should be attached to the economic benefits. Biodiversity, an updated biodiversity metric has been submitted to the council, demonstrates 21% increase can be gained, and that's well in excess of the 10% required and in keeping with the 2023 target. So I now finally turn for matters that are not refusal. Other matters, highways, and as we say, we brought highways experts. Highway safety and impact on the highway network are not a reason for refusal or not reasons for refusal. KCC and the local highway authority have agreed the scope of the transport assessment that's contained in Appendix B, core document 2.02. National Highways, it's also been actively engaged, you will see, and third parties have nonetheless raised highways concerns. Friends of Sandown Park employed its own traffic consultants, Traffic Watch UK, and Rob Shorrock fairly concedes that having examined the matter, they are unable, that is Traffic Watch UK Limited, are unable to support any highways or traffic-based objections. So when you say highways and traffic objections are baseless, just very quickly, we have addressed them. There's no scope for providing vehicular access for providing the agreed vehicular access from Blackhurst Lane was not progressed, and that's been confirmed to you, sir. The proposed development is to provide the vehicular access by extending Sandown Park, as it provides sufficient carriageway width and pedestrian facilities on both sides. Pedestrian and cycle access via Blackhurst Lane was agreed to be beneficial, providing better access to the hospital garden centre and Tesco, and I refer to the technical note. On construction access, we've got a CMP proposed to be conditioned, which has been agreed with KCC and National Highways. The CMP will define construction work, vehicle routing and operational times, which will no doubt avoid starting and finishing times of Skinner Kent Academy. Trip generation, KCC agree the trip generations of the previous development. These show the site would generate 14 arrivals and only five departures in the morning peak hour, 8 to 9. During the evening peak hour, 5 to 8, the developments would generate 11 arrivals and 11 departures. So junction capacity, that's been assessed for the existing junction at Pembury Road and Blackhurst Lane and Hall's Whole Road, together with the proposed roundabout option, and they've been demonstrated. The development would not have a severe impact on the operation of this junction during mornings and evening peaks, as well as the afternoon school peak. Accidents, there's a review of the PIAs carried out for the last 5 years, for the latest 5 years of data, which shows there have been no PIAs on Sandown Park or Blackhurst Lane. KCC requested in their email of September 2018, item 15 assessment should be made in both capacity and safety returns of Blackhurst Lane, Sandown Park Junction, which is very busy as school starts, start and finish time, and that's dealt with in core document transport assessment. School assessment period, peak periods. At the request of KCC, the TA considered impact of development during the peak school operational times, undertaking an additional survey October 2019. Subsequently agreed with KCC, the greatest volume of traffic movements came during the PM peak hour, 5 till 6 in the evening. Therefore, no further capacity was needed during school finish time, 3 to 4. That's section 8.3. The junction of Pembury Road, Blackhurst Lane, is proposed to be upgraded to a roundabout following the implementation of development land east of King's Standing Way, Royal Tunbridge Wells. An assessment of the operation, as you've seen, of that junction, together with the appeal site traffic, has been undertaken and agreed by KCC. The appellant's evidence, therefore, in conclusion, and we set out a series of bullet points, which I don't think I need to read in full. Sustainable development, much needed C2 housing, contributing to the significant boost of land supply, reducing demand on local public services, including health, assisting freeing up family houses, providing a range of social benefits, creating employment, economic benefits, safe access to the rail, main high network, and provide a considered and tailored design solution that is involved through a thorough consideration of the context of the site. And this is one that would not adversely affect the setting of the high wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty and is considered a good neighbour overall. It causes a negligible level of less than substantial harm to the significance of Pembury Grange, grade 2 listed designated heritage asset, and neutral impact on the significance of the conservation area. And whilst great weight is attached to the harm, it's considered that the harm is clearly outweighed by the identified public benefits. The development would not result in harm of loss of ancient woodland and provides a 21% buffer biodiversity net gain, including new tree and landscape planting. Results in some harm to the openness of the green belt. We accept we can't build without some form of harm, but this harm is minimal and the very special circumstances exist that clearly outweigh the harm to the green belt. The other harm, including but not only the less than substantial harm to the heritage assets, which great weight is given, and limited harm to landscape. Harm to landscape shouldn't be highlighted. It doesn't have any particular significance, just an error with my highlighter pen on the computer. The tilted balance at Roman 2 of para 11, para D, is not disapplied by footnote 7 of the framework. And so as such, tilted balance is engaged. We say the evidence demonstrates that adverse impacts of the scheme do not significantly justify the outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the framework as a whole. And that remains the same, even if one were to accept the council's characterisation of harm to heritage landscape and the green belt. And then just a little bit of timing that needs to be done by way of typo correction. Last paragraph, we'd be requesting the inspector to allow this appeal, delete should be allowed, and then just read on, enabling this much needed care community, and then delete allowed to go ahead. So we would be requesting the inspector to allow this appeal, enabling this much needed care community to go ahead. Sorry I've been longer, I tried to go earlier, but that's an overview of our case as it stands at present. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Thank you. Ms. Lambert, are you okay to present your opening submission, or do you need a break?
No, I don't need a break. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have received your opening submission. Thank you.
I'm grateful, and I sent a copy to my learned friends separately as well, so hopefully they have copies too. So these are the opening submissions on behalf of the council. As described in the Statement of Common Ground, the appeal site is located to the northeast of Sandown Park and comprises 2 parcels of land bisected by a track that is enclosed by an avenue of mature trees. In total, the site is 5.76 hectares, The track is not a designated public right-of-way. However, the council was notified on the 15th of June that Kent County Council will be drafting an order to record a public footpath over the route, such that it would be added to the definitive map and statement of public rights-of-way. The conclusion in the delegated report is that a public right-of-way is reasonably alleged to subsist. The site is highly sensitive for a number of reasons. It is located outside of the defined limits to built development and is therefore located within the open countryside. It is within the setting of the high-wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty. It lies within the metropolitan greenbelt. The eastern boundary contains woodland, part of which is classified as ancient woodland, which is also protected by a tree preservation order. Trees on the southern and western boundaries are also protected by TPOs, and the trees adjacent to the track are also protected by one of the same TPOs. The site is part of the setting of Pembury Grange, a Grade 2 listed building located only 45 metres to the southwest. The southern corner of the site is approximately 318 metres from the boundary of the Royal Tunbridge Wells Conservation Area. It is a site with a small scale and irregular field pattern, with a picturesque quality and with features that are generally mature and intact. Mrs. Kirk states that the experience of the site is rural and relatively peaceful, and its containment by tree belts and woodland provide a rural character. The decision of the council: the application was refused by a decision notice dated the 17th of June 2021 for 5 reasons. Reason 5 is no longer defended, having been satisfactorily resolved during the course of the planning appeal. Turning then to the council's case and starting with policy. The council cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and the parties are agreed that the shortfall is 0.34 years. Irrespective of the shortfall, by virtue of footnote 7 NPPF, the council's position is that the ordinary planning balance applies. The council's development plan predates the NPPF, and it is accepted that the housing requirement is out of date, but that does not render all policies out of date, either when looked at individually or as a whole. The broad strategy of the core strategy is to direct development to the most sustainable areas, utilising brownfield land whilst protecting landscape, the green belt and assets of value, which is consistent with the NPPF. The council is making considerable progress with its new local plan, which has been submitted, is currently at examination, and has proceeded to stage 2. The council has done extensive work and assessment and identified sufficient sites to meet its overall housing need, and the needs of groups with specific housing requirements have been addressed. There is an existing supply of housing for older persons, and there is a pipeline supply, together with proposed allocations, sufficient to meet the need in this local planning authority area, even if a higher prevalence rate is used. The harms and benefits. Inappropriate development is by definition harmful to the green belt and should not be approved except in very special circumstances. Very special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the green belt by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm is clearly outweighed by other considerations. The balancing exercise to be conducted also requires the decision maker to have regard to other harm that would result from the proposed development. From the Red Hill Aerodrome case, the Court of Appeal clarified that the reference to other harm includes non-green belt factors. An inspector may therefore include in his balancing exercise any other matter relevant for planning purposes. The framework defines one of the essential characteristics of the green belt to be its openness. There is no formal definition of openness in the framework, but it is a matter of settled law that openness means an absence of built form, and the courts have confirmed that the openness of the green belt has a spatial aspect as well as a visual aspect. Aside from the harm by definition, there is additional harm to the green belt on account of openness, which is both spatially and visually impacted. Furthermore, the development is contrary to various of the purposes served by the green belt, in that in particular, the site checks the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, prevents neighbouring towns merging into one another, and assists in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. The overall harm rating is assessed by Mrs. Kirk to be high, very high. The harm can be nothing other than substantial. This site also lies within the setting of the High Weald AONB and forms the southern setting to the AONB in this location. Mrs. Kirk states that the proposals would cause lasting harm to the setting of the AONB by severing the north-south countryside connection between the two parts of the designated landscape and by harming character of the site, which currently contributes positively to the setting of the AONB. The setting of the AONB should be carefully considered, and adverse impacts on the AONB should be minimised by virtue of paragraph 176 MPPF. Furthermore, the statutory duty under Section 85 of the Countryside and Rights of Way Act applies. Mrs. Kirk concludes there would be residual, moderate, adverse harm to the setting of the AONB. Mrs. Kirk also sets out that substantial adverse landscape effects are predicted within the site in the short and long term. Moderate adverse effects are assessed for the wider landscape, and substantial adverse and moderate adverse visual effects are also predicted over time. As set out in the Statement of Common Ground, the Grade 2 listed Pembury Grange building is agreed to be affected as less than substantial harm will be caused to the significance of it. The Council's position is that there is also less than substantial harm to the significance of the Royal Tunbridge Wells Conservation Area. The statutory duty under Section 66 of the Listed Buildings Act applies, and the harm identified to Pembury Grange attracts considerable weight in the planning balance. The Council's position is that protected trees are at risk, and that notwithstanding the Council is promoting a 25-metre buffer for ancient woodland in its submission local plan, a buffer not provided by the proposals, the minimum 15-metre buffer for ancient woodland is not provided at all locations in any event. Given that ancient woodland is irreplaceable habitat, the mapping of ancient woodland should be accurate. The design of proposals should be generous to this sensitive and important habitat, and should ensure that encroachment is not likely. The Council's position is that Para 1 ATC is engaged and there are no wholly exceptional reasons to justify such loss. The relevant policies in relation to greenbelt, landscape and heritage assets can be afforded full weight, and conflict with them is substantial in the planning balance. The benefits are housing for older persons, although no affordable housing, some social benefits and some economic benefits, and a more than policy compliant biodiversity net gain. To conclude, in this appeal, there are layers of harm, and so I pause there to note that the appellant has consistently, in the opening submissions, referred to the harms being small or negligible. These harms in the Council submission are significant, and there are a number of them. There are benefits, but these are overplayed. In any event, these benefits will be delivered elsewhere through pipeline supply and local plan provision. The benefits do not come close to overcoming the harms, let alone overcoming the high, very special circumstances hurdle. There are no benefits being provided to justify or outweigh permanent environmental harm to a highly sensitive site. And so in due course, you will be respectfully invited to dismiss the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lambert. Thank you. Ms. Bird, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm hoping that the Rule 6 parties statement has made its way to you. It's been sent to the other parties.
It did, yes, thank you. I've got it, yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the overwhelming majority of residents of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane do not want this development. 178 neighbour objections were received, raising a very wide range of concerns, with highway safety, traffic congestion and loss of greenbelt land a frequently recurring theme. There was one representation in support. FOSP represents many of the objectors, but not each and every one. And as you've heard, sir, our evidence for this inquiry will focus on the highway and heritage impacts. A non-resident wanting to understand why this proposal is so unpopular need only take a short walk or cycle ride down Sandown Park, away from Skinner's Kent Academy, to the end of the houses. The road becomes greener and quieter, and the start of a tree-lined path known as the Avenue is revealed. There are open views to the meadows on either side. Despite the A21 in the background, it is quiet, green, peaceful, and beautiful. There is a palpable sense of connection with the past, the meadows and avenue still recognisable as part of an old estate. These qualities are not only appreciable from a distance. The avenue has been used as a footpath for very many years, and is a claimed public right of way. As we've heard this morning from the council, Kent County Council have recently made a definitive map modification order on the basis that the right of way is reasonably alleged to subsist. The easily accessible tranquility that the land affords is a cherished part of daily life for many people living nearby. There's no need to get in the car or onto public transport or to cross a busy road to enjoy it. Walk out of the front door and in a few minutes you're there. At the north end of the avenue, you can turn back towards Tunbridge Wells, walking or cycling along Blackhurst Lane. At its northern end, woodland on both sides of the lane gives the impression of being in the middle of the countryside, especially in the summer when tree canopies form a green tunnel overhead. In contrast, the morning and evening peak traffic on Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, especially at the junction between the two, is far from cherished. Residents describe it as completely intolerable, dreadful, and unresolvable. If you were to begin your walk or bike ride during the morning peak, you would experience traffic queuing back along both Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane for up to 100 metres. You would see crowds of school children, some of them weaving through the line of traffic, waiting to turn left out of Sandown Park towards the Pembury Road junction, and parents dropping children off in the middle of the road. You may well see impatient drivers attempting to overtake queuing traffic. This scene is replayed every weekday during the evening peak, when the traffic queues may be a little shorter, but the effect is not very different. Unless you speak to a resident, you won't know that during the morning peak, it can take the best part of half an hour to get through the Sandown Park Blackhurst Lane traffic queue and the Pembury Road junction. If you're on a bicycle, you'll probably wish to avoid returning towards Tunbridge Wells along Blackhurst Lane or Sandown Park at around peak times to avoid the risk of riding alongside a line of stationary traffic where there is no cycle lane. If you cycle along Sandown Park towards Tunbridge Wells, you will almost certainly leave the carriageway if you can, taking the access on the left, which leads you away from the T-junction and safely onto Pembury Road. You might notice the dents in the pedestrian guardrails at the Sandown Park Blackhurst Lane junction, but you won't know that cars have crashed at this location unless you speak to someone who lives nearby or read local residents' accounts of accidents and near misses on Sandown Park in recent years. These, together with residents' entirely legitimate concerns about an increase in accidents if the development goes ahead, are set out in the neighbour responses, and no doubt so you'll give them full consideration and proper weight. Given the wide range of issues on which residents have objected to the proposal and to avoid overlap with the council's case, as you've heard, sir, 3 FOSP representatives will speak to the issues of highway safety and heritage. However, both Mr. Shorrock and Mr. Alderman have concerns of their own, and they've said they wish to air those very briefly in the interested parties session which follows this. As to FOSP's heritage case, it agrees with the entirety of the council's evidence on heritage impacts. Ted Hood, on behalf of FOSP, has provided a wealth of historical evidence based on his own extensive research to support the council's reason for refusal. The appeal site is not, as the appellant would have it, now severed from Pembury Grange. The wider surroundings have of course changed in recent decades, but the appeal site has remained undeveloped. It is still clearly recognisable as the setting for the house and experienced as such. The development would not be an incremental change to the setting, but a grave diminishment. On highway safety, 91 respondents have raised objections to the proposal on highway grounds. The appellant has provided a rebuttal proof of evidence responding to FOSP's concerns, and we're grateful to the inspector for including a roundtable session in the inquiry timetable. FOSP appreciates that in the absence of an objection from Highways England, now National Highways, and Kent County Council, it was inevitable that the council would not refuse planning permission on highway grounds. So no criticism of the council's position is intended. FOSP is also well aware that non-objections from statutory highway consultees carry significant weight. Nevertheless, it is not a foregone conclusion that the proposal complies with paragraph 111 of the MPPF. You're requested, sir, to keep in mind Kent County Council's policy of not objecting in borderline highway cases which could result in some worsening of an existing congestion problem, even if this worsening may seem locally significant. This policy was reported in 2019 and is understood to be current. It's common ground between FOSP and the appellant that proposals which do not have a severe residual cumulative impact on the road network may nevertheless be refused if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. It follows that a proposal which falls short of that severe residual cumulative impact on the road network may properly be refused if there's an unacceptable impact on the safety of a particular road or junction. And I'd like to pause at this point to address a point raised by Mr. Jones in his opening, which does not entirely accurately reflect FOSP's case. It was said that FOSP received advice from its traffic consultants that they were unable to support any highways and traffic objections. That's not accurate. FOSP engaged traffic consultants to look at the increase of traffic flow through the main junction, Pembury Road Junction, and the advice it was given was that the additional numbers would not have a severe impact on that flow. The question of highway safety is, we will say, a separate consideration. And FOSP was certainly not given advice that that objection could not be supported. So like severe, unacceptable is a qualitative term and a matter of course for planning judgment. We refer to the relatively recent case of Hawkhurst Parish Council and Tunbridge Wells Borough Council, which contains a helpful reminder of the principles. And those, of course, include the need to take into account relevant considerations and have sufficient information to be able to make a lawful assessment. FOSP submits that the appellant's transport assessment and transport technical notes taken together don't adequately assess the highway safety implications of the proposal, for the simple reason that these are scoped out by the personal injury accident analysis, or the PIA, which we do agree with, but that inadequacy is not remedied by the appellant's rebuttal proof on highway safety. The relevant PPG envisages that transport assessments will include injury accident records, but the key principle for preparing those TAs state that they should be tailored to particular local circumstances and other locally determined factors and information beyond those which are set out in the guidance may need to be considered in these studies, provided there is robust evidence for doing so locally. A further key principle which wasn't followed in this proposal is that engaging communities and local businesses in transport assessments can be beneficial for obvious reasons. FOSP submits that the single highway safety data point, the PIA, is insufficient in the particular circumstances of this proposal, given the lack of a formal crossing point for pupils from Pembury Road to Sandown Park, the concerns of 43 members of the public about the safety of school children on the road in the vicinity of SKA, and the lack of clarity about the implications of the proposed new roundabout for cyclist and pedestrian safety at the Pembury Road, Blackhurst Lane, Halls Hole Road junction. There is robust evidence for taking highway safety considerations into account over and above the PIA because of SKA's unequivocal objection to the proposal on highway safety and congestion grounds, FOSP's photographic evidence of collisions between vehicles and the safety barrier near Sandown Park, Blackhurst Lane, survey photos produced by Traffic Watch and exhibited by FOSP showing dangerous driver behaviour in the vicinity of the T junction, and widespread local concern about the highway safety impact of the proposal. Based on these concerns, FOSP highway cases that highway safety conditions, particularly in the vicinity of SKA, are already unacceptable. And the fact that collisions have so far not resulted in injury is not sufficient basis to conclude, in the particular circumstances of this appeal, that they are unlikely to do so in the future. The appellant's case on the likely minimal impact of the proposal on the strategic road network is not an answer to any of these legitimate evidenced highway safety concerns, which relate to local roads and not to the SRN. It's clear that KCC and National Highways have focused on the SRN impacts, and we say that's not appropriate in the circumstances of this particular proposal. There is a busy school in the vicinity which is already struggling to ensure the safety of crowds of pupils at an informal crossing, and there is evidence of high impact collisions on Sandown Park in the recent past. It's inevitable that the proposal will result in more traffic on Sandown Park. KCC insisted on the provision of 142 car parking spaces, which satisfies the requirement for a C3, not a C2 development. In addition to residents, visitors and staff, it's inevitable that there will be an increase in the numbers of delivery drivers and service vehicles on Sandown Park. The appellant has not provided any robust evidence about the likely increase to queue lengths on Sandown Park during peak traffic hours, but the council's delegated report does acknowledge that Sandown Park residents are likely to experience an increase in traffic along this road and additional queuing times. It's also likely that more traffic on Blackhurst Lane will result. The appellant's case is that Blackhurst Lane will be used for emergency services only, but it is unclear how this is to be achieved. In particular, how will drivers who wish to use Blackhurst Lane as a convenient drop-off for residents on the west side of the development be prevented from doing so? The simple point is that the more cars that use Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, the greater the risk of conflict with pedestrians and cyclists. The appellant's rebuttal evidence overall is far from reassuring, and there are points which defy common sense. Mr. Blacker accepts that the proposal will lead to additional commercial vehicle trips, but does not accept that commercial drivers will be under time pressure and so more likely to drive at speed. More worryingly, he does not accept that emergency vehicles would need to drive at speed. As to the construction phase of the development, the appellant's case now appears to be that Blackhurst Lane will not be used for construction vehicles at all, and these will be routed via Sandown Park. This contradicts Mr. Blacker's rebuttal proof of evidence and also the delegated report, which states that the applicant indicates that construction traffic would access the site from Blackhurst Lane in order to minimise the impact on residential amenity, which is less populated than Sandown Park. While it's appreciated that these are matters for the construction management plan, it's concerning that little apparent thought has gone into the routing of construction vehicles, which will have a significant impact on the amenity of residents for several years. The impact on the use of Blackhurst Lane by cyclists during the operational phase is also unclear. The landscape master plan shows a proposed emergency and cycle connection to Blackhurst Lane, and that's presumably intended to facilitate residents' access to the cycle route over the A21 bridge. It does not follow, however, that residents would not use Blackhurst Lane to cycle towards Tunbridge Wells at all, at least during the day. At this stage, there's nothing to support Mr. Blacker's firmly expressed view that cyclists will not route down Blackhurst Lane. As FOSP's photographs and video evidence demonstrate, the Pembury Road end of Blackhurst Lane is unsuitable for cyclists at peak times due to the queue of traffic and unsafe driver behaviour. During quieter times, Blackhurst Road is a pleasant cycle route, but is unlikely to remain so if the development goes ahead. Overall, FOSP's highway case is that safety conditions are currently unacceptable, and that the addition of more traffic to the roads in the immediate vicinity of the site will result in an unacceptable impact in breach of MPPF paragraph 111. That conclusion stands regardless of the likely minimal effect on the strategic road network. The MPPF clearly distinguishes between impact on safety and cumulative impact on the highway network. A minimal impact on one does not equate to a minimal impact on the other, and the inspector is respectfully requested to take the same approach on the highways evidence. Overall, there's a very clear case that the inevitable harm from this development would outweigh any of the possible benefits, and FOSS will invite the inspector to dismiss the appeal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bird. Can I just ask for one point of clarification? Paragraph 30.
Yes, sir.
Paragraph 30, you said, during quieter times, Blackhurst Road is a pleasant cycle route. Do you mean Blackhurst Lane?
I expect I do, sir. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those opening submissions. It is now 10 past 12, so a little bit behind where I thought we might be, but we're going to now turn to interested persons.
So just before we do, there's just one matter, if I might raise.
Yes,
Factual matter, sir. I think both advocates suggested that Kent County Council had made a footpath order. Our understanding is that, notwithstanding officers' intention, no order has been made, and certainly we would be objecting to the making of any order, and we believe that the officers' approach is legally flawed. But that's another matter. I'm just seeking to clarify, because we've been in touch with Kent County Council and no order has been made, but it was asserted, I think, both by the certainly by the council, that an order had been made. We don't believe that to be factually correct.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Lambert? Or Ms. Bird, sorry. Ms. Lambert first, yes.
Sorry, thank you. So just to be clear, paragraph 1, I did say that that the information that the council had received from KCC was that it will be drafting an order to record a public footpath. Obviously, that's subject to the normal process and procedures involved in that. So I hope I didn't misrepresent that in any way. So just before we hand over to Ms. Bird, there's a note on the chat room function, and it has been sent to Mr. Taylor as well, that Mr. Alderman is only free between 12 and 1, and I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you. Yes, I have seen that. Thank you. Ms. Bird.
So thank you. Yes, that's also FOSP's understanding in relation to the definitive map modification order. Apologies if there was any lack of clarity in the way we put that.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, do you want to come back on that point, or have we dealt with that?
No, so I think it may have been Ms. Bird misspoke, but anyway, we can. I think it's common ground that no order has been made.
Thank you. Right, let's turn to interested persons. Now it's 12:15, and there are some interested persons who are not present and who don't wish to speak. I'm happy to proceed. I just want to know whether any parties wish to have a break. I'm thinking of those who of the main parties, essentially. People.
No need from the council, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jones, Ms. Bird.
No need, thank you, sir.
No, we're quite happy to progress.
Okay. Well, as we progress through this, then please, let's see how we go, and then if anybody wishes to have a 10-minute break, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to hear from interested persons now, and as I've said in my opening, I'm not going to hear repeated evidence. I want people to be very brief and make their points concisely. I have your written submissions, so there's no need to repeat that, but this is just an opportunity for you to very briefly bring to my attention those matters that concern you. But as we move along, I'm not going to hear the same points being made by different people. I'm going to start with the order that I referred to this morning, and so I'm going to invite Councillor, Councillor Barrington King to speak first.
Thank you, sir, and good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. As a nota bene, I'm representing the residents of the area in question, and these are not necessarily the views of Kent County Council. My name is Paul Barrington King. I'm the Kent County Councillor for Tunbridge Wells East Division that encompasses the wards of Sherwood, St James and Pembury. You requested, sir, my address as well, which is Little Bailey's 57 Hemble Green Road, Pembury, Kent. Tunbridge Wells Borough Council has refused this application on the grounds that it harms the area of outstanding natural beauty, the Metropolitan Green Belt, and impacts on the setting of a listed building. To put that in the context, material planning considerations will have been examined to determine this apposite outcome and decision. I fully support this professional and democratic legacy. In addition, only recently, as has been mentioned, KCC is proposing to designate the path that runs right through the development as a public right-of-way, meaning that many people who use the pathway will lose the pastoral visual amenity afforded by the area and an important bucolic and highly valued amenity that would set a potentially catastrophic precedent. Over 170 residents have rejected this proposal, and I've reviewed the evidence. The inquiry will hear from a number of local residents who will highlight concerns over the inappropriateness of the development, in particular the resulting impact of a 45% increase in dwellings on the estate, which will gridlock the access to Pembury Road during school run times, danger to pedestrians, in particular the pupils of Skinner's Kent Academy, and its loose designation as a use class C2, where there are a few clues to this fact in its design. I can attest that with my 5 years as a county councillor and over 20 years as a borough councillor, witnessing the increasing highways issues on one of the most complex and congested junctions in Kent, this proposal should be unquestionably refused. The fact that it promotes itself as accommodation for older persons in need of personal and nursing care with its age limit, when many will still be actively working independent of care, questions the facility purpose. This does rightly bring into question the rationale for the proposal. The aspirations for other existing and proposed facilities in Tunbridge Wells and many close by could more than provide capacity for the cohort that's been identified, and would beg the question, what would be the legacy if, once built, the empty units would remain vacant? This is reinforced that Tunbridge Wells Borough Council has more than a sufficient committed supply of accommodation for older persons in its current plans through to 2035. To conclude, we have elected and representative councillors across the local government strata that are united in total opposition to this application, and I would beg that this appeal, in accordance with the officer's diligent and correct decision, be dismissed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barrington King. Mr. Jones, do you have any questions for Councillor Barrington King?
No, we don't agree, but we can explore those elsewhere, and particularly, I think the point that Mr. Barrington King raises, the prospect of, should the development go ahead, that it'll be left empty. We'll deal with that with our expert evidence. We don't accept that it would.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barrington King. Thank you. Can I turn to Stuart Forder now, please?
Good morning. My name is Stuart Forder. I'm a local resident. I live at 57 Sandown Park, obviously Tunbridge Wells. I've lived in the road now for over 13 years. I've lived in the Tunbridge Wells area for over 20 years. I think you've heard many of the objections I will raise, so I'll try and keep this fairly short and sweet. But yeah, what first attracted my wife and I to buy a home in Sandown Park, it still remains the reason that we love living here, and also is at the heart of why we to the development of the care community that's been proposed. It is a very rural setting on the edge of the town, but without any immediate infrastructure around us, which for people like myself, the nearest bus stops are over 3/4 of a mile away. The nearest shop's over a mile away. The Tunbridge Wells town centre is over 2 miles away, and Pembury Village Centre 1.5 miles away. You've heard that both the roads, Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park, are no-through roads, and we are surrounded clearly by woodland, fields, and countryside. So we're a very small community who live very happily and very quietly together. It is a wonderful, peaceful area. So it's my view that the proposed development will clearly impact the character and the nature of the area. It will clearly impact the natural setting. It will impact the quiet nature, as well as local wildlife, of which we see a fair variety regularly. We had deer, rabbits, foxes, hedgehogs, numerous bird species. But it will also impact the well-being of us as local residents. So on top of this, I'm very concerned about the construction period and the post-build and the impact that will further have on exacerbating the traffic flow issues that we recognise on a daily basis. Yes, clearly at peak times, but also at peak work times, but also peak school times. It will not only increase the traffic, but also increase the risk and the safety of all those that live in the area, as well as the pupils that attend the local school. On top of this, I question the site location. You'll see, I don't know how well you know Tunbridge Wells, but Tunbridge Wells is in desperate need, as are most high street towns these days, of rejuvenation. And it is my belief that the development will be more suited to the infrastructure of the local town and helping to rejuvenate the local town rather than the edge of town. They're my main reasons for obviously objecting to the proposal. I would hope that yourself as the inspectorate would also recognise the local residents' views and also the view of upholding the Tunbridge Wells Borough Council application refusal. But I do recognise that there is a need for increased housing, and there is no doubt, as Mr. Jones articulated, that we're all very aware that there's an ageing population in need of care. But I think it's right that we sort of question and don't want to be penalised as residents around whether Tunbridge Wells Borough Council have kept their housing up to date. So they're my main reasons for objecting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forder. Mr. Jones, do you have any questions for Mr. Forder?
No, thank you. No, thank you, sir. And we don't accept some of the points we do accept, but other points we don't accept, but we'll make submissions on those. Thank you very much, Mr. Forder. It doesn't mean it's any disrespect to your submissions, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forder. Thank you. Mr. Gaivo, I understand is also speaking on behalf of your wife. I think it might be Mr. Eve.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our comments will be perhaps necessarily somewhat impressionistic and non-technical, but along with my wife, we own the 9 acres of woodland to the north of Blackhurst Lane, so we would be directly opposite the northern half of the proposed development. We live in the town on Upper Grosvenor Road, actually. We've owned this land for 8 years, and it is the result of a long-held ambition to own woodland within easy reach of our home in the town. And our primary aim has been to improve this woodland by increasing the cover of mixed broadleaf deciduous native species. In this, we've been aided by the management company Land Vision and the Woodland Trust, and who have surveyed the woodland. A 5-year Natural England grant under the Countryside Stewardship Scheme has helped with the clearance of rhododendron infestation on a third of the land and funded new plantings of native trees. In all this, the primary aim has been to increase species diversity, and a built environment immediately adjacent to the woodland will be completely contrary to this goal. Our woodland is not a separate standalone piece of land, but part of the connected land, the wider landscape. For example, roe deer move through the area from and to the proposed site from our woodland, and their range will be restricted and disrupted. This scheme would completely change the character of this relatively quiet area. It is within an area of green belt, so designated to preserve the undeveloped fringe of an urban area, just such as this part of Tunbridge Wells. It is also part, as we've heard, of the wider high-wheeled area of outstanding natural beauty, and more bricks, mortar and concrete are not part of the aims of these areas. Our woodland is also currently accessible to walkers, dog and otherwise along permissive paths, and as such is a local amenity. Indeed, Natural England encouraged the creation of paths in their grant. But the proposed or the prospect of substantial increased footfall from residents and visitors to the new scheme concerns us. So much so that we would have to consider closing down the woodland by fencing it. Thus, a local community asset would be lost. So we see the scheme as a cynical ploy by the developers to enjoy relaxation of the protection of the green belt by using social and care justifications to build here. The town and wider area is well provided with retirement and care home facilities, e.g. Owl's Nest across the A21. If this goes ahead, a relatively tranquil and semi-rural part of the town will be lost forever, and the urban sprawl of the UK will have yet another contribution. We do hope the council will have faith and confidence in the original planning officer's decision and dismiss this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eve. Can I just ask a question, please, Mr. Eve? You referred to if this development went ahead, you'd have to close off the woodland to the public. Why would that be the case?
Because the increased footfall would undoubtedly increase compaction of the soil on and around paths, probably the widening of paths, so that future plantings would be adversely affected.
Have you done an assessment of the increased footfall that might rise from this development?
Well, we're hearing of 108 potential residents. I guess that some of them will be mobile. They're visitors, relatives or otherwise, and other staff perhaps taking a lunch break to walk through across to Blackhurst Lane, although it's not clear whether there's going to be access from that side of the site or not yet. So that could result in, well, I'm just guessing really at this stage, in a dozen more trips across the land.
And how does that dozen compare to existing use of the wood?
Probably a doubling, I would imagine. I mean, it is. I don't stand there with a clipboard recording things, but it is of that order.
Thank you, Mr. Eve.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, have you got any questions for Mr. Eve?
I do. I think you've asked most of them. Mr. Eve, I haven't seen any evidence from you of any records of the number of footfall that currently use what is a private wood currently. Is that right?
No, I haven't submitted any written evidence to that effect. No.
And in terms of you suggesting that you're not really in a position, are you then, to say whether there's going to a dozen people would make any difference or not, are you?
Well, I know what the current pedestrians and dog walkers and otherwise what impact they have.
But you don't know how many there are.
Yes, I do, in an impressionistic way. When I'm there in the wood working on it and otherwise, I get an impression of how frequently the walkers do come across it.
I mean, it comes across that this is just a threat, isn't it? Because you don't like the development. It's not based on any evidence at all.
No. I mean, yes, the development is a threat to the general.
I didn't put that to you. I just said what you're saying, your threat to close it, which I don't know if this is the first time you've made it, is not based on any evidence you put before the inspector or the local planning authority, based on an adverse effect of user caused by elderly people using and walking in the park, in the wood. There's no evidence before the inspector.
Why would I need to make any submission of evidence, as it's
normally, if you're making a rational submission, it needs to be evidence-based, but just want to confirm, I haven't missed anything, you haven't put anything in?
No, correct.
Thank you. I didn't have any further questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Eve. Mr. Pomeroy. Is Mr. Pomeroy here? No. Mr. Pomeroy was here earlier. Mr. Pomeroy had some issues with his Zoom name. Okay, I'm conscious that Mr. Alderman needs to go by one, but we'll proceed at the moment on the list that I've got, on the order I've got. Mrs. McMahon.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Mrs. McMahon. Thank you.
I actually have two statements to read out. As was mentioned earlier, Charlotte Raleigh has submitted a letter that she cannot read herself. But if it's all right with you, sir, I will start with my submission.
Yes, please.
Quite short. My name is Stephanie McMahon, and I've lived at 77 Sandown Park since 1985. I think my qualification is that I know the area extremely well. I've read all the documents posted online, and it seems to me that certain aspects are being overlooked in all these legal arguments, and I'd like to mention 4 of them. The development of 146 extra care units at Little Mount Farm has already begun. It is actually in Wealden Borough, not Tunbridge Wells, but the nearest town is Tunbridge Wells, so it's bound to contribute to the supply of housing for elderly people in the borough, even though it's not technically in the borough. Secondly, there's talk of a net biodiversity gain of 21% in this development, which will apparently be achieved by some planting around the perimeter of the site and a few green roofs. When I first came to live here 37 years ago, there were cows in the field and wild violets by the gate. And after the hurricane in 1987, there were a lot of fallen trees gently decaying. But then the fields were tidied up, barbed wire fences meant we could no longer walk there, and it seems to me that they've since been managed specifically to deter wildlife. So the net 21% gain will be compared with the very low starting point. But even now, I sit in my sitting room and I hear the owl most evenings. Will there be 21% more owls after all this building is done with its 24-hour lighting? Will there be 21% more buzzards patrolling where the fields used to be? As a keen gardener, I wouldn't really object if there were 21% fewer deer or rabbits, but I would be sorry to see it all built on. My third point is that the proposed development would be completely out of character and disproportionate to the surrounding area. People would approach the site along Sandown Park, which gets quieter as it progresses, and gradually there are more trees than houses. The houses themselves are set well back from the road. At this end of Sandown Park, our precarious drainage system and low water pressure make it feel very far from the town. Then suddenly, they're confronted with this massive, intensive, multi-storey set of buildings that look more like a town centre development. Sandown Park is characterised by large detached houses set in generous gardens, and the north end of Blackhurst Lane is like a country lane. This development would be so inappropriate here. My fourth and last point is that this corner of Sandown Park is just unsuitable to house elderly people. Apparently, this is the justification for building on the green belt, and we are told that potential residents will be too old to drive, although apparently some of them will be able to ride bicycles. When I have to give up driving, which may not be that long in advance, I won't stay here, I'll move into town. I would feel trapped, even with various services provided on site, and even if the minibus is maintained. I would be very surprised if that's still running in, say, 10 years' time, and it will never be available to order, I'm sure. In fact, I'm told there's a minibus on the Hollyfields estate in Hawkenbury that usually runs around empty. Presumably, it runs at times that don't suit the residents, which will provide the excuse they need to discontinue it altogether. Even when I'm old, I will still want to go out when I choose, where I choose, whether it's to church or to a concert or to sit in a park and see people of different ages, not just other old people. The constant noise from the A21 will make sitting outside this development very unpleasant, and you should hear the motorbikes every bank holiday. They have races up and down this stretch of the A21. When the wind's in the other direction, there's a great deal of traffic noise from the Pembury Road. When I bought my house all those years ago, I was told by my solicitor that it was just far enough away from the planned dual carriageway A21 not to be considered a nuisance, but the proposed development is closer. Therefore, a solicitor would probably advise their client not to buy an apartment there on grounds of noise. The inspector plans to visit the site next week, I understand. Maybe he'll walk there from the nearest bus stop and see how far it is. Walking across the footbridge to the hospital or the garden centre is all very well in the summertime, but there's no lighting, and in frosty weather, the ramp up to the bridge stays frozen all day long because the sun never reaches it to melt the ice. Once over the bridge and down the 29 steps, the far end of Blackhurst Lane is wet and slippery because it's covered in dead leaves all winter. The only place one can realistically walk to is the post box. There are many other reasons why this development is a bad idea. The only people who think it's a good idea are Cooper Estates, who own the land, and the experts that have been paid to agree with them. I urge the inspector to reject the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McMahon. Thank you. There's just one question from me. You refer to multi-storey development.
Yes.
Can you just explain what you mean by multi-storey development?
Well, as I understand it, some of the buildings will have 3 stories.
Right. So you refer to multi-stories being 3 stories.
I think so, yes.
Mr. Jones, have you got any questions for Mrs. McMahon?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mrs. McMahon. Don't agree with all of your evidence, but I'm not going. There are points we can deal with elsewhere, particularly on what the biodiversity metric is and points like that. So you'll be familiar with as to what they are. No, sir, I don't have any particular questions which I think would assist.
Thank you,
sir.
Mrs. McMahon, you wanted to read out a statement from your friend or neighbour. I'm not sure who she is.
Her name is Charlotte Raleigh, and she lives at New Tudhoe, Blackhurst Lane, Tunbridge Wells. And she says, I strongly object to this planning application. I have based my objections on a detailed reading of the application documents and the locally relevant planning information. I thank you in advance for acknowledging the care I have taken to compile this information by sparing your time to read it. I would incidentally like to, if I have already submitted it in writing to the local planning authority, because there are quite a lot of references which may not come across when I read it.
Ms. McMahon, is this a statement that Charlotte Raleigh has already submitted?
She said, I sent it in this morning.
Right, okay.
So it is a new submission.
Okay, and how long is it?
I will do my best to read it and make it understandable.
Thank you. How long is it, Mrs. McMahon?
It's 3 pages of big type.
Okay, well, if you could just deal with it very briefly, that would be helpful.
I'll whip through it. The site is in the metropolitan Greenbelt. Tunbridge Wells is a special town with valuable qualities which, once destroyed, cannot be restored. Many of these qualities are in the historical and unique structure and layout and features of our town. They contribute to the well-being of inhabitants and workers, and also to our livelihoods by attracting visitors. They also preserve a diverse flora and fauna. In the past, the edge of Tunbridge Wells was distinguished by a ring of large houses and parks. One of the special features of the town today is that large parts of these areas of estate parkland still remain. Estate parkland is a particular type of land, neither town nor country. The proposed site falls within this remaining ring, consisting here of Colebrook to the north, then Owl's Nest, Pembury Grange, Sandown Park, Blackhurst, and round to Dunorlan. The value of this greenbelt land is not just that it provides pretty views from cars on the main roads into town. What might be hidden behind trees also matters and is often a functioning biodiverse environment with intrinsic value. As I understand it, the greenbelt is supposed to be permanent and can only be changed in exceptional circumstances through local plan review. The proposed site, which is part of a parcel of land TW5, together with number 411, was not chosen as an allocated site for development from the submitted sites, and neither was it allocated under the sustainability appraisal. In the assessment for level of harm caused by release of parcel from the greenbelt, parcel TW5 received an overall harm rating of high. This means that at present it is not allocated for development under the Tunbridge Wells local plan, and for good reason. There are extracts from MGB Purpose 3 and MGB Purpose 4. 3.31. Greenbelt land contributing to this purpose has to have a relationship with the town that can be considered to contribute to the historic character of that settlement. And the PAS advice note considers this purpose to relate to very few settlements due to the presence of modern development between most historic settlement cores and the surrounding countryside. But this doesn't necessarily preclude the existence of a natural setting for a historic town, beyond which loss of openness would be more keenly felt. 3.33. Tunbridge Wells is recognised as a settlement which, although only developing as a town from the mid-17th century, has a special character which is significantly dependent on its landscape setting, and cites the juxtaposition of landscape to built development within the town of Tunbridge Wells is a key part of its most distinctive character. The site contains a local landmark, the mature horse chestnut avenue that sweeps through the fields. It would obviously be compromised when surrounded by roads and terraced housing, car parking and facilities. It is statingly obvious to say that building this development over open fields means that the character of this part of our neighbourhood would be completely destroyed, contrary to the applicant's planning statement, paragraph 6.10. I also do not agree with the applicant's own built heritage statement, para 1.7, that the development proposal will have no detrimental impact on tree health or the contribution of trees to character in the wider setting. The site abuts the AONB. It is part of the gap that separates Tunbridge Wells and Pembury. It helps, together with Robingate Wood, to connect Greg's Wood to the local wildlife sites of Pembury Walks and Tudley Woods, RSPB Reserve. And in the other direction, connects across the fields to the Bay Hall farmland and woods. This is important for habitat connectivity and biodiversity. The site is also important to the increasing number of people from other parts of town who have discovered they can easily walk or cycle down Blackhurst Lane to enjoy nature on their doorstep along the lane and over the A21 footbridge. Filling up the southeast by building for-profit developments over as many greenfield locations as possible is not a sustainable policy. The need for good quality social housing, which has been allowed to become a rare commodity in Tunbridge Wells, is not solved by this idea either. Being in Kent, the Garden of England, much of this land is still productive agricultural land and valuable as such now more than ever. This site is agricultural land grade 3, good to moderate. Not to mention the necessity for balancing up the regional economies across the UK. I hope our council members will hold their ground in the best interests of the town and the whole borough and the rest of the UK against any national strategies to load housing into rural Kent. It is disheartening to note that the Greenbelt boundary was redrawn in 2016 to accommodate the Knightswood development, land to the north of Blackhurst Lane. I hope this has not set a precedent in Tunbridge Wells. Knightswood is being built on pasture land that was outside the limits to built development boundary and was part of the Kent Special Landscape Area. It was designated a site with nature conservation interest, Local Nature Reserve EN15, and county level policy EN12. The policy EN15 was actually saved for the 2019 local plan. This is the description of the Knights Park site from the 2006 Tunbridge Wells local plan. This site is important to the setting of Royal Tunbridge Wells. There are extensive views into the site from High Brooms, Southborough, Bidborough Ridge, and the railway line. The site comprises woodland and an area of open pasture. Greg's Wood and part of the pastures of Home Farm are designated as a site of nature conservation interest. The open part of the site contains a prominent north-south running ridge, which is highly visible and is particularly important to the character of the setting of this part of the town. The topography and surrounding woodland make a positive contribution to the intrinsic character of the locality, providing a strong landscape structure within which the pasture is set and a visual link with the adjacent landscape. Retention of the tree cover and the undeveloped north-south orientated ridge are essential to protect the character and visual significance of the site. We can't afford to lose any more of the greenbelt that forms the setting for our special and historic town. That's the whole of that submission that relates to that subject.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McMahon. Thank you. Mr. Jones, you can't ask Ms. Charlotte Riley questions, but is there anything you wish to add? Any point you wish to make?
No, so you'll be aware of the different views and location of Knights Park, but that's something that can be observed on site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Conscious of time, can I bring Martin Alderman forward, please, and invite him to speak?
Yes, good afternoon, thank you. My name is Martin Alderman and I've lived in Moulton Way, cul-de-sac off Blackhurst Lane for 28 years. This appeal concerns an application to build 108 units of C2 class accommodation for older persons in need of personal and nursing care, a point I wish to emphasise later. This application has already been refused by the LPA for the very good reasons that it's inappropriate development of MGB, AONB, and would impact the setting of a listed building. These reasons for refusal are not merely well made, but now of greater significance due to the recent decision of KCC to recognise the highly and frequently used pathway that runs through the middle of the proposed site as a public right-of-way. And in addition, I'm sure you've heard this, there's been letters of objection from over 170 local residents. However, in particular, I'd just like to emphasise the following points. First, whilst I appreciate the impact of traffic flow did not form part of the reasons for refusal, in my view, neither KCC Highways nor the developer's transport consultant satisfactorily assessed the impact of increased traffic on the particular junction of Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park. And I know we'll discuss that later at the round table. There are approximately 230 dwellings on the Sandown Park, Blackhurst Lane and Badgers Holt estates. Hence, the construction of a further 108 dwellings would represent an increase of over 45%, all of whose traffic will add to the already extensive queue that appears in Sandown Park each morning. At school opening and closing times, the queue of traffic is considerable, and in the urge to get out onto Pemby Road, I think it's fair to say that there is very little courtesy shown from the drivers on Blackhurst Lane to allow motorists on Sandown Park to exit onto Blackhurst Lane. Since the site is designated as C2, the application relies heavily on the fact that the daily needs of residents will be catered for on site. It's considered that only a limited number of trips will be generated during the typical weekday peak hours. However, with an original age limit of 55, now raised to 60, I believe, it's still hardly an age where mobility is reduced and people travel less, when many may still be commuting to work it cannot be assumed that trip generation will reflect that of a nursing home, or that they will use the proposed bus service rather than their own vehicle. And few residents, whatever their age, are likely to walk the 1 mile to the Pembrey Road bus stop. Further, the developer's consultants report into the impact of traffic relies on another development in the name of Bramshot Place in Hampshire. This comprises 88 rather than 108 dwellings proposed here. The WSP survey of the traffic at Bramshot Place was conducted in June 2013, when traffic would be unimpeded by inclement weather and reduced due to summer holidays. Further, there is no significant establishment that attracts additional traffic, such as a school, between the Bramshot Place and the nearest highway. The survey on Sandown Park was conducted in June 2018, again unimpeded by inclement weather and very much benefiting from reduced school numbers at SKA, as pupils would have been only attend for the exams. But furthermore, I draw the inquiry's attention to the fact that since that survey was undertaken, school numbers at SKA have increased by 14%. And finally, the traffic survey in 2013 and 18, neither of which considers the exponential growth in online purchase deliveries plus deliveries for prescriptions and care home supplies that have significantly grown as a result of lockdown. In summary, I would like to draw the inquiry's mind back to the original application, that this is an application for the provision of 108 units for older persons in need of personal and nursing care and associated facilities. I would suggest that given the low minimum age, this development proposal is anything but. And this proposal has been formed without, in my view, any proper consideration as to how it would fit within the reality of the local community and the road network. And as an example, I would point out that the developer's original plan, albeit latterly removed, suggested the use of Blackhurst Lane to ease the flow of construction traffic around the estate. If the developer had properly surveyed the area, this suggestion would never have seen the light of day. So therefore, I would urge the inspector to refuse this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alderman. Mr. Jones, have you got any questions for Mr. Alderman?
Good afternoon, Mr. Alderman. No, just very quickly, just so clear, you were talking about residents commuting, but it's clear from the end of the year, you're aware that the residents will be in need of at least 2 hours care, and that will be part of the that's all set out in what's called a Section 106 obligation. Is that right? Is it that is it your evidence that you believe it's some sort of sham or something, that this isn't going to be the use? So I'm just trying to understand your evidence, what you were getting at.
I certainly wouldn't call it a sham. What I would say is that my understanding was that there was a minimum age of 60. I'm not aware that there is a further condition that they must be in need of care for a minimum of 2 hours per day. Yeah, these are the obligations in the Section 106 obligation, which is it's a legally binding document that that's signed with the council and runs with the land. So I would just question, how would that condition be monitored and controlled? That's all done through the planning system, agreed with the council. But I'm just you're not suggesting though then that this is a sham then, and I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to say. That's all. Saying that it might be a condition of planning, but once the site has been built, I'm not quite sure how you would police and ensure and manage that somebody is subject to 2 hours of care per day. My point is that at the age of 60, I would expect a number of residents to still be relatively mobile, even if they need care. Some may still be working, even if they need care, and therefore that adds to the volume of traffic. And as I said, this traffic is completely bottlenecked into the Sandown Park Blackhurst Lane junction, and you'd be increasing the size of the estate by 45% in dwellings. Well, I don't accept your statistic on the dwellings and that you're comparing like with like, and we've got our own expert traffic evidence. So we don't agree, but I'm still not quite sure what you're saying, but I've given you a couple
opportunities. But thank you very much,
Mr.
Mr.
Jones, I'm just pointing out that there's just over 230 dwellings on the estate, and this is a further 108 dwellings. That's a fact. So it's an increase of 45%.
On the Sandown Park
Oh,
estate.
on the 22. Yeah, on the Sandown Park estate. But thank you very much. I still don't understand what you were saying about the care, but anyway, it's 2 hours of care per week in any event. But you can have access to the Section 106 obligation. It's should be publicly available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Alderman. We just got a handful of speakers left. And I'll just go back to my original list. And Mrs. Helen Firth was next. No, sorry, Councillor Backhouse. Sorry, Mrs. Firth. Councillor Backhouse. Who's here? No. Okay, well, we'll hear from.
Is that it now?
Oh, he's here, Mr. Backhouse. Councillor Backhouse, yes.
Thank you.
I can just about hear you. I can't see you. If you want to put if you'd like to put your camera on.
The camera on.
You don't have to, if you don't wish to.
Oh no, I can't sit down. I don't mind normally. Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Bob Backhouse, and I live at 7 St Philip's Court, Tunbridge Wells, TN2 3SW. I've been the councillor for this area for over 12 years, and I've been on our Tunbridge Wells Planning Committee for 12 years, and latterly vice chairman and then chairman. So I'm very familiar with the need to fulfil obligations under any planning application. I've been involved with this particular part of Sherwood Ward for many years because we had to mitigate the impact of the Skinners Kent Academy, which is at the Pembury Road end of the estate. That took a lot of time and trouble, but that's how I got to know many of the residents who I've been in contact with for 12 years, and there are dozens of them. And during the time I've been on planning, I've never found in our area such a massive clamour of objection by the local residents to this proposal. I first saw the application for an environmental impact assessment screening about 4 years ago, and this alerted me to a problem that could be worrisome. The number of vehicles servicing the retirement village, be commercial suppliers, carers, staff, as Martin Alderman said, there'd be delivery vans for people at Amazon. This will make this residential area a very different place for the Sandown Park estate. And with the impact of the Skinners Kent Academy traffic at the morning and the mid to late afternoon, it will be very, very difficult for people to have access to the site quickly, and especially if they need emergency access. This area has a very distinctive housing feel to it, particularly the development at Moulton Way, which is a superb 1960s, early 1970s development. And there's a selection in Blackhurst Lane and in Sandown Park of very interesting houses. Some of them one-off as arts and craft houses, and there are various vintages. There's just also a heritage asset of Pembury Grange, which abuts the fields. I've spoken to a lot of residents, and I can confirm what one of the previous speakers said about people have bought into property here because of the pastoral nature of the fields at the end, which the proposed there's going to be a proposed building. About the public right of way or PROW, I helped a local resident, and she submitted an application to KCC. She's been using those pathways for many years, over 20 years. And I know KCC are actually in the process of granting a right of way. It takes a long time. I believe it's a number of years, but it has definitely been submitted, and it's noted that it will be a public right of way. I do hope that you were able to uphold the council's refusal of this plan, and I think this application fails as the plans will adversely affect hundreds of residents and cause harm to a cherished amenity. I think this is a kind of amenity that we all really need these days. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackhouse. Mr. Jones, have you got any points you wish to put to Councillor Blackhouse?
That's high level of harm, wasn't it? Just I wasn't very clear. Good afternoon, Councillor Blackhouse. Did you sit on? Were you a member of the planning committee that's made the allocations in the green belt in the emerging local plan?
Yes. In fact, we took many years doing it. I mean,
yes.
All the goalposts were changed about 2015. Yes, I've been actively involved. We had a special subcommittee of planning just to the housing needs, and this wasn't included originally in the any of the allocations.
No, but as we see, there's sizable allocations at Tudley, which there's lots of residents' objection to, and there I think you confirm the level of sensitivity and harm to the green belt is high, isn't it?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
No, I'm certainly aware of that, but this was never allocated in the local plan.
No, well, yeah, sorry, carry on.
It's a cause of great concern to the residents, as many of whom I've known for years that have email contacts as well as face-to-face contacts, and I know it's causing a lot of distress to people that really feel that it's an unwarranted intrusion.
Yes, and at Tudley, they are represented by leading and junior counsel at the examination in public, and where the council is proposing substantial allocation of housing in an area of the green belt, and where the harm is acknowledged to be high. So we can agree that in principle hasn't been regarded as a reason in principle, therefore, of not allowing any development where there is a need.
If I could respectfully add about the Tudley plan, they're going to build a very large amount of infrastructure in terms of two schools, a primary school and a secondary school. There'd be doctor provisions, there'd be proper roadways, a whole new sewage network. It's a very good plan to make sure that a modern development works, because as often we get in planning, you get ad hoc plans of 10 houses here or 15 houses there, and the infrastructure is never considered. The Tudley one is an important one because it does consider the infrastructure, and there's a massive investment in terms of 106 monies.
Without going into that, it's very controversial, and the promised station is now no longer there. But the point I just wanted to focus with you, and we can agree that in principle, therefore, this authority may not accept on this site, but for a much bigger area of land in the green belt and also involving areas of outstanding natural beauty, a need case can therefore mean that land which is in the green belt and also in areas of outstanding natural beauty can be used for housing development.
I think Tunbridge Wells Borough Council considers every single submission on its merits, and when we
is that a yes or a no to my question? That's all I'm putting to you. It's a matter of fact, isn't it? And you're on the committee.
It depends on the case. So we analyse it case by case. The truly unique case. When we did the Knights Park development in 2012, there was that had an impact on an area outside the built development, and that had to be mitigated by various means, and that development has worked out very successfully. But I just cannot see how this development will ever be successful and will cause so much harm to the residents in the Sandown estate and Blackhurst Lane, and also to just generally the bucolic nature of that site. I do hope it is refused. I'll uphold the council's decision.
And it's ultimately a matter then, picking up from what you say, case by case, examining the harm and weighing up the benefits, isn't it?
Exactly, and every case is unique, and we never prejudge anything. We don't use precedents or yardsticks. Everything is examined on its own merits.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Councillor Backhouse. Just moving along, Mrs. Firth, please.
Hello, I'm Helen Firth. I'm a resident from 59 Sandown Park. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Dr. David Firth. A couple of points. You've received our submission, but as you say, you didn't want repetition, so I'm just making a few added comments. We heard about the increase in pupils at the Skinners Academy. All I've been able to find on the internet is that in 2018 to 19, they were getting on for 1,000 pupils, but I had heard it had gone up to 1,200, and I don't know if that's true, but certainly the impact on the traffic has been incremental. Another point I wanted to add is that Audley Care have a facility 1.1 miles away from the bottom of the road, and within that people can buy in as much care as they need. So I'm not sure that another development a mile away is necessary or appropriate. In addition, there was an article in the Times the weekend at the beginning of June commenting on the massive amount of building for elderly people around this area, mainly based in Tunbridge Wells. So I thought that was quite relevant. And also, I agree with other people who've commented on finding it hard to accept that there won't be an impact on traffic. Just seems so bizarre. It's not just 108 houses, some of whom will own cars, but also to reiterate the huge number of staff, visitors, and deliveries to the place. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Firth. Mr. Jones, have you got any questions for Mrs. Firth?
I've been on mute. Thank you very much, Mrs. Firth. I'm not going to repeat questions. Similarly, where Inspector doesn't want people to repeat evidence, I'm not going to repeat questions. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Firth. Thank you. Mr. Showick, please.
Thank you very much. Well, hello everybody. My name is Rob Shorrock, and I've lived in Sandown Park, number 8, which is near to the Blackhurst Lane Junction. I've lived here for 27 years. My qualification is, frankly, that I've been a resident here and I know the area very well. I realise that you don't want me to repeat anything that's already been said before, so I'll be selective in what I've said to get through this quickly. I am a member of the Rule 6 party, FOSP, and have given written evidence on the highway safety impacts of the proposal. So I will be giving evidence at the Highway Safety Roundtable later today. However, I have also objected to the proposal, and I maintain these objections as an independent and interested party on the loss of greenbelt land, loss of local amenity, and actually pollution. I have serious doubts, which I believe my fellow residents share, that this will be a C2 and not a C3 development. However, over the years, as a resident and with my fellow residents, I've welcomed and supported various developments in Tunbridge Wells, in particular, the building of Skinners Kent Academy on Sandown Park, which at the time was extremely disruptive. But I supported it. And I supported this at the time, and I've been delighted actually by the positive impact and improvement that SKA has brought to our area in terms of outcomes and educational success for the pupils. I always wish to support sustainable growth, and have worked with fellow residents and the Tunbridge Wells Borough Council and KCC to make necessary transitions as seamless as possible. We have never wanted to stand in the way of progress. But I objected to this development, and I agreed with the council's decision to refuse planning permission. My main concern remains the same, which is that any further addition to traffic on Sandown Park, the junction between Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, and the junction between Blackhurst Lane and Pembury Road, as a consequence of this proposed development, will exacerbate what has now become an already very difficult and potentially dangerous road system, which I experience and I live within every single day. I won't go into the details now because these issues will be discussed at the traffic roundtable this afternoon. However, I would like to make a general point which does apply to the appellant's traffic witness, that the views of 178 local residents about the impact of this proposal should count for a great deal. If you were to estimate an average of 10 years residency on this estate, and you've already heard from someone who's lived here 37 years, I've lived here 27, somebody else is 28, it'll be a mixture of people, some will be much newer of course, but if we estimate an average of 10 years residency on this estate, we have not just a few hours of observations to draw from and some general national guidelines to compare with. What we actually have is something like 1,800 years of experience if you multiply it all out from those people who actually did complain. 1,800 years of experience. So for me, it's pretty galling for residents to read the views of the appellant's witnesses on matters including, but not only, traffic problems that we experience every single day and which dismiss our concerns on the basis of opinion. We know what it feels like to live here, how much value we have for this site, what traffic behaviour goes on every single day, and how we're all affected. Putting it simply, we have a huge amount of knowledge and experience, much more than a snapshot will have. We therefore ask the appeal to consider our views, not just on traffic, but on the whole impact of the development in the knowledge that we, the residents, do know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoik. Mr. Jones, have you got any points you'd like to put to Mr. Shoik?
Well, I don't want to trespass too much on, it's rather odd to have someone having two bites of the cherry, but Mr. Shoik, you realise, of course, the highways position is also that of Kent County Council and also the National Highways, and that the expert here is giving his professional opinion based on his areas of expertise. Do you appreciate that?
Yes, of course I do, Mr. Jones. And in actual fact, in the appellant witness's rebuttal, he gave a lot of facts and information and guidance versus policies, which I saw. He also gave 18 separate personal views. And all I'm making the point of is to say we also have views, and our views actually are based on living here. We experience what's going on every single day. We see it. I'm in pole position here. I see it every day. I look out of my window. I walk my dogs all around this estate every single day and have done for the last over a quarter of a century. I do know what I'm talking about when I observe what goes on here.
And the next question I just wanted to ask you, you expressed doubts about it being C2 as opposed to C3, and then you didn't really expand upon that point. So are you suggesting that, that this is a sham application and that this is an application for a different use to what is proposed?
No, no, I'm certainly not suggesting it's a sham application. I don't understand. I'm not a planning expert, Mr. Jones, and I don't really understand a number of aspects of this. for example, if it is a C2 development, why C3 parking has been included in this, which clearly will add to the number of vehicles, the number of cars, and anything. So that's kind of one thing I don't understand. Another thing that I don't understand, for example, is a point that came up earlier, and it's perhaps not the place to talk about it right now, but the issue of the amount of care that will take place for each of these people. 2 hours care per week, if that was what was quoted, I believe, earlier. Well, I'd be very interested to know what that actual care is, and why that gives you the status of it being C2. But I'm not an expert in this area. It just feels to me not right.
Have you taken the time to read the evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so have you looked at the planning statement, and have you looked at the document attached to that outlines the nature of the care?
As I say, I don't understand what the difference, what the actual specifics are.
The answer to my question is no, you haven't, have you?
I have read the statement. I still don't understand it.
Right, so the inspector can record you read the statement and you read the accompanying documents that outline the care, and your evidence to the inspector is you don't understand it.
The piece that I don't understand, that I'm still unsure about, is whether this is C2 or whether it's C3. There's C3 parking, and that's all I can really say.
Well, you've gone on to talking about care and not understanding that. So are you now retracting that and say you understand that, but now it's just simply a point about parking? I just need to know what your case is. I don't agree with it. I just need to know. People come along and just throw things in. I just need to know whether it's anything I need to trouble the inspector with.
I don't really have anything else to say. I'm still uncertain as to whether this is C2 or whether it's not C2.
I don't understand your evidence, but I've given you an opportunity to clarify. Sorry, sir, I can't assist any further with Mr. Chorrick. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Chorrick. Now, that is everybody who has to speak, who said they were present. Now, I've given an opportunity to speak. I'll just go one ask of Mr. Pomeroy, if he's here, who wasn't here earlier.
Yes, I am here.
Ah, right, Mr. Pomeroy. So, right, Mr. Pomeroy, would you like to speak, please?
Right, thank you, Inspector. Let me say straight away that I have lived in a off Blackhurst Lane in the Ridings for about 25 years. Not quite as long as Mr. Chorrick, but quite a while anyway. I've already made a submission about this, which focused very much on the transport issue and the congestion this would cause. But I want to raise another issue which has occurred to me as a result of my association with a care home type development near Maidstone, which is actually run by the British Legion. And that is, it's very difficult in this to work out who exactly is going to be acquiring these properties which are proposed on the site. But let's assume that they are C2 and that they are needing some degree of care. And I would say in passing though that just 2 hours cleaning a week counts as care, because that would be normally what I would think. But we'll assume it's C2. Now, one of the features of this residential area, which I'm familiar with, is that it's situated in what I would call a village area. The residents in these homes, these places or flats mainly, can go out. They can visit a doctor. They can visit a hairdresser. They have very easy access, perambulatory access to just normal social facilities, to a pub, very close to a main road. They can go to the bus stop. Right? I hear there's some suggestion of a bus service to this area, but that's not going to give a wide enough thing. So what concerns me about this in terms of these people who are going to buy or move into these properties is that actually they're going to be very socially isolated. Seems to me this is not a good place to put them. simply because of their social isolation that this is going to think. There are no shops, there are no doctor's surgeries, there's no hairdressers, there's no places to meet and chat at the end of the Sandown Park area. Now, that's really the point that it occurred to me that I wanted to make. There are two other points I'd like to make as well. One is that whatever you may say about this development, and I think Martin Alderman made a very good point, the figures tell us the proposal is in fact to put 50% extra housing into this area. Now, whichever way you put it, you are moving a low density area in that sense into a high density. In other words, you are changing its character. Now, that's an interesting point, because there have been proposals in my 25 years that I've lived here in the past by individual residents who wanted to increase the density of housing by actually building houses in their gardens. And those have been resolutely refused by the council, correctly, and on many occasions, and I can remember one particular individual who was very persistent and tried every dodge he could find to get around this. It went to planning, it went to appeal to someone like yourself, and it was rejected. So there is a history here, a case study, where there has been rejection of any attempt to increase the density of housing in this particular area. One other final point. I listened this morning with interest to counsel for the appellants, the states. And I'm not sure really whether I was upset, annoyed, or just amused. He seemed to be making the comment, and I do apologize to him if I've got him wrong, but I seldom get things wrong with lawyers. He was roughly saying that Cooper Estate or Audley were doing us a public service, that people like me who lived in big houses really ought to sell up and buy their houses. In other words, we would be doing, they are doing, not a profitable operation, which they're entitled as a business to do, but some sort of charity operation, some social thing. Now, I reject it. I mean, I thought that was pushing things a little bit too far. To actually suggest that this was all about a charitable act on behalf of Audley. Please, Mr. Jones, don't attempt to con us with that sort of argument. This is a very simple case. Cooper Estates have managed to obtain land, presumably relatively cheaply, relative being a term in this area, and they see it as an opportunity to build all those properties and make a profit. People will go into those places and they will then have a nice lucrative income.
Mr. Pomeroy, forgive me for stopping you, but I'm conscious of time, but I'm also conscious that I need you to focus on your planning objections.
All right.
Like the application is before.
No,
us,
I have nearly finished.
and I have to deal with on its planning merits.
Okay, I have to apologize, but I do think perhaps Mr. Jones shouldn't insult us by making that sort of approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pomeroy. Mr. Jones, have you got any questions for Mr. Pomeroy?
No, Mr. Pomeroy. First of all, I take issue, and you'll have a note of what's said. And I do have to say that your representation is an egregious misrepresentation of what I've said. But the inspector will have a note. But just since you have, and I won't spend time on it, sir, but Cooper Estates have owned the land since the 1960s. So, but can I just ask you this, more perhaps relevant, is in terms of your concerns about the facilities, have you looked at the planning application documents, what's actually proposed on the site in terms of the facilities?
I have looked at it. I can't say I've looked at it in very, very great detail. but it does look to me as if there is a provision for some sort of recreational area, some sort of seating parking area. But I am not aware that there's any, if you like, social amenity other than that.
Okay, well, there are. I'm not going to bore it, but I'm happy for the inspector to judge your evidence on that's the limit of your understanding. Thank you very much, Mr. Pomeroy. Your understanding is the limit is some seating area as recreation.
Yeah,
okay.
there is, yes, that's my understanding.
That's the limit.
I understand also there is a proposal to make a bus service there that I think, yeah. But that's doesn't, but that does just simply increase the traffic situation.
That's your understanding. Thank you. I'll make my comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you. I apologise if I went a bit too far.
Thank you. Right now, I'm conscious of time, and we will need to put the start of this afternoon sessions back. But now, on my list, I did ask whether Councillor Goodship was here earlier, and he wasn't. I understand he is now, if I'm looking at the chat. And similarly, Councillor Pound wasn't here earlier, and he is now. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, we were both advised, I believe, to join the meeting at 11:30. That's why.
Okay, right. Advised by
one of the council, I think by the appeal planning technician.
Okay. Right. Okay, that's fine. And also, Zoe Baker says that she's asked to speak, but Zoe Baker, I understood that you'd asked to speak at the round table session, not in the interested person session.
Right, okay, thank you, that's fine. Just at some point I would like a voice. I'm a parent of this at the school, so.
Okay, thank you. And
it's sorry to interrupt you, it's Naomi Bird here. I've just been made aware by Mr. Hicks of SKA, who's been organised to speak at the round table, but now tells me he's not available after 2:30, and I'm mindful of the time. So I wonder if you'd prefer to hear from Mr. Hicks now, perhaps, or as part of this session instead.
Yeah, I can do. I'm very keen. We do not have two bites at the cherry.
Yes.
Round table session was due to start around 2. If Mr. Hicks wishes to speak now briefly and not take part this afternoon, that is absolutely fine. If Zoe Baker wishes to speak at the round table session, as she asked to do, and that's absolutely fine, she can join that discussion later. If that's Mr. Hicks's position that he wishes to make a brief statement now, then I'll do so, and I'll also invite Councillor Goodship and Councillor Pound to speak as well. Now, I'm conscious of time. It is now nearly 1:30, and I'm wondering whether we carry on and hear from these people now and then take a break, then come back for the round table session, or whether we take a break now, come back, hear from these people, and then move on to the round table session.
So from FOS's point of view, it would be preferable if Mr. Hicks could be involved, certainly at the beginning of the roundtable session, because there are a number of topics on the list that we've agreed with the appellant that his view would be very helpful on. But that rather depends on when you'd be perhaps willing to break and begin the roundtable.
Okay. We'll leave that one for a moment then. So what are the views of Mr. Jones and other parties on whether we break now or whether we just carry on and deal with Councillor Goodship and Councillor Pound, essentially?
So I think on the time we're relatively flexible. On Mr. Hicks, though, I just want to lay down a marker. We have, on behalf of the Skinner's Academy, the only document we have is the letter from the head teacher. And I assume that Mr. Hicks is speaking to that. What I wouldn't want is Mr. Hicks to be invited to start commenting on lots of new topics which have formed no part of the Academy's representations, because that may create time difficulties if we're going to have new points. Very happy. I'm very relaxed to accommodate you. So where appears as when he appears. But as I say, we only have. I think you only have from the academy. We have the letter from I think the head teacher, the principal. We don't have actually anything from Mr. Hicks. No criticism to Mr. Hicks, but that's all we have. So I'm just anxious that he's not led by the Rule 6 parties and all sorts of other points that may or may not have appeared. So that's my only concern. But in terms of timetabling, I'm in your hands. So break now or break later, we're okay.
So Mr. Jones can be reassured that Mr. Hicks certainly won't comment on any topics which are outside the roundtable topics that were agreed with the appellant.
Right, but anyway, the inspector heard what I said and my concern. He's here, as I understand it, on behalf of the Skinners Academy at the roundtable. That's my point. Not as a part of another party, as I understand. So that's my concern. So Ms. Bird isn't really addressing the point of my concern, which I hope I've made clear.
Okay. Would it be appropriate if Mr. Hicks was able to speak at the start of the roundtable session, and then he can leave, and we just heard what he has to say?
From our perspective, yes, that would be the best way forward. I think so. Thank you.
Let's just move on very quickly then to, we'll hear very quickly from Councillor Goodship and then Councillor Pound, and then we will break.
May I just ask what's going to happen to all the people sitting in the waiting room? I don't know if you heard me. Did you hear me?
I don't know who's speaking, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's Helen Firth from 59. I've had a neighbour contact me to say she's been sitting in the waiting room all morning. Are you going to let them in at some point, or are they not going to be allowed to join?
I haven't got control of the waiting room, I'm sorry.
Who does have?
There's a council.
Okay. So is it possible to pass a message to them to ask what's going to happen to these people?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yes.
I only have one person in the waiting room. It's just a series of numbers, so they can't be allowed in until we know who they are. If the neighbour could be told to rename themselves, I have messaged them, but not had a response.
Thank you. Well, we'll proceed now, and I'm going to hear from Councillor Goodship first. I'm just conscious of time, Councillor Goodship and Councillor Pound. If you know the procedure, if you can be very brief with your comments, that would be very helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon. I've got a very brief statement with one point that I believe adds to the discussion so far. I'm Tunbridge Wells Borough Councillor, member for Sherwood Ward. This application falls entirely within the boundary of Sherwood Ward. I live at 9 Golding Road, TN2 3FN. I've received a very significant number of objections from my ward constituents regarding this planning application, which are unanimous against the application. This has included residents objecting from a large geographic area within the ward, beyond the immediate neighbouring roads, due to the location being part of popular walking routes. In summary, I support the concerns of the residents on the following 2 key aspects. The location is a key greenfield location neighbouring AONB, with a landscape of pastoral quality with open and scenic views. And as such, I do not believe it's appropriate for development. This is reflected in the upcoming local plan. The second point is the only access road is via Pembury Junction into Blackhurst Lane, Sandown Park, which, as you've heard, is a significant major bottleneck, partly due to the secondary school, which is likely to expand further. This junction is due to be significantly impacted by the new upcoming King's Standing Business Park, which is modelled to have traffic impacts to this junction from the 4,000 plus workers commuting to and from the business park. The additional traffic from this proposed planning application, in my opinion, may impact the nil detriment and safety requirement test to this Pembury Road junction in National Planning and Transportation Policy, that I don't believe I've seen modelled for or accounted for, either in the business park modelling or in the assessment for this planning application. On this point, I recommend that this be clarified with the highways officers to confirm they're specifically accounted for when they're modelling, aligned to the Section 106 agreement mitigations from the 12th of March 2021. The key safety concern within this is, as you've heard, to the school children during construction, particularly given there's no payment for the majority of Blackhurst Lane, which was proposed for the construction traffic to the site originally. Additionally, expected day-to-day operations, as you heard, with supply logistics for that footprint of new housing, given it's pretty substantial. So in conclusion, I believe that the original 17th of June 2021 rejection of the planning application should be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodship. Mr. Jones, I won't invite you to just come in now, but I'll hear from Councillor Pound, and then if there's any points you want to put to either councillors, then please do so. Councillor Pound, please.
Thank you very much. I have culled my statement somewhat in recognition of the fact that you've probably heard some of these points before. So if I pause, it's because I'm searching for the next point. So my name is Hugo Pound. I live at the Coach House, Camden Hill, TN2 4TG. I'm the Cabinet Member for Housing and Planning on Tunbridge Wells Borough Council. I'm the Labour Councillor for Sherwood Ward 1 of 2, and I've been elected since 2019. I'm an ex-Governor and Director of Skinner's Kent Academy from 2016 to 2021, and I'm a liveryman of the Skinner's Company, which, through its educational charities, has been instrumental in the development of the school. I've been a member of the Council's Planning Committee for 3 years from 2019, and I'm now a member, I'm chair of the Planning Policy Working Group as well on the Council. As a Cabinet Member for Housing and Planning, I represent a Cabinet that has agreed to pursue a strategy of suitable homes for all in the right locations. This application fails that simple test. The Council is obviously keen to improve its 5-year housing land supply, but this should not be achieved at any cost, and there is a cost to this proposed development. As has been said by many people, it proposes to build on the Green Belt. It's judged by the Council and many residents across the borough to be the most important buffer to protect communities from sprawl and convergence. Its presence around Tunbridge Wells, that is the Green Belt, helps to clearly define the town and its relationship to other developments. The strip of Green Belt between Pembury and Tunbridge Wells is in part in place to ensure that these two settlements do not merge into one. In the submission local plan, which is currently under examination, as has also been mentioned, one of the overarching aims of the local plan is, quote, to ensure that the Green Belt continues to meet its purposes, only releasing land where strict tests are met. The new administration of which I'm part only assumed control 28 days ago, but we have already stated publicly that we wish development across the borough to be plan-led in accordance with paragraph 15 of the NPPF. The Council has identified small pockets of Green Belt that have been removed from the designation, 5.71% in total. This application site remains within the Green Belt, and it does not meet the very special circumstances test in paragraph 147, nor any of the subsequent statements in paragraph 149. And then in the local sustainability appraisal in the local policy MGB1, one of the transport objectives is to concentrate, quote, high trip generating development in the most accessible locations. The comment being to restrict urban sprawl and encourage development within and adjoining Royal Tunbridge Wells and within other established settlements with a range of services and accessible by a variety of means. This development cannot provide a variety of means of access. It is not walkable from town or even for many from Pembury Road. There is no public bus service down Sandown Park. There's no railway station nearby, and I know the inspector is visiting the site. I invite him to try and walk to the bus stop, or indeed, as has been alluded to, go and try and walk to a local shop, and we'll see you in about an hour and a half. In the final report of the Tunbridge Wells Borough Council commissioned report, Tunbridge Wells Green Belt Study, as has been mentioned earlier, this parcel of Green Belt was rated as high, but it is worth noting that others were rated as moderate and low, so it's not a catch-all designation. The application fails the local plan policy MGB1 in all 4 of its parts. The boundary definition at 3.7 describes accurately the situation at the end of Sandown Park. This application seeks to breach the defined boundary and thereby alter the character of the area. Now, as a borough councillor in Sherwood Ward, this matter has been foremost in my discussions with residents over the last 2 years, so I won't repeat all the comments that have been made this morning, but they're all valid. But I will say, as an ex-governor of Skinner's Kent Academy, I'm extremely concerned about the safety of 1,098 pupils, not 1,200 as it was mentioned earlier, 1,098 pupils arriving and departing from the academy at the start and end of each school day. I have some data which I got from the academy on the 7th of June 2022, which is not entirely complete, but it shows not only the significant numbers using the footpaths, but those travelling at greater speed on the cycle paths and roads. It also confirms the volume of traffic turning into and back out of Blackhurst Lane. In the morning, residents in Sandown Park, as has been mentioned, regularly wait 10 to 15 minutes. But based on the numbers that I have here, you might have a better understanding of what is actually happening on that junction. There are 118 single occupant pupils with their parent, obviously, arriving by car. There are 87 who share. There are 71 cyclists. There's 15 arrive by a dedicated school bus. 43 park in nearby roads and then walk into school. 77 take the public service bus. 25 scoot or skate, possibly illegally. 9 come up by train and then walk, and 262 walk. And almost all of those 262 are crossing the top of Blackhurst Lane at its junction with Sandown Park. Skinner's Kent Academy has the highest number of pupils of any secondary school in Tunbridge Wells who arrive at school on bicycles or scooters. Pembury Road has a dedicated cycle path, but there is none at the junction with Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, nor further along Sandown Park at the main entrance to the academy. In my view, increasing the volume of traffic, whatever other people say, is an invitation to an accident. In summary, this is an application to build a large number of homes on Greenbelt land. It has quite explicitly not been identified to be removed from that designation. It is outside the limits of built development. It is in a location which will isolate its residents from the town, its culture, leisure, retail, hospitality, and support services. A limited minibus service, possibly to be used by staff as well as residents, will do little to reduce the traffic volumes and do little to genuinely afford an active engagement with the wider community. Every trip from and into the development will require some form of transport past a school with over 1,000 pupils to and from a single congested access point. The council wants all its residents to live in suitable homes in the right places. Any development on the Green Belt must meet the stringent tests in paragraphs 147 and 149 of the NPPF and our own local policies on Green Belt designations, and this application is wholly inappropriate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Pound, the survey statistics that you referred to, are they before the inquiry?
I believe my statement is with you. If not, I can send you a copy of my statement.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Sorry, Mr. Jones, I'm getting confused.
He's been elevated to member, that's good.
Well, I am a member, but not of Tunbridge Wells. Sorry, we're not aware of those statistics. Has that been, when did you refer to a statement, when was that put in?
I can't tell you. Hang on. I can't tell you at the moment, I'm afraid. I don't know.
Okay.
But I assume it has. But the data that I read out was provided to me by the Academy on the 7th of June.
Well, 7th of June. Is that I think that's the data the inspector was asking for. Is that before the inquiry?
So, as I say, that's part of my statement, so I don't know. As I say, if it isn't, then I can send it to you.
Well, haven't got it now. So anyway,
okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pound. Obviously we don't agree, but I'm aware of time. I just want to ask a question of Councillor Goodship, if I may. So no disrespect to you, Councillor Pound. Councillor Goodship, you raised an issue about King's Standing and your concern as to whether there'd been any modelling in relation to that permitted development and the proposed development. I think that's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen the the note prepared by the Transport Consultants of the Appellant, WSP's note of May of 2021, which is core document 02.24. Carries out that exercise.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess my recommendation on point of clarification was because in communications with KCC highways officers on that junction, they were unaware of that section 106 that was signed by Head of Planning, Tunbridge Wells Borough Council. So I just wanted to make sure it was crystal clear that it had been fully modelled, because that's a kind of there's 3 A21 junctions there. So just wasn't clear from the evidence I read that had been actually modelled.
Okay, well, it has been, and it has been produced to Kent and informed their opinion. So that's, and the core document is 02.24. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Goodchip. All right, okay, so we'll take a break now because I think that I have now heard from everyone who asked to speak earlier. Now, I'm conscious Mr. Hicks has got to leave at 2:30. Is that confirmed?
That's my understanding, but I believe Mr. Hicks is in the meeting and he might be able to tell us himself.
Yeah, I am here. Yeah, and it is 2:30, please, if that's okay.
So you have to leave at 2:30?
Yes, please.
So if we took half an hour break and came back, we could hear from you for the first 10 minutes of the roundtable session, and then we can move on to that roundtable session.
If that's okay with everybody else, yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Is that acceptable to other parties?
So I'm just checking whether we've got lunch available because of the train strike. Otherwise, oh, we do. So no, that is acceptable. So thanks.
Ms. Bird?
Yes, it's acceptable, but obviously it's not ideal.
What would you prefer? What would you prefer?
Well, sir, I prefer if we could hear from Mr. Hicks for the first 10 minutes, the time he's able to give today. And if there are points that come up in the roundtable session that his view you feel is relevant on, then he might be afforded an opportunity to speak again later. Because we did envisage his participation in the entire session, and that's what was timetabled.
But the entire it was timetabled to start at 2 o'clock. So if we started at 15:15, we only started 15 minutes earlier.
Well, that is obviously the case there. We weren't sure how much progress we would make this morning. Mr. Hicks was advised to be ready from around midday, and he's complied with that. So it's no fault of Mr. Hicks's. But as I say, if there are topics on which you feel his view would be important, then we will find out if he can attend and speak again at another point.
Would an alternative be to take a quick break now, hear from Mr. Hicks, and then take a break and start the roundtable session a little bit later?
That would be preferable, certainly from FOSS perspective.
Mr. Jones.
So yeah, I'd object to. We've had enough. Mr. Hicks, who isn't actually part of FOSS at all, give his evidence now, and then we take a break. Let's just hear what he's got to say.
Okay. Would you like a quick break now before Mr. Hicks does that, or do you just want to hear from him? I'm not FOSS. As long as we've got a break coming up, I don't mind.
So, I mean, if it's what's already been said as part of their evidence, then we've got it. If it's something new, then we may have to come back at another time. But I'd rather just hear it now, I think. So, and get on and let Mr. Hicks go to do whatever he has to do.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Ms. Bird and Mr. Hicks?
For me, yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Okay, and we'll hear from you, Mr. Hicks, now then. And so we're still in interested persons session, but please let's hear from you. Now.
Thank you very much. That felt like a very long introduction. I do apologise. I didn't realise my name would be mentioned quite as much as it was. I think actually, and I didn't want to interject without being rude, but I think some of the information that Mr. Pound has just provided to you was some of the detail that I was going to go through myself. Mr. Jones is absolutely correct. The only letter or the only information that's been sent through was the letter that was written by our principal. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it today, and hence why I'm sort of sat representing Skinner's Kent Academy, which, as we all know, is on Sandown Park. But we also have a primary school down in Knightswood as well in Tunbridge Wells. Essentially, the main issues that we are and concerns we have is the increase in traffic, and therefore the safety of our students' work, the safety of local residents, and also just having the increase in traffic itself along the road network is not appropriate. The school itself, we are an academy, however, we are a community school. So the vast majority of our students travel to our academy via foot or on bikes, because we predominantly house and educate students from the local area. That's what we are built on. That's why as most of you will know, why the school was expanded a few years ago, 10 years ago, to take on the more local students. So currently there are 1,100 students here that get to the academy each day, and those peak times are the school times in the morning. So Pembury Road from 8 AM until 8:35, 8:40 has got our traffic on it, or some of our traffic. And then in the evening, it would be from 3:15 till around about 3:45. We do our utmost currently to manage the traffic, the bikes, the pedestrians as best as we can. We do have a number of our staff that are on duty at those peak times to try and ensure that the students cross safely and get safely into the academy. We've also encouraged all of our parents and guardians to use our facility at Blackhurst Lane. There's a car park at the back of our property where we ask our students, our parents, to drop students off. But inevitably, as much as we can try and manage things, we do have scenarios where students are running late, parents are running late, and they therefore have to use Sandown Park as well as a drop-off point. There are photos and there is information that's being provided elsewhere, I believe. We're a very, very busy site, and as Mr. Pound has already alluded to, proportionally and statistically, the majority of our students come to school either on foot or on a bike. That said, 50% also come along in private cars. So the level of traffic along Pembury Road is already fairly significant. We do want to promote a healthy and sustainable way of travelling. So we do ask if people can to walk or to take their bikes. And clearly, if you increase the amount of traffic along the road, with whether it's vehicles for residents that live here or whether it is construction traffic, there are going to be safety concerns. That's pretty much all I have to add, other than the fact that, as well as the numbers that Mr. Pound referred to earlier, we do have over 100 staff that visit and come to this school as a place of work, and 84% of them currently come by car. So that adds around about another 86 or 87 cars onto the totals given earlier on.
I wonder if sorry to interrupt. I wonder if I could ask Mr. Hicks to explain one point which would have been on his list at the Highways Round Table. Can he explain how much he knows about the new roundabout setup for King's Standing Way
Sorry,
related to King's Standing Way. I'm sorry, if Mr. Jones could hold himself back from interrupting me.
Sorry, I can address the inspector. You've just intervened. I'd like to intervene and object.
Well,
Otherwise,
perhaps I
you've already
could
asked the
finish,
question.
and then the inspector can make a decision as to whether it's relevant or not.
You're not calling.
There's no need to be discourteous. We're taking Mr. Hicks out of order because he's not able to attend later this afternoon. It was the appellant who brought up the roundabout, and Mr. Hicks can speak to his understanding of that. So I'd be very grateful, sir, if you would allow Mr. Hicks to explain what his understanding is.
I know Ms. Bird isn't allowing me to address you, but could I address you since you are the inspector, not Ms. Bird?
Mr. Jones, I wouldn't presume to disallow you to address the inspector. I'm asking for the simple courtesy of being able to finish a question on a relevant matter.
Can I address you, please?
I've heard from Ms. Bird. Mr. Jones.
Thank you. First of all, it's not a question of courtesy because Ms. Bird was not in the process of addressing the inquiry. Is Mr. Hicks coming forward as a witness? So she's quite wrong to suggest my objection is interruption of her. She's just railroaded into the process. Sir, Ms. Hicks, Mr. Hicks, we've already had new evidence coming in. Mr. Hicks is not a witness called by Ms. Bird. You've decided that we're dealing with this round table. It's quite wrong then for Ms. Bird, who's on the same side, to ask questions of a witness or of a party that's on the same side. So you'll be familiar with that, as is Ms. Bird. So we're not in an inquiry session where Mr. Hicks is being called as a witness by Ms. Bird. We're in a situation where he's giving evidence as a member of the public. So therefore, I'm entitled to ask questions because we're on the other side. Ms. Bird is not entitled to ask questions of someone who's a supporter. It's simple as that.
We're not in a round table session yet. I'm hearing from Mr. Hicks as an interested person. He's not, as far as I understand it, it's not part of the Rule 6 group here. He's addressing me as an interested person.
Yes. So what this has become rather more heated than it needed to be. It's a very simple and straightforward point. There will be a new roundabout at the junction between Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park. That is obviously directly relevant to SKA because students currently use the crossing, which will turn into a roundabout. Mr. Hicks will not be here to explain his understanding of how that new roundabout will work. I don't know what he's going to tell you, sir. He might say, well, I've never heard about it and I know nothing about it, but it's a relevant matter. And I would suggest that it's important to give him the opportunity to speak to it.
Okay, well, Mr. Hicks hasn't raised it, but since you've raised it, I will allow him to respond to it, but I'm going to ask Mr. Jones first if he's got questions for Mr. Hicks.
Well, sir, I mean, it's an abuse of the process, as evidenced by Miss Bird saying she doesn't know what Mr. Hicks is going to say. Anyway, but on the question of the roundabout, which didn't form part of your evidence and which was raised by, I think so far, Councillor, it's been raised in the evidence, but Goodship. Mr. Hicks, are you familiar with the issue of the roundabout, and have you read WSP's technical evidence that was submitted to Kent County Council, which is a core document CD03, CD 2.24? Is this an area that you're familiar with?
Thank you. No, I was aware of the roundabout, the potential roundabout, development. I have had Mr. Jones, I've had a very, very quick look at the document, but I'm not a technical expert, but I have an awareness of the document you're referring to, but I haven't read it in great depth. But I do have an understanding of that roundabout, where it will be situated, and therefore the impact on us as an academy.
So are you in a position to answer questions? Your evidence hasn't taken any dispute with what WSP have assessed there not to be any highway safety or adverse impact. I haven't seen any evidence where you've submitted to this inquiry taking issue with that note that was submitted over a year ago in May 2021. Is that right?
That would be correct. I myself have only been in post for the last 8 months, but I am aware that I haven't submitted anything. No, but there
has the Skinners Academy?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, and that evidence was submitted to the Highways Authority. You were satisfied with it. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, that's the position. It was submitted to Kent County Council for their consideration, and they have expressed themselves satisfied. Okay, so well, I don't think you can assist me any further then on this, so I don't have any further questions, sir.
One other.
One.
Whether when the planning application.
Yes, can you help me with this? When the application for King's Standing was put in, did the Academy raise any objection to it on the basis that any additional traffic is harmful, or any highways objection?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Jones, is that on that particular roundabout? On
that development that will necessitate that roundabout to deal with its traffic implications. Did the Academy? We can find no record of them having objected. Can you indicate whether the Academy objected on highway safety grounds or highways grounds or any grounds?
I don't believe they did. We did.
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Jones?
That's fine. So we still don't have the statement, but I suppose it'll get to us at some stage that Councillor Pound referred to. I think it's the figures that were produced this month from the Academy, which haven't been produced to the inquiries yet.
Yeah, if this is new evidence before an inquiry, then I need to know why it should be accepted as new evidence, and I need the view of the appellant as to whether that information should be accepted, because it might need a response.
Yeah, as I say, so we haven't got it yet. So before you accept it, so we'd like to see it.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I wouldn't accept it before checking with the parties anyway, Mr. Jones, as you'll be aware. So it is now 2 o'clock, and I propose that we take a break. And if we take a 40-minute break, would that be acceptable? And we come back and commence the roundtable session at 2:40. Is that acceptable to the parties?
I could just have a moment to check, sir, please. I've no indication that it isn't okay. I think 2:40 is fine. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, is that acceptable to you and your witness?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your contributions this morning. We will adjourn now, and we will resume at 2:40. Thank you very much. Welcome back. The inquiry is now resumed. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is the council here? Is Miss Lambert here?
Sir, yes.
Thank you.
But obviously we're not taking great part in this, so I'll leave my video off and mute myself.
Okay, thank you. I can't hear you, Mr. Jones, if you were speaking. Are you maybe talking amongst yourselves? So if you're talking,
sorry, yes, we were trying to make sure who's going to be pointing the machine to demute and who's got charge of the controls. I think Mr. Blacker now has. Sorry, sir. That's all he was talking about.
Thank you. Look, hang on. Okay. This session was discussed at the case management conference as a way of hearing some of the evidence and concerns relating to highway matters, given that it is not a reason for refusal in relation to this appeal, and that the position of the Highway Authority is not to object. It was originally intended, I think, and I wasn't at the case management conference, but I think the view at the case management conference was that Kent County Council Highway Authority would be able to come to the Highways Roundtable and take part. That it's since transpired that that is not what they want to do, and we can't compel them to come. So this session is to enable me to hear the concerns of interested persons who object to the proposed developments on highway grounds. And I think at the case management conference, it was also reference to a type of question answer session might be way forward. I think we've probably moved on a little bit from that, and I've heard a lot of evidence this morning on highway matters from interested persons, a lot of concerns. Just with not having Kent County Council here, it does leave us with the appellant's highway witness to help us with answers to some of the points raised by local people, and I'm happy for relevant questions to be put to him. I do appreciate this is quite an emotive topic, as we've heard this morning, for local people, but I do want to understand in more detail a little bit what the concerns are. At this stage, I've not identified highways as a main issue, as I've already said, because my main issues at the moment are focused upon the reasons for refusal. I have read all of the comments made by local residents. I've also received a statement of common ground between Friends of Sandown Park and the appellant. I've studied the photographs appended to that document. I've also read the rebuttal by Mr. Blacker on behalf of the appellant. I've also watched all of the video clips that have been submitted by the Friends of Sandown Park. I don't want to go into those areas which are agreed, but I want to focus on those areas where there is dispute. The National Planning Policy Framework, and particularly paragraph 111 of that, is of major relevance. This states that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. So that is a key material document that guides this inquiry. This roundtable session is not to reach agreement. It's also not to influence the position of any party. It's simply to aid me in the inquiry. I have to reach a decision based upon the evidence before me. So it's to aid me, help me reach the decision that I must make. It is also simply not to restate positions and evidence which is already made to this inquiry in writing. I will lead the discussion this afternoon, and I would like all participants to remain respectful and make their contributions clearly and fairly. The Friends of Sandown Park have a special status in the inquiry, which is called Rule 6 Party. In essence, they have the same rights as the appellant and the council. In this discussion, therefore, I will keep checking back with them. As we have heard this morning, Friends of Sandown Park may not represent all of those who wish to speak, and that is fine. But I will need to know who people are on the basis on which they're speaking. And as I have said this morning, I do not wish to hear repeated evidence. And if you do, I will ask you to stop. And also, I don't want a repeat of the things that we've discussed this morning, which were more of expression of concerns by interested persons in relation to the general aspects of the proposal. But there was quite a lot of discussion, I heard quite a lot of information about the highways aspects. The Friends of Sandown Park and the appellant have agreed a list of topics which they consider form the basis for discussion today, and I'm happy for that to be the structure for this afternoon, effectively an agenda. So what I intend to do at each topic, I'll invite the Friends of Sandown Park to open and tell me what their concerns are, and then I will invite Mr. Blacker to respond. We will then enter a discussion. If people wish to speak, please use the hand raise function on Zoom. We are a little bit later than I thought we'd be, but that's fine. So it's 2:45. We will take a break during the session, but if anyone feels that we need a break at any other times, please let me know as we move along. So before we start, can I just take the names of those who intend to be speaking this afternoon? Please let me know who you are and who you represent. I'll start with the, can I start with the appellant, please?
I'll start. Good afternoon. So it's Gregory Jones again, QC. I may be speaking, but as you've indicated, sir, Mr. Blacker is the highways expert, and I'm guessing that you'll be assisted more by him on certain technical matters rather than me. But I'm here, and also Catherine Miles is here in case there are any highways related questions that relate to the proposed operations of the care home, and Andrew Blacker, who is to my right, so you have his evidence from WSP and his qualifications, who will be, I suspect, person speaking most from our side, and we've moved places accordingly. So I hope you can hear me. I'm further away, but Mr. Blacker is closer to you.
Thank you.
Electronically.
Thank you. I can hear you perfectly well, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Blacker, would you just like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Andrew Blacker, WSP. I'm a technical director at WSP with 31 years of experience in transport planning and development planning.
Thank you. Ms. Miles, you may be speaking, you may not.
That's correct, sir. So I'm Catherine Miles. I'm a town planner with 19 years experience. I will only speak if there's a question that comes up that's relevant to planning rather than specifically highways.
Thank you. Ms. Bird, could you introduce the people who will be speaking as part of Friends of Sandown Park, please?
Yes, thank you, sir. Principally, Mr. Rob Shorrock and Mr. Martin Alderman. I understand that Ms. Zoe Baker is also here and may wish to participate, and Mr. Ted Hood as well.
So Mr. Shorrock is a local resident. We've heard from him. Mr. Martin Alderman is a local resident. We've heard from him.
Ms. Baker, you did hear from very briefly,
Very briefly,
but I think she was cut short, unfortunately. But she is here to speak.
Okay.
As I understand it, as a parent of a child at the school.
Yes, I am a member of FOSP. I live in Sandown Park, but I'm primarily concerned to be here to speak as a parent of 3 children at Skinners Kent Academy.
Okay.
Thanks.
And Mr. Hood.
Yes, Mr. Hood, who's the lead representative of FOSP.
Hi, and a local resident, and I was involved in commissioning some of the traffic advice for FOSP.
Thank you. And is there anybody else here who is not who's not been referenced, who is planning to take part in this session? Okay. So if we turn, so just to remind you, for those of you not familiar with roundtables, and this one is a little bit different because of the nature of it and because of the position of the parties. It's a structured discussion led by me. So I'm happy for questions to be put to Mr. Blacker, but the objective is really to help me. So please, you can ask questions, but to Mr. Blacker, but it's still me who is effectively running this meeting, because it's for me to get the information that I need. But I'm happy for some kind of discussion on the structured agenda that we've got to take place. Are the parties happy for that, the list of topics, as it were, that I think the Friends of Sandown Park and the opponent have put together? Now, are you happy for that to be the structure for this session?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So if we start with that, then I'll turn to the first matter, which I think is pedestrian safety, and I will invite the Friends of Sandown Park to state their position on this matter. I think just let me pull up there. Has everyone got access to that document? That
the list of topics, sir.
List of topics, yes.
I believe so. I think it's been circulated. If not, I think it can easily be circulated again. Could I also suggest, sir, that you have to hand, if you don't already, the appendices to the FOSP appellant statement of common ground on highway safety. And that's 2 sets of photographs produced by the Rule 6 party.
Have you got the core document reference there, Ms. Bird?
So the first set of photographs, excuse me, they're all in series 9. So the first set is CD 09.06.2. These are also appended to Mr. Shorrock's proof of evidence on behalf of FOSP, and they're photographs taken by local residents of the traffic on Sandown Park.
Okay,
CD
CD
09.06.
Yeah, I've got those. Yeah, thank you.
And then the other set is stills from the Traffic Watch traffic count, and that's the Tunbridge Wells incident report, which is at CD 090610.
Thank you.
also attached, so to the statement of common ground on the appellant's initiative is the plan of the new roundabout at the Pembury Road, Blackhurst Lane junction. And there is a core document reference for that as well, if you'd bear with me just a moment. I don't know if the appellant is able to assist with that.
Yes, I believe it's core document A3 in series 10.
So is this it's 100301? That's the, is that the one? Is it the King Standing Way drawing that you're referring to, Miss Bird?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So
and
it's
the
appendix
reference
3.
you gave a moment ago is correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Right, okay.
So if you're happy to begin with the first topic on the list, which is pedestrian safety at the Blackhurst Lane Sandown Park pedestrian crossing point,
yeah.
As things stand, so pre-development. FOSP's position is essentially that it is unsafe, excuse me, and principally due to the lack of a formal crossing point for SKA pupils. There is an informal crossing point between the rear entrance of SKA on Blackhurst Lane and the west side of Blackhurst Lane. And there is also a formal crossing point at the traffic lights, so over the south end of Blackhurst Lane. But there is no formal crossing point over Sandown Park itself. So for your reference, so the relevant videos, so our video number 1 and video number 18 in the schedule.
Yeah.
Also video 10. And I needn't give you the photograph numbers because they're self-evident and quite easy to find. And that difficulty, the lack of a formal crossing point, exacerbates and is also exacerbated by dangerous behaviour from people dropping children off in the middle of the road and picking them up from the middle of the road around the exit to the school on Blackhurst Lane. So the reason for requesting this topic's inclusion in the Highway Safety Roundtable is the appellant's evidence that there's no significant safety issue currently. And that's in Mr. Blacker's rebuttal at paragraph 3.5.14.
Okay.
And FOSP's question is how he has arrived at that conclusion, whether it's purely on the basis of the Highway Authority's views, or whether any additional assessment has been done by the appellant. And more particularly, what has he taken into account when determining the level of risk faced by pedestrians at this junction, if anything at all?
Okay, thank you. Can we invite Mr. Blacker to come back on that point, please?
Hello, sir. Yeah, so in terms of the work that we've done, where we scoped the transport assessment with Kent County Council, we highlighted the area, the study area, where we would do accident analysis. And the accident analysis study area is figure 3.1 in the TA. And that includes, so the TA being, we've got a reference, but we're going to come back to this all the time. CD 02.07, and it's figure 3.1. That figure was agreed, or that study area is agreed with Kent County Council, and that included the whole of Sandown Park, part of Blackhurst Lane, and the junction of Pembury Road, Blackhurst Lane. And it was agreed that we look at the previous 3 years of accident data for that area. And obviously at that time, we'd looked back, and the 3 years at that time we did the transport assessment, and we've also looked back now, as of updated for the inquiry, for the last 5 years. Accident analysis, we would look at a 3-year period. Sometimes we're asked to look at a 5-year period. And in this case, I've looked at a 5-year period as of now for the inquiry. And there has been no personal injury accidents on Sandown Park or the junction with Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park in the last 5 years. Assessed it. I've obviously made a number of site visits to observe the operation of the junction, and these site visits were during school time as well as outside of school time, so I could sort of see a range of times. And yes, and the photographs that I've seen submitted by FOSS are largely in accordance with my observations as well. There are pupils that cross Sandown Park, but traffic is moving fairly slowly. It's a 30-mile-an-hour residential road, and there hasn't obviously been a history of any accidents in the last 5 years. With the addition of the development traffic, which in the morning peak hour is 5 vehicles that leave and 14 vehicles that arrive, and that's really the busy time when the school is arriving. That impact of those additional traffic or vehicles on Sandown Park it don't trigger, or to me don't trigger an accident safety problem, which doesn't occur now, and I can't see that the development would trigger one to happen in the future because of that extra traffic.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bird? Mr. Shoik has got his hand up. Mr. Shoik?
Thanks. May I just ask, just so I'm clear, and please forgive me because I'm not 100% certain about the process here. In terms of what is allowed to be shown and what isn't. I know that videos are available for people, but I'm guessing we're not physically showing them here. I know that photographs are the same. I just wanted to ask Mr. Blacker, in the analysis that he has just described, was he ever aware of the very, let me call it, unusual and probably dangerous driving, parking, drop-offs and pickups that actually take place right on that junction at various different times of day? And I appreciate, before he answers, I appreciate that in terms of the extra traffic, it may not have, you know, a huge impact on the way that people park and drive and drop off and pick up their school children. But I just wanted to understand, was there, you know, did he ever observe the driving that's currently taking place? Because nevertheless, what's happening now is clearly, if you look at the videos and if you look at the photographs, in my view at least, it's clearly dangerous, and it's only a matter of time before something really dreadful happens. Any increase in traffic, whether it's one car or 5 cars, probably is going to exacerbate that. But my question, therefore, going back to the first point, is did he actually observe any of that really poor example of driving on that junction and then build that into his thinking on there being no significant safety issue currently?
Mr. Blacker.
Thank you, sir. So I spent quite a bit of time at the junction and down on Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane as well, actually, in terms of where the main school drop-off pickup area is. Yes, I did observe parents picking up and dropping off children in the morning on Sandown Park. No, I didn't observe parents dropping off children in the junction, but I did observe queuing traffic in the junction. Some of the photographs that are in the evidence sort of show vehicles outside of the actual lanes markings that you would typically expect the driver to be driving within. But I can't see whether they're stationary or moving, those vehicles. And when you do have queuing like that, and there is queuing on Blackhurst Lane, from my observations, the Blackhurst Lane traffic takes priority until the traffic lights go red. And then at that time, I would say that there's a number of considerate drivers and the keep clear markings that allow the Sandown Park traffic to exit Sandown Park and then start to fill the gap between the junction and the traffic lights. And that tends to allow the traffic out of Sandown Park, but that sometimes means that those cars aren't always parked or stopped in the right place because they've kind of partially moved into the carriageway because everything's stopped and then they're waiting to go when the green light goes. So they're the observations that I made. And together with obviously the historic data that's available in terms of is there a safety concern in the area? There wasn't evidence of a safety concern, and I didn't observe a safety concern. You know, I observed queuing traffic and I observed people being dropped off on Sandown Park, but I didn't observe anything further than that.
Thank you. Zoe Baker and then Mr. Hood, please.
Thank you. So Zoe Baker, I live at 49 Sandown Park. I'm a parent of 3 students at the school, and we actually moved to the area less than 5 years ago to this street, particularly for that school, because we were moving from overseas and we wanted a community school in which our children would be able to walk to school. So that's the relevance of me being here. And I have a view that is at odds with this view that it is currently adequate in terms of pedestrian safety, because in the light of SCAR's recent confirmation as an outstanding school in their Ofsted inspection, they've been commended for the quality of their relationships, particularly with their students, and the care that they take with those students. And I think indicative of that is the fact that they put out daily at the beginning and the afternoon exit time members of staff in the plural to ease the safe passage of those students. I'm a teacher myself at a different school. I've been teaching since 1993 in the secondary domain, and I have never encountered a school that routinely and daily places staff on pedestrian safety arrival and exit in that way on the public highway. Sure, they might put them on a gate, but that SCAR feels the need to do that on a daily basis is surely indicative of their concern for their students' well-being, given the particular context in which this community body of students enter and exit the site.
Thank you.
Okay, I just to add, if I may, that I have had a conversation with the Deputy Head, who has already as well expressed her grave concern regarding the proposed roundabout agreed in principle, because of the nature of roundabout intention is of continuous flow, of course. That is the purpose of a roundabout, is it not? That you have a continuous flow which eases passage from A to B, whatever that context is. And that's markedly at odds with the needs of a large secondary school that needs a stop-start nature of their traffic flow because of the way in which that site is used. So that's my concern as a parent at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hood?
Yes, I had a question. Mr. Shorek's proof of evidence has a photograph of a car that's hit the protective fencing on Sandown Park. It was the second car in a short period of time to do that. And in addition, if you walk along that fencing, you will see evidence that it has been struck by vehicles in a number of different places. And I'm curious as to, one, whether he's observed that, and two, what he makes of that in terms of safety implications.
Mr. Blacker?
Yes, thanks, sir. No, I haven't observed that. What do I make of it? I don't know when these instances occurred, and it's difficult to assume or understand what's happened in terms of why the vehicle has ended up in that position. What I have done is I've looked at the geometry of the road to understand whether the geometry of the road could have been a cause sort of factor for that accident to have occurred.
I'm sorry, did you say that you did not see the damage to the, I understand you didn't see the accident, so that you've now seen the photographs. Are you saying that you visited the junction many times but did not see the damage to the fencing?
No, he's the car.
I've not seen the accident or the car.
No, that I understand, but the damage to the fencing, have you seen? Because it's in multiple places. It's not just from this one accident.
I've not seen damage to the fencing like shown in these photographs, no.
Have you seen any damage to the fencing?
I've seen some knocks of fencing, but it's not damaged like this. When I've seen the fencing, it's not been damaged like this.
Okay, but when you, I believe there are 5 or 6 different damaged sections of the fencing today. This particular accident photographed here has been repaired for the second time because there were 2 accidents exactly like this within a short period of time. But the damage is there today. And so if you see that as an expert, as a professional, does that not cause you concern that a fence that's meant to protect pedestrians has been routinely struck by cars in an area that is supposed to be, to your observation, one involving slow-moving traffic?
So when I've observed, the fences has not. The last time I observed was on the 9th of May.
Which year?
Last
9th of May of this year.
Yeah.
So you did not observe any damage to the fencing?
So the fence wasn't damaged like the way it's shown in these photographs?
No, not in this particular picture, but there are
Can you just
5 or 6 different areas of the fencing that have automobile damage to them. Did you see that or not?
And so, like I'm going on to say, so there was some damage to the fencing, but not the way it's shown in these photographs. Now, did that raise concern? These fences are to protect pedestrians or prevent pedestrians from crossing rather than to protect them from getting run over. These are almost to shepherd them into places where they should cross the road, and to prevent them from crossing the road in places where they would be best not to cross the road. That's the idea of these fences. They're not vehicle restraint systems where you're preventing a vehicle from leaving the carriageway.
Exactly. And
okay.
So does it not trouble you that they seem to be routinely struck by cars and therefore only a matter of time before, as you say, they're not protective, before a car passes through that barrier and strikes an individual? That did not concern you? You did not investigate that further?
It would help if you just let the witness answer that question, if you may. Keep asking him and interrupting him.
So that was exactly where I was trying to say before we started this. So I hadn't observed the cars in these positions or the barriers broken the way they are, but I did look at the existing geometry of the road to understand what may have caused that accident or these accidents. Now, looking at that, for the speed of the road and the curvature of the road and the visibility of the road, all of that conformed to the design standard, which then, to me, the road fulfills its design criteria to being designed to the right standard. Now, I don't then understand why a vehicle may have then crashed into that barrier. That could be down to driver error, distraction, but it's not so much of an accident which is caused as a fault of the design of the road.
And can I ask, in your observations, did you at any point speak to either the Scandinavian Kent Academy or any of the residents of the street to get their views or explanation?
Yes, I did. I didn't speak to, well, not knowingly did I speak to the academy. Whether I did or I didn't, I did speak to people.
But you didn't make a point of making an appointment to meet with the academy?
No, I didn't make an appointment to meet. No. So
any other residents? Did you knock on doors or did you?
Mr. Hood, it might help if you just let Mr. Blackett answer, and then if he hasn't fully answered your point, maybe come back.
Sorry, sir. I thought you had.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Blackett.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so whilst I was making observations, I did take the time to talk to residents, and some were parents waiting on Sandown Park. Some were residents that were driving along Sandown Park and stopped to talk to me. And we discussed the operation of Sandown Park. And so I did try to take on the views of local people, school parents, school parents and residents, those that were using the road at the time I was there.
And what did they tell you? Did they say they felt that was a safe junction that was functioning well, it was smooth, they were able to get in and out easily, they didn't view the corner as dangerous? That's what you heard?
They didn't specifically talk about that corner. The area that we were talking about was more at the front of the Skinner Academy, where the parking was, and I was asking for their observations on the vehicle speeds and how the road was used, and they felt that actually people in general didn't speed along the road, and that was their view, and that was my observations as well.
Mr. Hood, are there any further questions on that matter?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, you've got your hand up.
Apologies, I put it down again. It was remaining from previously. I'll lower the hand. Apologies.
Thank you.
So if I may, there are 2 points that it might be useful to hear from Mr. Blacker on.
Yeah, I'm aware Mr. Alderman and Mr. Showick.
Oh, yes, I didn't notice that. My apologies.
Yeah, Mr. Alderman.
Yeah, I'll keep mine brief. I was just going to emphasise the points that Ted was making. Whilst we're grateful that there hasn't been any incidents of bodily injury in recent years, there have been a number of road traffic accidents which Rob Showick witnesses on a regular basis because he lives at the southern end of Sandown Park. As we found out recently, the decision now not to use Blackhurst Lane, probably on safety reasons for construction traffic, there is going to be a huge focus of construction traffic both now going in and coming out on the junction of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane. And if you're seeing that sort of damage with motor vehicles, I dread to think what will happen when you've got big sand trucks and other construction traffic in that area. But I'll pass over to Rob, because Rob's got more evidence of what he's witnessed.
Thanks, Martin. I put my hand up here, first of all, because I wanted to go back to something Mr. Blacker said, that when he was speaking to when Mr. Blacker, when you were speaking to, I think it was people who were dropping off children at school, you weren't talking about the junction between Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, but what you were talking about was the front of the school, which I'm assuming you meant was on Sandown Park rather than on Blackhurst Lane, but we could talk about both, but I think you were talking about Sandown Park, which is actually the main entrance of the school. And you were saying, and you said that the people you spoke to, and I again, I don't want to quote you, but I think you were talking about people who were dropping off there, were happy that people didn't drive too fast and were driving safely. Can I just ask you if that's correct? Have I understood what you said?
Yes, yeah, we're talking about Sandown Park, the main school entrance there of Sandown Park, and it was in the vicinity of that, somewhere between probably your property and the entrance. It was that area that I was observing.
Yeah.
And that's where I spoke to a resident in that area, and that's where we were talking about whether they felt that there was a history of speeding in that area, and they felt there wasn't one.
So that was a resident, sorry, and not a parent dropping off.
Yeah, that was a resident. Yeah, she may have been a parent, but she was a resident, to my eyes.
Okay. Well, I will say that's surprising, but anyway, I believe you, but it's surprising that they hadn't seen anything. What I'd like to do, if I may, with permission, is just tell you a little story, which was only last week. Okay, so this is. I don't have any photographic evidence because I literally can't go around filming everything that's happening, but I walk every single day on this stretch you're talking about, Mr. Blacker, every single day with my wife and my dogs, and we kind of walk all around the area, and we nearly always walk past the front of the school. That's our weekday route. I can explain that if you want, but it just happens to be our weekday route. And only the other day, a woman, mother, I guess, in a small car, shot up. There were cars parked all along the left-hand side of Sandown Park towards and past the entrance to Sandown Park. She shot up at great speed, reversed into the far entrance. It's actually both an entrance and an exit. It's an entrance to some flats for teachers, but it's also an exit from one of the slip roads that goes round the school and comes out. She reversed in there at great speed, dropped her daughter off, and then shot out again. Now, you might say, well, so what? She's in a rush. But in doing so, we nearly knocked into her and we're only walking at a fairly slow speed. And she very nearly ran over a young boy, and we had to shout at the young boy to stop because he nearly walked right into her from a concealed part of the path, effectively to her left at this point, concealed by a hedge. And he nearly rolled right over he didn't hit her car, but he would have if it had been a second later, he would have rolled over the front of her bonnet, and we had to shout at him. And then she kind of looked extremely guilty at my wife and me, and then she kind of shot off back in the other direction. So my point about this is this: we see a lot of very poor driving behaviour at the actual junction of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, which of course you weren't talking about when you were talking to the resident you were just describing. But every single day, I see crazy driving behaviour by people who are dropping off. Now, this isn't a point at the school. It's not a point at the roads, but it's really just saying all we need to do is have one serious accident because there are big lorries going up and down here or whatever, and it won't take long because I have seen this type of behaviour on a very, very, very regular basis. All it will take, and I've got other stories as well, which you've seen in some of the evidence I've given, all it will take is one serious accident for somebody to turn around and say, I wonder if we should have taken this a little bit more seriously. And that's my point. And it just makes me very, very worried. I'm really, really worried because I see it every day. I appreciate, if you've come in and done your surveys and used your equipment and done your measurement, you may not have seen what I've seen, but and I know I'm not the only person who's seen these. So I make the point to emphasize the point that we're all making here about pedestrian safety. It currently is not safe. It currently is not safe, irrespective of whether there are going to be 1 million more cars on this road or only 200 a day. It's just not safe. So I make that point.
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Short? And if it's not safe now, and you used the word crazy drivers,
yes,
then so what's the impact of the proposed development? The crazy drivers will access the school if they're crazy drivers, irrespective of whether the development takes place or not, won't they?
You're probably right. You're probably right, sir. But what I would say is, why are we even considering allowing more and more drivers to enter A, the junction, and B, these roads? Because I know we're going to come on to this, but there could be faster vehicles doing deliveries. There could be faster vehicles on emergency duty. I've been aware of this for a long time and have raised it many times and had discussions with people. So this isn't necessarily a new thing. This development, though, in my opinion, will just exacerbate that problem and make it even more likely that something dreadful is going to happen. So that's the only way I can really answer that question. It's with concern.
And just a further observation and just a question that since this proposal is not family housing, there are unlikely to be cars adding to the school run arising from this development. So isn't that a point in its favour compared to family housing type development?
I have an answer. I think other people may want to answer too, but I don't think it matters whether the cars are trying to exit the road or not. Exit, drop off students, if you like, coming from the top end of Sandown Park or not. There will still be cars, there will still be vehicles, and it'll still add to the volume. A different point. I mean, my children all grew up in this area, and they've all now left home and gone off to do their own thing. So I'm not dropping children off at school, but I'm still very, very aware that I have to get out certain times to get to airports, to get to meetings, and I'm just another driver.
There are a number of hands up now. Zoe Baker's hand up. Mr. Hood. Mr. Hood, is that a new hand?
No, sorry. Yes, it is a new hand.
It's a new hand. And I'm also conscious that Miss Bird wanted to come back with some points. So shall I let the discussion continue, Miss Bird? And then I'll go back to Mr. Blacker, and then you've got some points? Or shall I?
Yes, sir. It may be those points are cleared up in the discussion.
Okay. So Mr. Hood, and then Miss Baker, and then I'll go back to Mr. Blacker and Mr. Alderman. And then I'll go back to Mr. Blacker if he wants to come back on those points.
Thank you, sir. I will try and be brief, but I just want to make 3 observations. One is I think we should agree on the number of houses existing in the estate, which we count as about 200, the number of units proposed to be added, which is about 100. And so we say 35 to 40%. Mr. Jones seems to think that there is no accurate number or that we can't quote that. So If they want to put out a number, let's put out a number. I think the second thing we'd like to say is that many of us, sadly, on this call will be eligible to purchase units in this proposed development, either currently or very soon. All of us drive on a regular basis. All of us frequently enter and exit Sandown Park or Blackhurst lanes at impacted times. And we know that because we get stuck in the school traffic. And then I think the last thing that I wanted to raise a question for the appellant's expert is, again, our experience is that from a safety concern perspective, we see two significant problem areas. The first is, as you are heading south on Sandown Park, you must make nearly a 90-degree right-hand turn to come to the entrance to Blackhurst Lane. Sandown Park appears to be a much wider road than it is. We'll get onto this on the heritage, but it is because it was built to be a residential estate. So it has extremely wide verges. And so the road appears to be broader and more like a highway than it actually is. So people tend to drive faster than the road is really designed to accommodate. I'm astonished, by the way, that the inspector, or rather the expert, was able to find a single person on Sandown Park who didn't mention that on first meeting them, but congratulations to him for doing that. So as people come south, they go to make that right-hand turn and they find it extremely difficult, which is why we have seen 2 cars within a year of that fence first being put up hit that fence in a way that if there were people behind it, there would be deaths or serious injuries. Okay, that's a fact. It happens on a regular basis. Anybody on the road can tell you about that. The second thing is when you turn onto Sandown Park at the southern end, the design of that turn is such that it's extremely difficult to remain in the proper lane if you are turning right to enter into Sandown Park. And the traffic evidence that we submitted, the photographs by Traffic Watch, consistently show cars turning too tight to make that turn because of the design of the junction. What happens is cars coming south on Sandown Park then appear around the corner, forcing those cars to veer to the left, which to my mind explains a number of the dents that you see. And it doesn't take a very large car to do exactly that, turning right into the entrance into Sandown Park, being forced to the left by traffic appearing rapidly around the corner and going directly into that fence. And as Rob said, it's only a matter of time.
Miss Baker? Or Mrs. Baker, I'm so sorry, I don't know whether it's Mrs. or Mrs. I'm sorry.
It's Mrs., but it's not important
So,
to me.
thank you.
Thank you for your concern. I just wanted to throw a couple of things into the discussion that perhaps that I believe are directly pertinent and haven't yet been made explicit. Although school hours of entry and exit are the particular pressure point times, the school also uses the all-weather pitch that it has, and in fact, they are the main sports grounds that the school uses on the other side of Sandown Park to the site on which the school is housed. So every PE lesson pretty much that the school has, they're using that site. So they're crossing over Sandown Park at the point, I'm trying to think how to describe it to you, so I don't have a map in front of me. But the entry to the school, which looks like a service entrance that Rob Sharp was just describing, where the turning was made, that is where students and a member of staff cross the road and back again at the beginning and end of each period throughout the day. In addition, the school actually rents out that site on a regular basis. Most evenings, there is a large amount of parked cars along the stretch by that all-weather sports facility on the other side of the road to Sandown Park. It's used at weekends, it appears, and also right down the age spectrum to young footballers. I think it's pretty much football that use it. Regardless, they're small children to adults. They're not always aware of what they're doing. They appear to turn their brain off a bit when they leave an educational establishment or a sporting fixture, whatever it is. But they're there, so it's not just at those critical morning and exit times. And given the earlier mentioned 2 hours of care provision, as a matter of fact, that does not rule out the capacity of those individual residents to drive themselves. And so I think it is a very reasonable expectation that traffic will increase, in addition to, you know, service vehicles and delivery vehicles. The residents themselves will increase the traffic. Just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alderman.
Yeah, so I just wanted to come back to you on your point regarding the fact that the residents of this proposal wouldn't be using school dropping children off. As Mr. Shorrock was pointing out, it's not about the residents of this site using the school. It's the fact that already there is a huge tailback of traffic every morning on Sandown Park. And then when you start to add initially construction traffic and post-construction traffic, you start to add the normal traffic, this extra 50% of residents are going to bring, plus deliveries and so on. What you'll end up is that when people drop their children off, the stress to drop their children off and try to get back into that queue is exacerbated. And Mr. Shorrock has already seen one or two examples of road rage. And it's the impact on driver and human behaviour because of the extent of that queue that's the issue. As I mentioned earlier, KCC no one's ever done an impact analysis of this additional traffic on the impact at Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane. It's always been on the major arterial road of Penbury Road, which is negligible, but nobody's really looking at the impact of that junction. And it's about the urgency of driver behaviour to drop their children off, get back into the queue as fast as they can, because it's already bad, and this proposal will make it worse. Thank you.
Mr. Alderman, I might not be asking the right person here, but I think it was mentioned this morning, and that students, parents are directed to drop off at Blackhurst Lane. And on Google Street View, there's a big sign on the junction that says student drop off pickup, a big arrow that says Blackhurst Lane. So are parents dropping children off on Sandown Park? Is that contrary to the school's policy?
I think Mr. Shorrock might be the best person to answer that, but from when I've asked this conversation, I think parents use both entrances, whichever they prefer.
But they shouldn't in terms of what the school is trying to achieve.
I agree. I believe the policy is not to, but I think they use both. Rob?
I think that's exactly right, the way that Martin has answered it. I think I would say, I mean, this is obviously very, very finger in the air type of thing, but I would say it's probably about 50-50. And then the reason for that is quite simple. The reason is because when parents drop off and use the circular route on Blackhurst Lane, which is the official one, which you've just referred to, sir, what happens is they then get stuck in a very, very long queue, which stretches often right back beyond the entrance there. So what they've learned is if they can come down Sandown Park, they've also got a chance of doing odd U-turns, which I've just described, so they can kind of get back into maybe a shorter queue. But actually the queues are along both sides, so they drop off both sides. To be fair to the school, they do everything they can to encourage people to use the Blackhurst Lane site. They've put signs up saying, please don't drop off here, please don't leave your cars idling here, and we'll come on to idling and pollution and student health hopefully at some point. But yeah, they do it at both, and they do it at both because it's a lot of traffic coming in, not just from parents dropping off, but also there's a lot of traffic trying to get out, and that's from residents getting to the station, going off to work, etc. So you know, back to the original point, it already is a very, very tricky junction with very, very busy roads. And I would actually like to, the reason my hand went up was not so necessarily straight to answer your question. It was Zoe made the point about cars parking alongside the playing fields. I think we're going to talk a little bit later about restricted width in the carriageway. And so rather than picking it up now, I do want to come back and talk about that, because all of these points are kind of connected, and they all sort of amount to the same thing. Any more cars are going to cause, any more vehicles, I should say, are going to cause, you know, even more challenges than we have now. But I do want to pick that up, if that's okay, sir, a little bit later.
Okay, so your crazy driver that you referred to, Mr. Choi,
Yes.
That nearly ran you over. So
Yes.
a crazy driver was not only driving dangerously, but also going against the policy of the school, which was not to drop off at Sandown Park, but to drop off at Blackhurst Lane.
In that example, yes. In that example, I mean, I've got examples of other very odd driving, which I'll bring in at another time, and it doesn't just relate to school drop-offs and pickups.
Right. Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. Blacker to address some of these points if he so wishes, but Mr. Hood's got his hand up. Is that a new point,
sorry.
Mr. Hood?
Yes, sir. And a new hand. And just very briefly, just remind everyone that Mr. Hicks in his statement earlier acknowledged the fact that whilst school drop-off is supposed to be on Blackhurst Lane, it was commonly done on Sandown Park. And I think that also, that fact colors a bit the community's perception of representations that are made to us about the future behavior of the people that might use this proposed development. So we're told that it will be restricted to 60-year-olds, told that they will be required to have 2 hours, I'm now told, a week of medical care or something similar. It concerns us that there are no enforcement mechanisms for these. They might go into deeds that get buried or whatever, but there is no enforcement of these. And we know that human behavior is such that people will use Blackhurst Lane to access this site if it's developed. They will use it for cars, delivery people will use it, bicycles will use it. And I think it is incumbent on us to recognize that and in our evaluation, not rely on representations that have no real effective enforcement process in place. Thank you.
Just before we move on that point, I must defend the planning system in that sense that Section 106 agreements are legal binding agreements that run with the land and which are signed up to by all parties. And as inspectors in granting planning permission, we have we place considerable weight upon those Section 106 agreements, and planning could not happen if it wasn't for those legally binding agreements. And from what I understand, I think that's quite different to a school policy that says please drop off on one lane. They are legally binding agreements, and I think that as just referred to today, if it's not on the examination at the inquiry website currently, it will be soon, and also we will have a session on that planning obligation next week, and you're very entitled to observe that session, Mr. Hood. Mr. Blacker.
So I'm not sure I've got a great deal to come back on with this. We seem to be moving into a little bit more into away from safety and a bit more into operation. But you know, I think we will come on to the queuing drop-off areas of the school and how they're used, no doubt again anyway. But you know, my observations are that there is queuing on Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane, and there is currently drop-off from parents on Sandown Park. I'm not sure if it's 50-50 as my observations were, probably weren't 50-50. There was probably more, they were using the proper drop-off area on Blackhurst Lane, but I did observe parents on Sandown Park. There was I think, again, it was raised about the vehicles speeding towards the bend. I think we've discussed and dealt with that. The right turn lane into, or the right turn into Sandown Park from Blackhurst Lane, the road geometry allows for that manoeuvre to be within the right side of the carriageway. It's possibly, from the images I've seen, more lazy driving, where drivers are going across the corner because it's open and there aren't any vehicles opposing them when they're doing that. I would say, but I couldn't, I haven't observed it on the ground, but from the images I've seen, it would look more like if drivers are just cutting across the corner because it's empty and there isn't anything to obstruct them from doing it. That's not to say that it's unsafe, that manoeuvre, because they can see what they're doing, But that's possibly why it's occurred.
Mr. Blecker, if I may, if I'm coming south, if I'm turning onto Sandown Park at the southern end off of Blackhurst Lane, making that right-hand turn, you would accept that I can't see from that vantage point whether someone is coming south on Sandown Park before making the right-hand turn. Would you agree that?
So what you're saying is
I'm turning. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll try and get it in my head so then you can just confirm. So what you're saying is I'm coming off Blackhurst Lane, turning into Sandown Park, and at that point I can't see around the bend past Mr. Shorrock's house and a bit further down Sandown Park. That's correct. And really what you need to be able to see for that sort of speed is 43 meters of visibility, and that's design distance for 30 mile an hour. Now, if you're a driver leaving Blackhurst Lane into Sandown Park, you actually wouldn't be doing 30 mile an hour in that area. So the design speed and distance would be actually lower, but it's more probably appropriate for drivers that are approaching in the opposite direction. So from the residential area coming out towards Blackhurst. But they're probably going to be more driving at closer to 30 mile an hour, but they would, in my opinion, and I think my observations were exactly the same, be slowing down before they get to that bend. I don't think most drivers or any reasonable driver would drive at 30 mile an hour around that bend.
So my observation, and my observation from having done it myself, is that the lazy driver who cuts that corner, right? By the time the traffic coming south on Sandown Park is visible, there is very little time to correct and move properly into the left-hand lane. And that is the behavior that is captured in the traffic watch pictures, and quite possibly the behavior that resulted in the accidents that we've seen photographed. And I guess my describing to you the fact that I, as a driver, have done that, have been in that situation on more than one occasion, right, where someone has come around the corner, perhaps within the speed limit, and caused me to have to correct embarrassedly into the proper lane, and have seen others do it. We photographed others doing it. Does that give you, as a professional, any cause for concern that kind of normal driving behavior of nearly 60-year-old people should routinely result in situations that seem quite close to being accidents? Or is that just fine?
You're describing to me that there's a potential hazard in cutting the corner, and you numbers of times, even though there's a potential hazard in doing it.
Well, and I will tell you why that is because in order to make that turn, you have to almost swing out to the left in order to enter Sandown Park fully within the left-hand lane. I encourage you to go out and give it a try, and you will see how easy it is to cut that corner, even if you are a careful driver. And usually I am accompanied by someone who ensures that I am careful. And again, I see it in the behavior of other drivers who don't, they don't have go faster stripes in their cars. They don't look to be otherwise reckless. It just seems to be a common way. And I think it has to do with the layout of the junction. But my question to you is simply this: if you observe that, or if people tell you that they observe that fact pattern on a regular basis, does that give you cause as a professional for concern?
I didn't observe it. And what we've got is that there hasn't been a history of accidents where vehicles have done that and then hit another car. I can't say that that's the reason why, you were inferring that potentially is why some of these cars are in the barriers or in the pedestrian guard railing. They're more than likely to have hit a car rather than to have driven to that point. But I can't say that because there's a lot of factors when an accident occurs. So what caused that accident? I think the geometry of the road allows, and we will see on the site visit on Monday, the geometry of the road allows people to drive correctly into Sandown Park. I think that it's just people aren't observing the lining on the road. And I think really that what you're saying is in terms of, I think that you could avoid going across that corner, but you choose not to. But I will see more on Monday. But that's my observations: is that a car driver can avoid doing that if they want to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. I want to move on, but Miss Baker, you've got your hand up.
I have, thank you very much. I wanted to bring it back to pedestrian access, if I may, by just reminding the traffic expert, just to ask really, is it not of concern that unless you live in the handful of houses on the south side of Sandown Park as a student, to access your school, you must cross a road without pedestrian priority? Is that not of concern in and of itself?
I
don't know if Backer can answer that one.
Yeah, in terms of because of the low volume of traffic on Sandown Park, and it is a low volume of traffic on Sandown Park, and obviously there is a high frequency of pedestrians and school children, pupils that cross the road. I think that everybody is aware of that situation. And I think that we all drive, or we should drive and behave appropriately to the conditions that are around us. And I think it comes back to the point where you were saying earlier, in terms of where the children come out of the, almost like the yard access to the school at the northern end and cross to the playing fields. They're doing that with a teacher. They're doing that probably outside of peak times as well, when Sandown Park is, virtually very quiet. Very few vehicles will be moving up and down it, so it'll be a much safer time to be using the road anyway. And in terms of the level of the traffic, the development, and really that's what this is all about. Does the development trigger something which doesn't already occur? And no, that the development doesn't trigger something that doesn't occur at the moment. There isn't a problem at the moment, as in terms of people aren't being struck by cars. Then, there may be instances that people are saying, well, there's been near misses here and there's been but that hasn't occurred, and I've got no evidence of that occurring, and I've got no evidence that the additional development traffic would generate a situation which is any different from what's there today.
And yet the school take the extraordinary means of putting their staff outside the boundaries of the site because they feel the need to.
I think, obviously, I don't know, obviously, one thing there has not been, to my understanding, there has not been any pupil personal injury accident. In all the records that we've seen, I can't see any injury to a pupil. So I don't know what's triggered the reason why the school is taking the measure to add additional safety to those crossings. Although it's welcomed, and obviously, I'm sure the parents may have raised this, and the school may have considered this as part of a risk assessment. And so they undertake that exercise, and I've observed it. I've observed that they're at the traffic lights at Pembury Road, which the traffic lights do a job, which control the pupils from crossing the road. But there's a teacher or a member of staff which is enforcing that red light, or the green man, the red man at the light. But there's also a teacher at the side entrance at the informal crossing, which we talk about an informal crossing, but that's quite an appropriate crossing. And it's got a member of staff also controlling that crossing. It is a proper crossing with a tactile pavement, with drop curbs. It's at the end of the guard railing, and the teacher stands in the carriageway at that afternoon time, assisting people to cross. And that's not to say that the development would create another greater impact than what's already there. That's, the development isn't going to generate something greater than what's happening.
Well, it plainly will. It plainly will, because there is such extensive parking provided, and therefore, what do the cars parked at the proposed development never leave it? Is that your assumption?
No, they do leave, and we can come, and we are going to come on to trip generation, things like that, but they do leave it, and we've done extensive studies and works with Ken and also National Highways in terms of the level of trip generation that would be, derived from this development. And to be honest, we've probably overestimated the amount of traffic that would move in the morning peak hour with 5 vehicles leaving and 14 vehicles arriving. Because, and this was kind of moving into a different topic area, but that work was underpinned by a survey at a different location, but in a very similar development. But that development didn't have a highway restriction in terms of queuing that like we have on Sandown Park between 8 and 8:35, because it's a 35-minute queue which is generally caused on Sandown Park. And at that time then, some of these residents, and probably most of these residents, will choose not to travel because they've got no reason, or they should have no reason to be travelling at that time, and therefore they can choose, well, after 9 o'clock I will make my trip. Whereas that probably wasn't, and I know it wasn't because I did the surveys at the other development, they didn't have that restriction. They could enter into the highway at whatever time they wanted to. So I think that what we've got is an unconstrained model, which is saying 5 leaving and 14 arriving in the morning, whereas I feel that actually it's not going to be as bad as that.
Gosh, how very surprising that. Well, I think we're at great odds on that point, I must say. And oh, that I could retire at 55 and anybody of my friends could retire at 55. But thank you. Let's move on.
Thank you. I do want to move on because we've got some other topics to deal with. We were some of these which we've kind of touched to, but the second issue was the impact of the proposed roundabout works to Blackhurst Lane and Pembury Road. And I wonder whether, Miss Bird, you just want to highlight the concerns of the group there, please.
Yes, sir, thank you. But if you don't mind, I think we have skipped over at least part of topic 1B, which is SKA management of pedestrian crossings, which was included again on the appellant's initiative. And there was one point that we hoped that Mr. Hicks could speak to, but obviously he's not here. And the question is what consultation and when did consultation take place with SKA?
You're asking Mr. Blacker that?
That's correct, yes, sir. Thank you.
Consultation on the traffic surveys,
on this proposal, when that took place directly.
This application. Sorry, you mean this planning application?
Correct.
Okay. You've had a consultation. It's one for Catherine.
So the application, once submitted, was advertised by the council and site notices were displayed on the site in the normal way.
Was the pre-application consultation?
There was a, no, not pre-application directly with the authority, but there was a community consultation that was undertaken in November 2019 and is referred to in the planning statement.
And was that consultation involving the school?
If you give me 1 second, I will check to see whether we wrote to the school. There was a notice in the paper, but I need to just check the address list to see if we wrote specifically to the school.
Miss Bird, what is the purpose of the question? I'm not being rude. I'm just interested.
No, I quite understand that, sir. In what I think is part 2 of the transport assessment, in the appendices, and the core document reference, I think, is CD 03.03. Kent County Council made a suggestion that WSP contact the school in October 2020 to find out how COVID affected the attendance rates, and they said that school peak modelling was necessary. And it's not clear from the documentation whether that was actually done. And the wider context, Sarah, of the question is that Mr. Blacker makes the point in his rebuttal proof that the crossing is extremely well managed by SKA. I think it's fair to say that SKA don't enjoy shouldering that burden, but it does seem that the Highways Authority suggested that a particular consultation be carried out with SKA itself.
Okay. I wonder whether if the answer is not to hand at the moment, that could be provided later on.
Yes, I'm grateful for that. One or two very simple points from Mr. Blacker, if I may, and I do note that we've covered some of the topics further down the list already, and I'm mindful of the time. I wonder if Mr. Blacker could tell us whether there are any records of his site visits. So he explained that he assessed the road geometry and he spoke to local residents during the course of these site visits. But is there any record of that?
I don't have a record of the conversation I had with the resident. I do have a photographic record of while I was there taking photographs, so of the site visits.
And does that include a record of your assessment of the road geometry, or would that not be part of the process? Would that not be a written process?
So the assessment of the road geometry, that wasn't done on site. That was done in the office with the road drawings, with the plans, so we could measure them.
Yes.
It's not easy to do that on site, to be able to do that.
Thank you. And there's no, as you say, no record of that assessment.
The in-office assessment of the road geometry.
Precisely.
There isn't a submitted record of that because that only came to light on Friday or Thursday last week when we were trying to understand your position on the statement of common ground when we were talking about the blind visibility, and then it turned out to be the blind bend, and that was the first I was aware of it, and so I took action to understand the geometry of that, given that it wasn't something that I'd seen as being an issue, and we checked to make sure the geometry was okay.
Thank you. And one final point about the question of crossings. You've been asked about the informal crossing point over Blackhurst Lane. Did you observe pupils walking through the Sandown Park line of traffic from one side of Sandown Park to the other at the start and end of the school days, where there is no crossing at all, formal or informal?
No, I didn't actually, but that's not to say it doesn't occur, obviously, because I know it occurs. But the reason being is I spent during, especially in the afternoon, it's a very short period we're talking about, so from 3:15 to 3:30, so 15 minutes. I spent that time at the junction of Blackhurst Lane, Sandown Park, and the junction of Pembury Road and Blackhurst Lane. So I was observing the movements of the pupils and the traffic at that junction, whereas you can't, or it's difficult to see further on down Sandown Park from being in a position around the junction of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane. You're on mute, sorry.
Thank you very much. For your notes, so the reference is, I think, video 18. But do you accept, Mr. Blacker, that pupils cross Sandown Park quite near the junction with Blackhurst Lane through the traffic that's waiting there? Because they use, would you know what I meant if I said there's an access road to the left which vehicles can't access?
Yeah, there's a dead end stub which is being sort of closed off, which
yes.
ends, yeah, and that's the direction that the pupils arrive and depart, more depart actually afternoon they depart that route. And that's why I said I'd spent most of the time around the junction area, but obviously I know the pupils are getting to that point and I know they've come from the school, so I know they've crossed Sandown Park.
Thank you. In that case, without further ado, perhaps we could move on to the roundabout works.
Right, I have some questions. Could I have, sorry, I have a question. Before we move on, if that's all right. So, is it all right? Just for clarification before we move on, in respect of the academy and we've heard 1B, we were looking at its management arrangements. Are we right to assume that those are voluntary? They're not part of any, just to clear this up, not part of any obligation through any planning or any other requirement or undertaking? If we could be helped on that. That's our understanding, but
that's also our understanding.
Grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you. Can we move to the next point then, please, Ms. Bird?
Thanks, sir. So this is about the impact of the proposed roundabout works. And the difficulty with this, sir, on our case is the uncertainty. And it's not at all clear what impact this is going to have on pedestrians crossing Blackhurst Lane or indeed Sandown Park. And I appreciate that a stage 1 safety audit of the roundabout has been completed. That's set out in the transport technical note, which is dated the 13th of May 21. And the core document reference for that is CD 0224. But there's no way of telling what conclusions were reached about pedestrian and cycle safety in that audit. And I wondered if Mr. Blacker could assist with that.
I'm afraid I can't assist in that. I wasn't part of the audit. I wasn't part of the proposals for the roundabout. We were asked to assess the impact of the roundabout with the development by Kent County Council. So we undertook that assessment. Now we undertook that assessment on traffic grounds and we looked at the capacity of that.
So that there has been no assessment, as far as you're aware, about the safety implications.
No, that's not the case. I do, like you just said, Ms. Bird, that there has been an RSA, a road safety audit, and that road safety audit will have included the pedestrian movements of that school. That forms part of an audit, and no auditor would undertake that audit without assessing the impact of the movement of pedestrians and cyclists and all road users through the design of that junction.
But you're not able to assist on the specifics?
No.
No.
Okay. Could I have a question, sir? Has the Rule 6 party got any evidence that the audit wasn't properly carried out in accordance with Mr. Blacker's evidence? We haven't seen.
It's not suggested that the audit wasn't properly carried out. The point is that the details of that audit have not been made available, and we don't know what the pedestrian safety impacts are going to be. Mainly because from looking at the plan, and obviously I'm not an expert, but from looking at the plan, there is no formal crossing over Sandown Park, which is the problem we currently have.
I can comment on the plan. Yeah, I can comment on the plan. So the plan shows a formal pedestrian crossing, which would be a signalised crossing, which also looks to be a toucan, so for cyclists on Blackhurst Lane. And it also provides a signalised crossing on Pembury Road. But there, it doesn't show, and you're right, Ms. Bird, it doesn't show any change to Sandown Park to the existing arrangement. It's pretty much, by the looks of it, maintains Sandown Park the way it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blacker. And you'll see from the plan that it also prevents right turn from Sandown Park into Blackhurst Lane, and the idea is that drivers will do a U-turn around the roundabout. Is that also your understanding?
Yes, it's a left turn out of Sandown Park.
Yes. Does that have any implications from your point of view at peak times?
Not really. Okay, it could potentially put some additional traffic around the junction, but I would have thought, and I'd have to look at this in more detail, but the right turn, and I do actually know this, at peak times, there are only about 2 vehicles that turn right from Sandown Park to Blackhurst Lane. So I think that's I could look at that in our evidence, actually, in our surveys, but I think it's about 2 vehicles. So 2 vehicles that may do the around the roundabout, which would have negligible impact on the junction.
And that's in your appendices to the transport assessment?
Yeah, it's one of the figures, actually.
And finally, certainly from my point of view on the roundabout, are you able to comment on how it would affect cyclists between Sandown Park? Well, cyclists coming down Sandown Park and turning left towards the junction with Pembury Road.
Sorry, Ms. Bird, could you just go back through the movement where the cyclists are coming from?
So if you're approaching the end of Sandown Park towards Tunbridge Wells, and you want to turn left into town, what maneuver are you going to have to do to achieve that?
So from where, the way I see it is that the cyclists would go down the stub part of Sandown Park, so the closed off bit where pedestrians currently go. They would go round the corner, and there's a crossing for them at that point. They wouldn't go down Sandown Park to the junction. It looks like the crossing has been put in there to tie into the dead end part of Sandown Park.
Thank you.
In terms of the right turn, figure 13 in the transport assessment shows one of them, but it's there's another one actually. Sorry, yeah, so figure 13, morning peak, Sandown Park, there's 2 vehicles that turn right from Sandown Park. And I think in the afternoon, figure 12, 0 turn right.
Mr. Blacker, just to help me on that issue about cyclists. So the cyclists would come down the dead end stub, which I'm aware of, and then if they wanted to go into Tunbridge Wells, would they use that crossing shown there? So they go back up Blackhurst Lane and use that crossing?
Yeah, yes, they would, sir.
And then down a cycle lane on the north side of Pembury Road, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Mr. Showick.
Just thank you. Just another point on the roundabout. In discussion with many residents on Sandown Park, we were not aware of these recent plans for a roundabout until very recently. So, and I do know that if you go back quite a long way into the detail of the traffic analysis and the original proposals by WSP and the response by Tunbridge Wells Borough Council, there was suggestion that potentially a roundabout could be put in place, and also that as part of this process, this junction really needed to be investigated thoroughly. The actual knowledge that there was going to be a roundabout, and that actually, by the way, this has been passed that there will be a roundabout, only came to our attention in February this year. So now, I have therefore myself written to Tunbridge Wells Borough Council and KCC to say, why weren't we consulted? I have subsequently had a response to say that we were consulted, and I'm in discussion at the moment as to what format that consultation took, because nobody I spoke to knew anything about it and the detailed plan that is now being discussed now. So unless we've all completely missed something, we weren't aware of the nature of this this roundabout and the size and scope of it. So knowledge and ability to be able to comment on it is only in as much as the diagram that has recently been provided that you are now discussing. And at the moment, we're trying to work out what kind of consultation should have taken place. I know the roundabout has been passed, but it has come a bit of a shock to us that it has, because we didn't know it, but we didn't know about it.
Thank you. Mr. Alderman.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the point I would like to raise about the roundabout is that I've seen the plan for this roundabout. It's quite sketchy. It's not particularly detailed. It's very rushed. And when I put this to Greg Clark MP, he agreed that it's not particularly well thought through. And from our perspective, the roundabout for us means that traffic is going to be coming from the 264, the Pembury Road, onto Blackhurst Lane much faster than they would at the moment, because typically at the moment they're being held up because traffic's coming towards them, or they're just leaving a red light. If there's a roundabout, they're going to be coming onto Blackhurst Lane much faster than they do at the present. And second, trying to get off Blackhurst Lane onto the Pembury Road, if there's a roundabout and it's during rush hour, it's going to be very difficult, and that is just going to create more queues and more road rage of people as they struggle to get in and out.
Thank you. Mr. Blacker, would you like to respond to the points made if you wish, or can assist?
It's difficult for me to comment on that. This has come through from another planning application. It's Kent County Council that's reviewed it. We were asked to consider the impact of our development on this roundabout. We undertook our analysis of the junction, of what was proposed or what's been consented. We did that as a sensitivity test within our work when we were advised to do so by the Highway Authority. We demonstrated that actually we still had no impact whether Kent maintained the signalised junction at Pembury Road, or whether that junction was then changed to this roundabout layout. Both scenarios still worked for the development. We provided that in a technical note in May last year, and Kent County Council accepted that.
Thank you. Ms. Bird, I wonder whether we can move on if you've got no further points on the roundabout.
By all means, sir, thank you. And I think we can also move on from the blind bend point. I think unless there's anything anybody else wants to add, we've covered that.
Thank you.
If we could move on to point 4, which is traffic queues and their impact on pedestrian cyclist safety. FOSP's position in effect is that the longer the queue, the greater the potential danger for pedestrians and cyclists. There's actually very little room to pass a queue of waiting traffic if you're on a bicycle, whether that happens to be on Blackhurst Lane or on Sandown Park. And we've already talked about SKA pupils crossing through the line of waiting traffic along Sandown Park. But one or two questions, if I may, for Mr. Blacker. The first one is the most obvious, I suppose, that the Highway Authority non-objections were explicitly based on there being C2 use of this development. I think he'd be happy to agree with that.
Yeah, sorry, I missed a little bit at the beginning, Miss Bird. Apologies. But yeah, the assessment of the traffic being based on C2.
Yes.
Yeah.
And by traffic, we mean trip volume, essentially.
Yes.
Yes. And if the development were to be C3, that would add that would be roughly 60 to 75% higher than C2. Is that, do I have that right?
It would, well, it would be significantly different if it was a different land use. So the C2 is like I've said, it's a land use that generates low volumes of traffic, especially during peak times.
Yes. Just a question on your evidence about the junction, and this is in your rebuttal, I think, at paragraph 2.1.3. When you refer to the junction in that paragraph, you're talking about the Blackhurst Lane Pembury Road junction, not the Blackhurst Lane Sandown Park junction. Do I have that right?
Was your reference 2.1.3?
2.1.3 is what I have.
Yes, that's correct. It's the Pembury Road Blackhurst Lane junction. Yes.
Thank you. And when you were modelling queue lengths in the transport assessment, and you set those out in tables 8.2 and 8.3, those were modelled on the basis of the signalling at the Pembury Road junction as it currently is. I think that's correct, isn't it?
When you mean signalling as it currently is, could you just explain what that means, please?
I'm just that, as it is now, and not with the new roundabout.
Oh, correct. Right. Yeah. I was going to say, because the traffic signals at Pembury Road are on a mover system and they change all the time, so they don't run the same system. But yes, we are about the traffic lights. Yeah.
Thank you. And then those queue lengths were remodelled to take into account the operation of the roundabout based on the 2033 projected traffic flows. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, and that's in the transport technical note, I think, of May 21 at paragraph 1.2.5. So you were asked by, I think it was Kent County Council, no, was it Highways England or Kent County Council, who asked WSP to do that updated remodelling on the basis of the roundabout?
Yeah, Kent
County Council. Thank you. And you arrived at you did your assessment. You concluded, I think, that a what's called a flat arrival profile was the appropriate basis for assessing traffic flow through the roundabout. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And could you just explain briefly why you thought that was appropriate?
Okay, so the way the models work is that there's a number of ways to assess the junction performance, and it's telling the model how the traffic or the arrival profile of the traffic is going to be in the model. With the first analysis that we did, it puts a peak into the model of about 12.5% peak around the middle point of the hour. So if you've got 4 peaks or 4 intervals of 15 minutes, the first and last interval at the sort of same level, and the second and third interval have a 12.5% increase in traffic. But what we're seeing on Pembury Road, and obviously as we all have observed, is Pembury Road is quite constant in terms of the volume of flow going through, and that doesn't peak because it's almost at, or if not, it is at capacity running through the junction. And therefore, it doesn't have the ability to have 12.5% more traffic in one 15-minute period than it does in the previous 15-minute. And that's when we did the 2 analysis and felt that actually the most appropriate analysis would be a flat profile, which would be a more consistent profile to Pembury Road.
I see. How does that square with the peak time traffic flow down Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane? Because to a lay person, that appears to peak over a period of about 10 minutes or so.
So yes, you do have some peaking within the hour, but when you put all the traffic into the model has to understand when some of the traffic's going to move and when it isn't. And that in this scenario, we can't model every minute of the day, and therefore the background traffic on all the traffic through the model is seen to be the same throughout that hour, and that's how it's then modeled, so that it's flattened it all the way through the hour.
Thank you. So moving on to think about the development trips associated with this proposal, you added the development trips to the scenario test that you've done on the basis of the roundabout. Is that correct?
Yep, it is.
Yep. And those were the C2 trips. And they would be trips to and from the development along Sandown Park only.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So the impact from the development focuses on the Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane junction, because it's got to get through that before it gets through the Pembury Road roundabout.
So obviously they're connected.
Yeah.
There's the operation of the actual junction of Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane. If you took the Pembury Road traffic signals away from it, would operate fine. There isn't a volume of traffic between those 2 junctions or 2 roads that would prevent those manoeuvres to happen. But then they're linked into the operation of the traffic signals at Pembury Road. And from observations, and everybody will observe this, that when the green light is given to Blackhurst Lane, and I said this earlier, you've got to keep clear marking at the end of, or at the end of Sandown Park on Blackhurst Lane. What happens there is the Blackhurst Lane takes priority while the lights are green, predominantly, and then as the lights go red, they tend to give way to some of the traffic from Sandown Park, and that filters back out. And so that's how the junction operates, because it's tied into the signals with Pembury Road.
I see. And then presumably you'd accept that the inspector can look at the traffic watch photographs and come to his own view about how well that junction operates when there are a lot of cars trying to get through it.
Yes, and also hopefully the inspector will see on his site visit as well. And I think the point here, which I think we all agree because of the data that's presented in your evidence, is that the queues on Sandown Park and Blackhurst Lane dissipate by 8:40. And my evidence, or not, I didn't put it in as evidence. I didn't need to, but my observations were 8:35. The queues have gone. Your evidence was at 8:40. The queues have gone. But for the remaining 20 minutes of the morning peak hour, from 8:40 to 9 o'clock, there is virtually no queuing on Blackhurst and Sandown Park.
What does appear to be lacking, though, is an assessment of the queue length that the proposal would add along Sandown Park. Not an averaged out assessment, but a numerical assessment. Unless I've misunderstood.
No, you haven't. So really, we know what that would be if we took it to be the worst case.
Yeah.
Because we know that we've got 5 vehicles that leave the development. So that queue would be 5 vehicles longer if they all left at the same time and they all left at, let's say, 8:20, because that's pretty much when the queue is there in its worst state, or between 8:20 and 8:30. But as I was saying earlier, I wouldn't expect someone that has a choice of when they drive, or the 5 people that are exiting would exit at 8:20, and I would say, well, perhaps they will leave at 8:35 or 8:40 when there is no queue at all. So those 5 vehicles are going to exit and going to fit in the gaps that there are. There's 20 minutes in that peak hour where they can actually leave without being delayed.
Thank you. Finally, I think on this topic, Highways England and Kent County Council, I think, accepted that a higher RFC of 1.08 in the peak period for 2033 is unlikely to lead to significant blocking back on the SRN. And that's from Highways England's response on the 25th of May 2021. I don't have the CD reference immediately to hand, but I can certainly find it for you in a moment. You recall that, presumably?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. So they said it was unlikely to lead to significant blocking back on the SRN, but presumably you'd accept that Sandown Park itself is not part of the SRN, and nor is the Sandown Park Blackhurst Lane junction.
So yeah, National Highways were talking about the SRN, which is the A21. Kent County Council, they look at the rest of the local highway, which would be Blackhurst Lane, Sandown Park, Pembrey Road.
And then the conclusion that the development is expected to add 0.01% of traffic to the network in the Pembrey Road junction on the SRN arms of the roundabout. And that's what the non-objection is based on, applies only to the SRN arms of the roundabout. Is that right?
Well, the SRN is the A21.
Yeah.
So Pembrey Road is Kent's jurisdiction. And Blackhurst Lane and Sandown Park are. We're talking the 0.01 and 0.03 are figures of not percentage, but their ratio of flow to capacity. And they are the change between the no development scenario and the with development scenario. And that's what Kent County Council, and that's what's presented in the transport assessment technical notes, but that's what Kent County Council is reviewing. They're looking at if there's no development, what's the ratio of flow to capacity at these junctions? And if there is the development, as proposed by us with the trips, what's the impact of that? And what they're saying is that the impact is 0.01 in most cases, but there's 0.03 I think on one of the arms, which is a very minor change, of which they obviously deemed acceptable, and that's my opinion and my view is too that that's not a severe impact, and it's generally wouldn't really observe or understand that impact.
Yes, and the reason I bring it up is that this 0.0.1 or 0.0.1%, as the appellants expressed it in the statement of common ground, seems to be something that the appellant relies on quite heavily. And I'm seeking clarification from you that that applies to the SRN arms of the roundabout and not to Sandown Park.
Well, it forms the four arms of the Pembury Road junction.
But that's not what it says. It says the SRN arms of the roundabout. I don't want to descend into cross-examination. That's not my aim. But as I understand it, Sandown Park is not an SRN arm of the roundabout.
No, Sandown Park's local highway. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much indeed. I think there may be that there was some hands up before we move on to the next topic.
Mr. Shorrock and Mr. Hood, I don't know. Apologies, I don't know who was first. You have to fight it out, I'm afraid.
I defer to Rob. You can go first.
My question very straightforward, and I apologise if you've already answered this. I don't know if you have. The 5 cars leaving the proposed site. Where does the number 5 come from? And apologies if it's in the documentation. I don't remember seeing it. Why only 5 for 108 residences and 142 car park spaces?
I can take you to the evidence. Yeah, it's table 7.1 in the transport assessment, core document 0 CD 0207. Those flows, or the flow of 5, that's derived from traffic survey of a similar size development, which is common practice in terms of the way that we understand or forecast the movement of trips from future developments. So we try to observe an existing development where it's similar to that of the proposed, and then apply adjustments to that to make it, as it should do for the future. Now, we observed another development in 2013 with 88 units in it. We took that survey data and we then derived trips for 108 units by factoring it up to 108 so that we can understand what the arrival and departure profile would be for this development. That process was run through with Kent and National Highways at length, and there's another way of doing this, which is called TRIX. TRIX is a database full of information of traffic surveys. Kent County Council asked us to review the TRIX and TRIX database and to see if we could derive the traffic flows in another way. We undertook that process, and that process demonstrated that our flows were greater than those that would come from TRIX. And on that basis, Kent and National Highways accepted that we had proposed a robust methodology in terms of trip generation, and that would be then sound to test the development.
With Rob's permission, could I just follow up a little bit on that? The first point being, did you calculate the kind of worst case trip generation using a C2 profile for this location? Do we know what that number would be?
So we've observed a C2 development, and we've based our analysis on a C2 development.
Yeah, sorry, apologies. C3 is what I meant. The purely residential, conventional residential. Do you know what the incremental there would be?
No, we've not analysed the C3 or any other development. We've analysed and looked at the proposed site C2.
Okay, and in your experience, what would you eyeball a difference between trip generation from C2 to C3? What's the magnitude of difference on average? Is it double or 3 times?
It's very different, but I don't understand the relevance of the question.
Well, the relevance of the question is a number of people have wondered. I mean, it seems to us that there is a dividing line between C2 and C3, which is there is an element of subjectivity there in terms of the conclusion, and there are things that are more C2 than others. And clearly, someone involved in this process has questioned whether the appropriateness of the C2 conclusion, in particular, as evidenced by the fact that people have, and you have agreed to, provide parking on the basis of a C3 profile. And so I guess what I'm saying is I suspect it is within the purview of the planning inspector to consider what trip generation might look like in a development that had a profile that was closer to the line. And in order to inform that view, it would be useful for him to understand what that would be. So again, I would ask the question as to whether you can give us a ballpark range estimate as to how much more trip generation one would expect. And maybe in addition to that, could I ask if the development that you based your modeling on, were the parking spaces it was required to provide, were those C2 or C3?
Hello, sir. It's common ground, obviously, with the local planning authority. You have before you an application for C2. It's common ground that what we're proposing is C2 with the planning authority. I have not seen any evidence put forward of anyone challenging that this is a C2 application. It'd be a very bizarre submission.
I'm not challenging. I'm not challenging that. I'm simply asking the question as to whether or not you can provide us with some insight as to what the magnitude of incremental trip generation would be if this were in fact a C3 profile.
Or what about an A1 or an A3 use? So can I
you're not providing parking for an A1 or A3. So
well, I'll let you carry on. So when I get a moment, I'll finish my sentence. Mr. Hood, have you finished?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. So you'll recall as well, I put it to a number of witnesses who've sought to float the idea, are you saying it's a sham? I think even to Mr. Hood and others, and they denied it. So it's not been part of, it's not on the agenda of the case. It's never been part of the Rule 6 case. We produce the evidence of the application that we're seeking consent for. And if we were to change it to a C3 use, we'd be in breach of planning control. I don't know what more to say. I think Mr. Blacker can confirm.
Are you, Mr. Jones, are you finished?
No, I haven't finished yet. Okay. Mr. Blacker can confirm, I think, that the evidence that we've produced is the evidence in respect of the application that's before the inspector.
Correct. We've only analysed a C2 development, nothing else.
Okay, and are you finished? Are you aware of what parking provision was at the benchmark development that you looked at? Was it C2 or C3?
I would have to look, actually. I can't remember. I don't think it's C2 from memory. I think that the parking at Bramshot Place was greater than C2, but I would need to check because it's a different authority and their parking standards would be different as well. So I'd need to look at that. But from on the ground observations, it didn't seem to be that restricted.
Can I just come in here? I'll just go back to a point that I made earlier, which is that I'm not expecting people to reach agreement. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we thought everyone could reach agreement. That's not the point of this session. This session is to help me. I'm satisfied in the way in which the answers have been given for information I need at this stage in relation to the C2 element. I don't need to hear any more about the C3 element. I've got enough information before me to help me with what I need to hear.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, I'm conscious of time. I did say that we'd finish by 5, and it has been a long day, and I don't want to prolong this discussion. So, Ms. Bird, I'd be grateful if you could, if we could return to the list. And some of these we have already touched on, picked up, discussed, and so I'm going to hand over to you in terms of picking up where you want to go on this. But please be mindful that when it gets to 5 o'clock, I will like to draw the session to a close because we will have been going for more than 2 hours. And I didn't anticipate that we would take more than 2 hours for the Highways Roundtable.
So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. In that case, unless somebody stops me, I think we have probably dealt with the safety issues. There might have been a point, I think, on the restricted width of the carriageway, but I think that's been picked up in earlier discussions. So I'll wait for somebody to raise a hand if another point is going to be forthcoming. In which case, it
was a very quick point. I said I would bring it. Miss Baker kind of raised earlier that when cars are parked on opposite the playing fields, and so this doesn't just relate to schools, drop off and pick up times. These are other times during the week. I think from memory, generally Thursday evenings and Saturday mornings, the playing fields are used in addition to the school, so they're used by people who hire it out for other purposes. I mean, usually football. Now, what tends to happen, I said I'd mentioned this, is that you get cars parked all up Sandown Park, right opposite that entrance. When that happens, because it's a part of the road where it actually does get narrower, it's not at the 5.5 meter end, but it does get narrower here. You really only have one lane of traffic, and it was at this point, and I've already told the story, for example, about schoolboys, and I don't know if they were schoolboys actually, but they were schoolboy age anyway, running out and nearly getting run over right out of the gates. That's kind of a worry from a safety point of view. But there was also a point about the narrowing of the road, which I just wanted to mention. When these kind of things happen, and of course they're going to happen because you've got a great facility there and it's used and people enjoy using it. But when you've got the narrowing of the road, you tend to also have additional problems of road rage. I have a very quick story, and I'm aware of the time, but it was very recent. But walking my dogs, I seem to do that a lot, but I do. Walking my dogs now down towards, if you like, Sandown Park, Skinner's Kent Academy along Sandown Park. So in other words, from the site, if you like, to where the school is, there really was only one place cars could go, and because of the cars that were parked there, and actually was pretty narrow. I wouldn't say a lorry would actually get down that particular part of the road. As an example, a motorbike was coming, I'm not sure which is south and which is north, but let's say from the site, the proposed site, a motorbike was coming from that end, and a lady in a car was coming from the other end, in other words, the Blackhurst Lane end. They had a face-off. They both kind of came to a halt rapidly in front of each other, and the lady clearly didn't want to reverse about 30 or 40 meters back. And by the way, the motorbike couldn't reverse because you can't reverse a motorbike. And so they had a bit of a face-off, and the motorbike, the guy on the motorbike started shouting obscenities at the woman. The woman didn't really know what to do because clearly she didn't want to reverse a long way back along the road. He started shouting obscenities. He eventually went up on the pavement, kicked the side of a car, shouting more obscenities twice before going up on the pavement where we were standing with our dogs, and then shot off around the side. The point about this story is that actually it's a very narrow road. And once you get the usage that you do for the fields, and that's perfectly legitimate usage. By the way, the gates for the school car park was shut because it was a Saturday morning, so there was no parking at the school anyway, which I presume is why they park on Sandown Park. But then you get this sort of situation, and it happens weekdays as well, so it's not just a Saturday. Then you get this situation where you do get aggressive behavior and you do get kind of unpleasant sort of stuff going on. It's not about aggressive or unpleasant behavior. It's actually about danger. And I've made the point so many times now, and I just see it all the time. So it's another story, Mrs. Bird. I hope you don't mind me bringing you that, but I thought it had to be said at this point before we move on to other things.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Black has got his hand up.
I didn't see that. Forgive me.
Sorry, it's me. So I think Ms. Bird was indicating we're leaving safety. Just had one question for the Rule 6 party. It was a point that was raised in openings. Mr. Shorrock's evidence frankly concedes that the Traffic Watch UK consultants were not able to support a case on impact on the highway network. Can I ask whether they were asked to look at questions of safety? Was it any part of their brief?
No.
Or were they?
No.
Were they?
No, I mean, just to clarify, and I think we clarified.
Sorry, I'm sorry, it's very awful.
I'm sorry, other people finish between your statements, and I thought you had concluded. I do apologize.
And if not, given that we're led to believe safety is such a concern, it seems extraordinary that they weren't asked to look at safety. But only on highway network. Sorry, I finished.
Frankly, there were limitations of time and resource. Traffic Watch were hired for one purpose and one purpose only, which was to do a traffic count. They were not hired to provide analysis. We got the traffic, and in fact, it's not a service that they offer. So we got the traffic count. We spoke with two different traffic engineering firms to talk about the traffic count. Because of the safety concerns in our mind were largely things that we had empirically observed and were able to evidence on our own, and given our somewhat limited resources, we felt that it was sufficient to rely on, as Rob has observed, 1,800 years of observation, a large amount of video evidence, and a large amount of photographic evidence. And we felt that combined with a site visit would be suitable for putting forward our concerns. And I think, frankly, evidentially wise, it has been.
With your permission, sir, if we could move on to the last topic, which is impact on users of public rights of way on foot. So thinking specifically about the avenue through the appeal site, which we understand is not in the appellant's ownership. And it appears that Kent County Council will make a definitive map modification order, to which the appellant has said it will object. And my question is, it may be one for Ms. Miles, but is it the intention of the appellant to either try to succeed in preventing the confirmation of that definitive map modification order, or if it is confirmed, diverting or extinguishing that right of way?
I think maybe it's a question for me. As matters stand, the order hasn't been made, and we hope that it won't be made because we've written to Kent to indicate that they're flawed. They've taken a flawed approach and applying the wrong statutory requirement. The land is in Crown ownership, so Section 31 doesn't apply, which is the basis on which the officer seeking to apply. It's a different basis. We are not convinced that the evidential basis is there, nor is it for the extent which the officer was proposing, which I think was extraordinarily 10 metres wide. So as matters stand, the order hasn't been made. We hope it won't be made. We're minded to object if it is made on the basis that's indicated. But in any event, if it were to be made on the basis of the discussions that the officer had initially had, we would seek a Grampian-style condition, which is fairly common for a minor diversion. So
I'm sorry to cut across you. I'm mindful of time. When you say a minor diversion,
let me finish though.
What does that mean?
It's not my fault we're running out of time. So it's, you know, if you spend your time on other points, that's what happens, I'm afraid.
The clock is ticking.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
All right.
And if this was important, time could have been spent on it. It's not important. The order hasn't been made. The basis on which we've seen that it's proposed at the moment by the officer, yet to go in front of the legal department, we have already written to say is fundamentally flawed.
One final point, if I may, is it the appellant's intention to allow a permissive right of way through the development in the event that the order is not confirmed or not made for whatever reason?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be along the route, the entirety of the route, because we wouldn't need to put a diversion on the bit. But you're seeking a permissive.
I'm not seeking anything. I'm seeking clarification about whether it's the appellant's intention to allow offer it on a permissive basis. Yes.
Sorry, just to be clear. Is it something that you're seeking, or
no?
Oh, okay.
I'm not seeking anything. If the appellant's able to clarify that, it will be useful. Simply because, as you all know, public rights of way are a material consideration in planning.
It's not on our land. It's not on our land.
So you wouldn't have capacity to allow a permissive right of way.
It's not on our land. We can't. Unless I'm missing a point, Mr. You can make it clear. If we don't own anything, we can say to people, yes, you can walk on the land, but if we don't own it, we don't have any rights to grant any permissive rights as far as I'm aware. I'll take instructions, but I may be missing something, but if we don't own it, we can't, unless you can tell me something else, and we can't grant permissive rights.
That's helpful, thank you.
I can say that the illustrative site plan and landscape master plan show the track as it exists today being retained through the development. There would be a short section where the access would come off Sandown Park that would reduce a length of that, but then there is a footpath provided and shown to be provided alongside the access.
Thank you. I think I understand the position.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bird, have you got any further comments?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. As is normal procedure, I will give final word to the appellant if the appellant wishes to make any final comments on the highway matters.
Just really questions for you, and then I think Mr. Black has something. Do you want to see our representations that we've made? The order hasn't been made yet, but the representations that have been made so far to the officer who indicated she was proposing to seek authorization to make the footpath order.
I don't need to see your representations.
Thank you. Mr. Black, thank you, sir.
No, sir, I didn't have any. It was more just pointing out we were on mute. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And it's dead on 5 o'clock, so I'm grateful to everyone for helping us bring that to a conclusion. It's been a very long day. And I'm grateful for people for the contributions that they've made throughout the day. I hope people have found it useful. And thank you very much. We will adjourn now, and we're not sitting tomorrow morning, but we are sitting tomorrow afternoon when we are dealing with trees and heritage. So we shall reconvene at 2 o'clock, because I think the appellants, you involved in the examination in public tomorrow, I think. You were?
We are, sir, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we will resume at 2 o'clock on Zoom tomorrow.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.